10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. I would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear a face covering at all times whilst in public spaces and in the General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. The size of a delegation should not exceed 4 delegates in the General Assembly Hall. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, it's my honor and privilege to introduce the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, to present South Africa's national statement for this general debate of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you, Mr. President.
President of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, colleagues and friends. We join today's General Assembly debate from around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has forever changed the nature of multilateral engagement, of diplomacy, of business, and of basic human interaction. And yet, even as we are separated by the expanses of geography and distance, the noble ideals of fellowship, solidarity, and cooperation stand firm. They are the bedrock on which the United Nations was formed 76 years ago, and they have been our guide as we confront the worst global health emergency in over a century. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused great devastation around the world. Millions of lives have been lost and livelihoods have been destroyed. It has shaken our sense of well-being and security. Yet the strong bonds of solidarity between nations have enabled us to overcome great challenges. It was through multilateral solidarity, support and cooperation between member states that countries in need were able to access medical equipment and supplies. In dealing with COVID-19 pandemic, it is generally agreed that vaccines are the greatest defense that humanity has against the ravages of this pandemic. It is therefore a great concern that the global community has not sustained the principles of solidarity and cooperation in securing equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. It is an indictment on humanity that more than 82% of the world's vaccine doses have been acquired by wealthy countries, while less than 1% has gone to low-income countries. Unless we address this as a matter of urgency, the pandemic will last much longer and new mutations of the virus will emerge and spread. South Africa reaffirms its call for fair and equitable distribution of vaccines. We urge all member states to support the proposal for a temporary waiver of certain provisions of the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights to allow more countries, particularly low and middle-income countries, to produce COVID-19 vaccines. In this interconnected world, no country is safe until every country is safe. We need to prepare now for future pandemics and work with greater determination towards the goal of universal health coverage. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we must increase investment towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by providing low-income countries with the means of implementation. In this respect, the G20 Debt Standstill Initiative is a welcome response to the fiscal and liquidity challenges faced by least developed economies. The agreement on the allocation of $650 billion in special drawing rights is significant, but it is insufficient to meet the extent of the enormous need. South Africa therefore reiterates its call for 25% of the total allocation, amounting to around $165 billion, to be made available to the African continent. Mr. President, climate change is an existential crisis for the entire world, yet poor countries are particularly vulnerable. Although we bear the least responsibility for causing climate change, African countries are among those that carry the greatest burden and cost. For the forthcoming COP26 in Glasgow, to respond adequately to the crisis we face, we need to see greater ambition and progress on mitigation, adaptation, and the means of implementation. COP26 must therefore launch a formal program of work on the implementation of the global goal on adaptation. The pandemic has been a stark reminder of our mutual dependency and that instability in one region of the world inevitably impacts its neighbors. That is why we seek to enhance the relationship between the UN and the African Union in maintaining peace, financing peace-building efforts, and advancing post-conflict reconstruction and development. South Africa continues with its efforts to contribute to international peace and security through our membership of the Peace-Building Commission and our continued engagement in UN peacekeeping. The right of the Palestinian people to self-determination has been raised in this assembly for almost as long as this body has been in existence. We raise it again today, not because we are bound by practice to do so, but because we resolutely believe that there shall be no peace and no justice until the Palestinian people are free from occupation and are able to exercise the rights for which this United Nation stands for. We have a responsibility as the nations of the world to spare no effort in finding a just, lasting, and peaceful solution, one that is based on internationally agreed parameters enshrined in the relevant UN resolutions. We reiterate our position that the people of Western Sahara have the right to self-determination in line with the relevant African Union decisions and UN Security Council resolutions. South Africa further affirms its solidarity with the Cuban people and calls for the lifting of economic embargo that has caused untold damage to the country's economy and people. Mr. President, this year marks 12 years since the start of the intergovernmental negotiations process and 16 years since the World Summit of 2005, where world leaders unanimously agreed on early reform of the Security Council. We have not honored this undertaking. South Africa reiterates its call for urgent reform and for a move to text-based negotiations through which an agreement can ultimately be reached. we must address the underrepresentation of the African continent in the UN system and ensure that the voice of the African continent, wherein 1.3 billion people reside, and the global South in general, is strengthened in the multilateral system. Concurrent with achieving equitable geographical representation in the UN, we must also address the question of gender parity. Yesterday, we marked the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action at the World Conference Against Racism that was held in South Africa. This remains the international community's blueprint for action to fight racism and other forms of intolerance. We are bound by a common responsibility to fight both the legacy of past racism and the manifestation of racism in the present. Racism, like sexism, like xenophobia, like homophobia, demeans all of us. It undermines our humanity and stifles our efforts to build a world that is rooted in tolerance, in respect, and in human rights. We must use this anniversary to renew our commitment to combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances wherever they are found. Mr. President, the challenges we face are immense. We have to drive the global economic recovery. We have to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women. We have to address climate change, maintain peace and security, and protect society's most marginalized. Above all, we must close the wounds of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment that are preventing societies from realizing their full potential. This can only be done within the framework of a revitalized and reformed multilateral system with a strong and capable United Nations at its center. At this defining moment, this General Assembly of the nations of the world is once again called upon to inspire, to guide, and to lead. The United Nations stands as a beacon of hope for all who dream of a better world. Let us together, with the United Nations as our instrument, write a new history for humankind, one of equality, freedom, fundamental rights, and shared prosperity for all, leaving no one behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Muhammad Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 76th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Your election is a special honor for the Maldives and for all small island developing and outlying coastal states. I wish to record Guyana's appreciation to the outgoing President, Falcon Busquer, who was tasked with navigating the Assembly during one of the most challenging years in modern history. Mr. President, our world is a troubled place. The peoples of our planet are living under a cloud of uncertainty. COVID-19 has stomped across the globe, taking lives, wrecking livelihoods, and paralyzing economies. And looming large behind is climate change, growing every day in its capacity to inflict even greater destruction and rumination than the coronavirus. Our citizens look to us, the representatives of nations who gather here, to create conditions that will ease fear, erase doubt, and give hope. Yet, what they see are not nations united. They see nations divided. Secretary General Antonio Guterres described our situation well when he said, and I quote, "The pandemic has demonstrated our collective failure to come together and make joint decisions for the common good, even in the face of immediate, life-threatening global emergency," end of quote. The pandemic has exposed the shortcomings of our international system. It has revealed that the system continues to be undergirded by nationalism and which remains the prevailing force. After all these 76 years since the founding of the United Nations, it is not the collective well-being of our one planet and our one humanity which motivates us. It is selfish national interest that drives us. And in pursuit of that selfish nationalism, we overlook the truth of our shared cohabitation on one planet, one earth, and we ignore the reality that what affects one affects all. If nothing in the generations of civilization has taught us that nation-states are not an island unto themselves, but are each part of the main, then the experience of the last 2 years should be a salutary lesson. The world will not progress without greed, without war, and without freedom, unless we, the leaders of nations, big and small, recall with commitment the values set forth in the Charter of the United Nations and resolve to be faithful to them. Mr. President, the pandemic has wrecked Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development that the members of this organization adopted in 2015. Development gains have been reversed, poverty has expanded, and inequality has widened. Widening fiscal deficits, mounting debt, reduced fiscal space, and external financial flows have imperiled the capacity of developing countries to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Within developing countries, the pandemic has upended growth, increased unemployment, and weakened health and education systems. Education regression is now inevitable, given the long period our children have been forced out of the formal classroom and the challenges which many developing countries face in delivering virtual education. Given these problems, economic recovery is essential to returning countries to the path of attaining the SDGs. But such recovery will be painfully elongated and slow unless there is international support in the form of debt rescheduling, debt service moratoriums, provision of soft resources to reboot economies. My government restates its call for increased resources to be made available to states on the basis of their vulnerabilities and not only based on a misleading measure of per capita income. If these essential measures are not implemented, growth in developing countries will not be restored, nor will economic and social policies be realigned along the path set out in Agenda 2030. The repercussions will be felt by the rich nations because developing countries are markets for the goods and services of the industrialized nations and the source of the raw materials. Poor countries cannot buy unless they have the means, and they cannot produce unless they have the capacity. Our world will become a damaged place, reverse an age of avarice, conflict, and plunder. Surely, such a world that now looms on the horizon is one that all leaders should work to avert, and instead focus their attention on advancing the progress of our one humanity in cooperation and mutual benefit. Surely, that is the world we all want. Mr. President, while poor and vulnerable countries will suffer longer and more intensely from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, rich countries have not been spared. Those who, at the advent of the pandemic, concentrated on making themselves secure, now understand they will not be safe until we are all safe, because the virus knows not and cares not about ethnicity, age, or geography. It will not heed borders. Belatedly, the rich have come to the realization that on our one earth, they need the cooperation of the poor to save themselves. Mr. President, we must all welcome that realization. If it finally mobilizes global cooperation and unified action that our world needs to survive. In this regard, my government welcomed the summit on COVID-19 that was hosted by President Joe Biden. We are pleased that it resulted not only in commitments for joint global action, but also in the allocation of resources to achieve necessary and agreed objectives. Similarly, we welcome the fact that earlier this month, the heads of the International Monetary Fund, World Bank Group, World Health Organization, and the World Trade Organization met with the CEOs of leading vaccine manufacturing companies to discuss strategies to improve access to COVID-19 vaccines in low and low-middle-income countries and in Africa. My government is pleased that the heads of the international organizations and CEOs of the major pharmaceutical companies have formed a technical working group to exchange and coordinate information on vaccine production and delivery. These are positive developments, which are welcome, even though they have come after millions have died and many more millions still live under the threat of death. The access to vaccines saw the world polarized. I know I speak on behalf of many leaders when I say that we must not now hurt our efforts at ending this polarization of access to vaccines by implementing measures that divide us and curtail our movement based on the type of vaccines our people took. Indeed, our efforts must be focused on full vaccination and addressing vaccine hesitancy. Millions took the vaccines which were available at a time of much uncertainty, and they are the unsung heroes. They must not now be the subject of restrictions based on the vaccines they took. Mr. President, we hold out similar hope that the world's worst emitters of greenhouse gases that are threatening the welfare of all mankind will also come to the realization that in the end it will profit them little to emerge king over a world of dust. The promise of COP15 in Paris have not been delivered. If emissions follow the trajectory set by the current national commitment, there is less than 5% chance of keeping temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial levels, and less than 1% chance of reaching the 1.5 degrees Celsius Paris Agreement target. Large polluters have simply not kept their word, and mistrust now pervades the air. That, Mr. President, is failure. It is also deception. Recent authoritative research by the Royal Institute of International Affairs paints a grim picture of the future. It forecasts that cascading climate impact can be expected to kill far more people than COVID-19 from hunger, intense heat, flooding, and more pandemics caused by the rise of pests and diseases. It concluded that combined with heat waves and drought, these impacts will likely drive unprecedented crop failure, food insecurity, and migration. All this would drive political instability and greater national insecurity and fuel regional and international conflict. Small island states and continental countries with low-lying coastlines, such as Guyana, would be the first to feel the full brunt of the impending disaster. Yet our countries are among the lowest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, contributing the least to the harmful and destructive effects of climate change. This is not only unfair, it is unjust. Mr. President, the burden of reducing emissions is not carried equitably. Small island, developing, and low-lying coastal states are punching above their weight in response to the global climate threats. My country, Guyana, is a net carbon sink. Our forests absorb far more carbon than is produced from human activity. But we have not folded our hands and sat back in satisfaction that we have done enough. We are continuing to contribute meaningfully to reducing global emissions and to the decarbonization of the world's economy, even though our country is now an oil and gas producer. Apart from containing the CO2 emissions connected to the industry, we continue to pursue a path of developing energy from sustainable sources. In these circumstances, we feel we have the right to insist on a fair system of burden sharing. Mr. President, innovative and creative ways have to be devised by which the world must act to avert the catastrophe that climate change so plainly portends. COP26 in Glasgow in a few weeks' time is a right and timely place to start. The worst emitters must make binding commitments in Glasgow to stop their profligacy, and they must scale up their contributions to help small and vulnerable economies to build up resilience to the prolonged effects of damage that has already been done. Failure to do so will shatter even more any confidence that the people of the world may still have that polluting nations will do the right thing. COP26, not COP15, would become the defining moment at which mankind's future or fate is sealed. The peoples of the world will be watching. Mr. President, Guyana looks towards a post-pandemic era that will reset international relations by curbing territorial avarice and by embracing peaceful cooperation. In this regard, we draw attention to the continued overt threats to Guyana's territorial integrity and sovereignty by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Just recently, an agreement was issued in Mexico City by which the contending internal factions in Venezuela renewed a baseless claim to 2/3 of Guyana's territory. We have responded in clear terms, and I repeat our response now in these hallowed halls in which nations of the world meet in peace and cooperation. Guyana cannot be used as an altar of sacrifice for the settlement of Venezuela's internal political differences. While my government welcomes effort to bring about domestic harmony within Venezuela, agreements that defy international law and processes can be no basis for mediating such harmony. Guyana does not promote the use of violence or threats to settle disputes. In a 1966 agreement signed in Geneva, Venezuela consented to allow the UN Secretary General to decide on the means of settlement of this controversy. The Secretary General decided on the International Court of Justice. Both parties are therefore bound by the court's jurisdiction and ultimate decision. Mr. President, we remain concerned about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Guyana restates its solidarity with the Palestinian people and their desire for a dignified existence in their homeland in accordance with a two-state solution. The international community must act to meet the legitimate concerns of the Palestinians who have suffered far too long. Mr. President, the strained relations between the United States and Cuba are also a matter of deep concern to our region. We are convinced that normalization of relations between Cuba and the United States would have a beneficial impact on peace in the hemisphere and greater prosperity for all. Mr. President, I turn now to my own country, Guyana, a land of many ethnicities, drawn from its Amerindian people, people transported from Africa in the genocidal slave trade, people from India who were indentured to labor in a new land, people from Europe who migrated at a time of want and persecution, and people from China who were also brought to work on the plantations. They came with different religions, different cultures, and different perspectives. In the collective of their diversity, the people of Guyana are representative of the peoples of the world. Whilst politically driven conflicts arise occasionally, and differences have been exploited for narrow political purposes, my government is convinced that the richness of our people's diversity is a gift to our nation. We continue to build a nation that draws on all aspects of its cultural roots to establish citizens who enjoy equal opportunity in all aspects of our society, a nation that is secure in itself and strong in its outlook. Our intention is to make Guyana an example for the world, utilizing the strength of our diversity for a single tapestry of one nation, which is indivisible, strong, secure, and prosperous. My government has set its foot firmly on the ladder to climb to that pinnacle of success. We are confident that as we foster peace and prosperity within our country, respect human rights, uphold democracy and the rule of law, and abide with our Constitution, we'll achieve these noble goals. Mr. President, it is against this background of ambition for my country that my government embraces the vision set out in Secretary General's report entitled Our Common Agenda. We embrace his views that our nations must be driven by solidarity, that he so eloquently described as, and I quote, the principle of working together, recognizing that we are bound to each other and that no community or country, however powerful, can solve its challenges alone, end of quote. Mr. President, our common agenda provides the framework for the emergence of a post-COVID-19 era, which addresses the world's fragilities, injustices, inequalities, conflicts, the eradication of poverty, banishment of racism and gender discrimination, and to realize ecological justice. Guyana looks forward to revitalize United Nations, spearheading the thrust towards a new era in international relations, in which the world emerges as a better, fairer, and stronger place for all mankind. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me on behalf of the Republic of Botswana, and indeed on my own behalf, to join previous speakers in extending our congratulations to you personally and the Republic of Maldives on your well-deserved election as President of the United Nations General Assembly at its 76th session. Your election to the helm of this august body is a clear testament that the international community holds both you and your great country, the Maldives, in high regard and esteem. This is not surprising given the immense experience and career accomplishments you bring to this position, spanning over 3.5 decades. I'm fully confident that the United Nations General Assembly will benefit tremendously from your extensive diplomatic, executive, and legislative experience. As we continue to battle against and strive to recover from the dreadful COVID-19 pandemic and many other pre-existing global challenges, such as the climate crisis, your vision statement, which is anchored on 5 rays of hope, serves as an inspiration to many, including my own country, Botswana. In this respect, it is gratifying to note that your vision speaks to the topical issues confronting humanity to date, which should remain on top of the agenda of the United Nations. These include human rights, climate change, gender equality and the empowerment of women, terrorism and violent extremism, inequalities and injustices. As Botswana, we are pleased that you have prioritized these issues and committed to deliver for people, planet, and prosperity, consistent with your firm belief in multilateralism and international cooperation. Mr. President, let me in the same breath take this opportunity to pay a befitting tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Volkan Bozkır, for his effective guidance and leadership during one of the most challenging General Assembly sessions in the 75 years of the United Nations existence. The pandemic challenged us as member states and him as president of this esteemed body to be innovative and creative to ensure business continuity in order to keep the wheels of the United Nations running. Notwithstanding the limitations imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we welcome the fact that under the able leadership of the outgoing President of the General Assembly, we successfully convened some of the most important high-level meetings of the 75th session. These included the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, the first ever summit on biodiversity, the 25th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women, dialogue on support to least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, digital cooperation, reform of the Security Council, and a revitalization of the General Assembly. Most importantly, also was the convening of the 31st special session of the General Assembly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which ensured that as member states, we demonstrate our collective resolve to come together in support of effective global response to the unprecedented impacts of the pandemic and reinforce the principles of solidarity and shared humanity. Mr. President, My delegation, therefore, fully endorses your choice of the theme for the 76th session, namely building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations. The theme is consistent with the actions we need to take collectively to fulfill the legitimate expectations and aspirations of the people we serve at this difficult time in our history. Mr. President, we welcome your clarion call for hope because it sets a much-needed optimistic tone for this session, given the extreme urgency with which we must act under the challenging circumstances we find ourselves. Hope is a virtue that is at the very core of human progress. History is replete with examples of great things that can be achieved when hope is chosen over fear and despair. Our great organization that was founded after the devastating Second World War is itself a product and manifestation of hope. Even in the midst of the worst pandemic in a century, our actions should be driven by the belief that things can and will be better. A year ago, when I had the honor of addressing this noble assembly, we were all in shock as a pandemic wrecked through our national health systems, taking many lives, destroying livelihoods, overturning life as we know it, and ushering in a new normal of lockdowns and social distancing. A year later, we're still in the throes of the pandemic. However, advances in science has enabled the rapid development of vaccines. Given that science has delivered the vaccines, now it is time for world leaders, guided by the ideals of the United Nations Charter, to ensure that this life-saving resource is distributed equitably. Without a doubt, a worldwide vaccination campaign that ensures that all countries, especially the developing countries, have urgent access if we are to contain the continuing spread of this deadly virus and its more transmissible variants. Mr. President, it is for this reason that Botswana shares the frustration by many and strongly supports a call for the vaccines to be treated as a global public good, as this is key to recovery and rebuilding better from the COVID-19 pandemic. I take this opportunity to commend the efforts made by some of the developed countries to support developing countries, especially those in Africa, which have very low vaccination rates. I wish to thank sincerely our development partners who have donated vaccines and other forms of assistance to Botswana, in particular to help to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, which is spreading exponentially now in my country and claiming many lives. The donation is an indication that the global community is slowly heeding the call by the Secretary General that no one is safe until everyone is safe. But we have also seen how the uncontrolled spread of the virus triggers the emergence of new variants. A more equitable global vaccination rollout program is urgently needed if we are to win the race against the new variants. Let us be mindful of the fact that a variant somewhere is a variant everywhere. Mr. President, I'm happy to inform that my government has prioritized saving our people from this pandemic. In addition to encouraging our people to practice the necessary COVID-19 preventive measures, we have also channeled extra resources to the health sector. This includes purchasing of vaccines through the COVAX facility, the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, AVAT, and through bilateral arrangements. While we have purchased enough vaccines to reach herd immunity, the current logistical supply challenges continue to hamper our vaccination plans. However, the slow rollout of vaccination programs in the global south, including my own country, cannot be solely viewed in terms of economic laws of demand and supply. Let us accept that the prevailing vaccine inequity is a real problem and a reflection of the inherent weaknesses of our multilateral system. We must therefore recommit both in deeds and words to the pledge we made at the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of this organization to strengthen international cooperation, coordination, and solidarity. One way of doing so is through the sharing and transfer of knowledge and waiver of intellectual property rights on vaccine production. We are ready to work with all stakeholders to make this a reality. We in Botswana are open to capacity strengthening for the production of COVID-19 vaccines. In order to make the desired impact under your able leadership, the United Nations system and especially the principal organs, must work closer together and act jointly in a coordinated way. While my country holds a presidency of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, we will strive together with you, Mr. President, to strengthen coordination and collaboration between the two principal organs of the United Nations that we lead. As you indicated in your vision statement, this will assist to make the United Nations stronger and more effective in discharging its mandate. Mr. President, our economies are still reeling from the impact of the heavy blow inflicted by the unparalleled scale of the pandemic. For small economies in particular, pre-existing challenges have been worsened on the economic mainstays such as trade, tourism, and the extractive industry. This undermines our ability to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs. Unfortunately, it is the most vulnerable and neediest in our societies who run the risk of being left furthest behind. However, all is not lost. I am hopeful that if we press the reset button, reaffirm our commitment to multilateral ideals, and we accelerate the implementation of SDGs in this decade of action, as you rightly point out also in your vision statement, Mr. President, financing trade, technology, and debt sustainability are some of the prerequisites for attaining the goals. My delegation has also taken note of your call for rebuilding back better, stronger, greener, and bluer. We could not agree more. The idea of doing different things differently is in line with our current approach at home. Upon realizing the scale of disruption occasioned by the pandemic, my government has instituted a reset agenda which comprises 5 priorities that are also aligned to the priority themes of your presidency. Firstly, the government is fully committed to save Botswana's population from COVID-19 through health programs that include vaccination. Secondly, we are reforming the public service to ensure effective implementation of government policies. Thirdly, we are accelerating digitalization in the delivery of services by government and creating enabling conditions for the active involvement of the private sector and society in the uptake and utilization of digital technologies. Our 4th priority is value chain development. This entails unlocking more value in key sectors such as mining, tourism, agriculture, and education by way of innovation and creativity of our people, especially the youth. This priority is aimed at accelerating economic diversification and youth empowerment and their employment. The 5th priority relates to mindset change. Here, the aim is to inspire people to own the national development goals, as well as to embrace the goals of both disposition and action. My government believes that the reset agenda and its priorities, which are in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, will enable us to recover from it stronger and to realize our development aspirations as enshrined in our National Vision 2036 and the 11th National Development Plan. These national frameworks are aligned to the global blueprint or in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the African Union's Continental Agenda 2063. We are, however, mindful of the fact that in an increasingly interdependent setting, Botswana's development trajectory is inextricably linked with that of the rest of the world. Now more than ever, multilateralism, international cooperation, and global solidarity is imperative. The onus is therefore on this Assembly as the main deliberative, policy-making, and representative organ of the UN to strive for a better world, a world where no country is left behind in attaining the 17 SDG goals. Beyond what we can do as individual countries, it is also our hope that the lessons being learned from this pandemic will enable the United Nations to find innovative ways for enhanced collaboration with regional and sub-regional organizations to ensure preparedness for future pandemics and epidemics. Mr. President, you assume your global leadership role at a time when the world is grappling with a myriad of other pressing global challenges, including devastating natural disasters associated with climate change, with small island countries among the most vulnerable. In the recent months, massive and uncontrolled floods swept across Western Europe, Asia, and other places, destroying riverbanks, homes, and killing hundreds in their wake. Hurricanes, typhoons, and storms, as we just again witnessed in countries like Haiti, the United States, and other places, are a major cause of devastation to critical infrastructure worth billions and contributory to humanitarian crisis. In the same wavelength, my own region, Southern Africa, has not been spared from the atrocious path of climate change. Included disasters as evidenced by the rainy seasons, triggering floods, and combined with the devastating cyclones Kenneth and Idaya and Cyclone Eloise. This recurrent situation also calls for our region to strengthen its early warning and disaster preparedness mechanisms through regional collaboration with all stakeholders with the support of the United Nations. Whereas the past decade has already been the hottest in our planet, in recent months, more record-breaking temperatures and other climate change-induced incidents signal the real danger of increased global warming. The International Panel on Climate Change has again recently warned of a code red for humanity. Today, more than ever before, our planet has evidently become dangerously warmer, triggering melting ice, rising seas, floods, cyclones, hurricanes, droughts, and other extreme weather events. Combined with air pollution, these events destroy impeccable ecosystems, leading to negative repercussions for sustainable development, health, and food production systems, as well as food security. Mr. President, we have all along recognized that climate change is the greatest challenge we face, and indeed a real existential threat, demanding the urgent need to take bold measures to regulate the manner in which we interact with our environment by, among others, adopting technologies that reduce carbon emissions. I'd like to still believe that we can prevent the situation from getting much worse and provide innovative solutions. As former Secretary General Kofi Annan once reminded us, the world is not ours to keep. We hold it in trust for future generations. In September 2015, we committed ourselves to working tirelessly for the full implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in all its three dimensions, being economic, social, environmental, and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner that also embraced the full respect for the enjoyment of all fundamental human rights. In the interest of time, Mr. President, I will skip and deposit the rest for the record, only to finish by saying it is regrettable that at a time when the main battle should be won against an invisible enemy, COVID-19, we continue to witness acts of violence which seek to take advantage and further threaten international peace and security. In our sub-region, where I had the privilege to serve as chair of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, organ on politics, defense, and security until recently in August 2021, we have committed to countering and eliminating the threat of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. In addition to the threat to peace and stability brought about by terrorist insurgents in Mozambique, which we condemn, sanctions against Zimbabwe are a setback to our stability in the region. Botswana therefore calls on the international community to end sanctions against Zimbabwe. At the national level, my government continues to take steps towards keeping our people safe and thus contributing to the larger ideal of the maintenance of international peace and security. In this connection, my government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism in June 2021 with a view to enhance Botswana's capabilities and ability to better detect and deter terrorism. Mr. President, in concluding my remarks, let me reaffirm Botswana's abiding faith in the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the various multilateral instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other protocols calling for universal access to education, good quality health care, food, rights of people with disabilities, women and children, as well as creating adequate opportunities for our youth population. Let me reassure you, Mr. President, of my country's full support, commitment, and cooperation in enabling you to fulfill your mandate during this 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente.
President, I have the honor of introducing the statement, a pre-recorded statement of the President of the Republic of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez.
Señor Secretario General,
Secretary General, Mr. President, we are living in uncertain times under the devastating impact of a pandemic which has sharpened the structural inequalities as well as global crisis. The role of multilateralism and of the United Nations are increasingly important, and international cooperation has been inadequate. The application of neoliberal formulas during decades has reduced the abilities of states to address the needs of their population. The most vulnerable have remained without protection, while the richest nations, the elites, and pharmaceutical transnationals are increasing their profits. Combining efforts and determination for the good of humankind is not only urgent today, it's also morally crucial. More than 4.5 million people have died as a result of the pandemic, which has worsened living conditions on the planet. Its consequences and impact throughout all of our societies are incalculable, but already we know that they will not be short-lived. We can see this in the report on the Sustainable Development Goals of 2021, while the International Labor Organization says that in 2022 there will be in the world 205 million unemployed persons. It's clear to all that we have already seriously undermined the objective for sustainable development to eradicate poverty for 2030, a time when it is projected that the global poverty rate will be 7%, around 600 million people. In this bleak context, COVID-19 vaccines are the only hope. More than 5 billion doses have already been administered throughout the world by August 2021. However, more than 80% of those were applied in middle-income or high-income countries, and their populations represent much less than a half of the total population of the planet. Hundreds of millions of people in low-income countries are still awaiting for the first dose, and they don't even know when they will receive it. While this is happening, it is inconceivable that in 2020, a global military expenditure was almost $2 trillion. How many lives would have been saved if those resources had been devoted to health or to the production and distribution of vaccines? The possible responses to this question involves a paradigm shift and to transform a deeply unequal and anti-democratic international order, which places selfishness and petty interests of a minority before the legitimate aspirations of millions of human beings. We will never tire of repeating that we must put an end to this waste and irrational capitalist consumption and production patterns, to environmental degradation, and to the factors that cause climate change, which threaten the existence of the human species. Our effort must be collective, but developed countries have the moral obligation to assume the greatest responsibility because they're the ones who caused the current situation and they have the resources to correct it. We have to fight so that solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect will prevail if we want to provide an effective response to the needs and yearnings of all of those peoples and to preserve what is most valuable, human life and human dignity. Our peoples have the right to live in peace and security, to development, to well-being, and to social justice. A United Nations which is revitalized, democratized, and strengthened is called upon to play a central role in this effort. Mr. President, under the leadership and with the ongoing incitement of the United States, we see a serious international rift being promoted with the harmful use and abuse of economic coercive measures, which has become a central instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The government of that country is threatening, extorting, and pressuring sovereign states to take a stand and to act against those who they identify as their adversaries. They demand that their allies build coalitions to overthrow legitimate governments. They default on trade commitments. They abandon and ban certain technologies, and they apply unjustified judicial measures against citizens of countries who don't bend to their will. They often use the term international community to define a small group of governments that accompany Washington's will without questioning it. The other countries, the vast majority of members of this organization, it seems that there is no room for us in the definition of international community, which is advocated by the United States. It is a behavior which is associated with cultural and ideological intolerance, with a marked racist influence, and with hegemonic aims. It's not possible or acceptable that we identify the right to economic and technological development of a nation as a threat, as it's not possible to question the right of a state to develop a political, economic, social, and cultural system which is sovereignly chosen by its people. In other words, we are seeing today unacceptable political practices in the international context that go against the universal commitment to defend the United Nations Charter, including the sovereign right to self-determination. Independent and sovereign states are being subject to all kinds of pressure to bend to the will of Washington and to an order based on its capricious rules. Mr. President, for more than 60 years, the government of the United States has not refrained for 1 minute in its attacks against Cuba. But in this crucial and challenging moment for all nations, its aggressiveness has gone beyond the limits. The most cruel and the longest economic, commercial, and financial blockade which has ever been imposed on any country has intensified in an opportunistic and criminal fashion in the midst of this pandemic. And the current Democratic administration is maintaining, without altering, the 243 coercive measures adopted by the administration of Donald Trump, including adding Cuba to the spurious and immoral list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism. It's in this context that they are launching against our country a non-conventional war, where the U.S. government has dedicated publicly millions of dollars through campaigns of lies and manipulation, which use new information technologies and other digital platforms to project inside and outside the country a totally false image of the Cuban reality, sowing confusion, aiming to destabilize, to discredit the country, and to justify the regime change doctrine. They have done all this to wipe the Cuban Revolution off the map. They don't accept alternatives to the model that they conceive of for their backyard. Their plan is perverse and incompatible with the democracy and the freedom that they advocate. But our enemies must know clearly that we will not surrender the fatherland and the revolution that several generations of patriots have bequeathed to us. I'd like to reiterate today before the respected and real community of nations that every year has voted unanimously against the blockade what was expressed a few years ago by General Raúl Castro, and I quote, "Cuba is not afraid of lies, nor will it kneel to pressure, conditions, or impositions, wherever they may come from." Mr. President, the colossal challenges do not intimidate us. We continue to build for Cuba. We practice selfless solidarity with those who require our support. And we are also grateful for the support we receive from governments, peoples, friends, and the Cuban community outside of Cuba. I would like to thank all of those for their support at this situation, people who extol the values of humankind and unconditional international cooperation. At the same time, in response to the requests received and guided by our vocation of solidarity and humanism, Cuba has sent 4,900 assistants organized in 57 medical brigades to 40 countries and territories affected by COVID-19. Those dedicated healthcare workers have not relented 1 minute in their fight against the pandemic inside and outside of Cuba. They're the same ones who took to the streets to help the Haitian people after the devastating earthquake just a few weeks ago, those who travel from a remote place to a Cuban province without stopping to deliver their expertise and their knowledge in their mission to save lives. They are more than daily heroes, the pride of our nation and symbol of our vocation for justice. Dozens of public figures and thousands of people have signed their candidacy for the Nobel Peace Prize. Likewise, we are proud of the scientific Cuban community who, in the midst of great shortcomings, have developed 3 vaccines and vaccine candidates against COVID-19. They represent the embodiment of the idea of the Commander-in-Chief who asserted that the future of our homeland must necessarily be a future of men and women of science. Thanks to the support of our men and women of science and healthcare workers, during the first 10 days of this month, more than 15.8 million doses of the Abdala Soberana 02 and Soberana Plus vaccines have been administered, and 37.8% of the Cuban population is fully vaccinated. We expect to achieve full immunization by the end of 2021, which will make it possible for us to advance in the struggle against the new outbreak of the pandemic. Mr. President, we ratify our aspiration to achieve full independence of our America and to be a socially and economically integrated Latin American and Caribbean nation, capable of living up to the commitment established in the Proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, in the face of attempts to reimpose the Monroe Doctrine and the neocolonial domination. We are opposed to every attempt to destabilize and to subvert the constitutional order and the civic and military unity and destroy the work that was initiated by Commander Hugo Chavez Frias and continued by President Nicolas Maduro Moros in favor of the Venezuelan people. We reiterate that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela will always be able to count on Cuba's solidarity. We reaffirm our firm support to the brotherly people of Nicaragua and its National Reconciliation and Unity Government, led by Commander Daniel Ortega, who are courageously and proudly defending the achievements attained against the threats and interventionist actions of the U.S. government. We support the Caribbean nation's claim for fair reparations for the horrors caused by slavery and the slave trade. We likewise support the right to a just, special, and differentiated treatment, which is crucial to meet the challenges resulting from climate change, natural disasters, the unjust international financial system, and the difficult conditions imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We reaffirm that the brotherly people of Puerto Rico should be free and independent after more than a century of submission to colonial domination. We stand in solidarity with the Republic of Argentina in its just claim for its sovereign rights over the Malvinas, the South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. We reiterate our commitment to peace in Colombia. We are convinced that a political solution and a dialogue between the parties is the appropriate way to achieve it. We also call for an end to foreign interference in Syria and full respect for its sovereignty and territorial integrity, while we support the search for a peaceful and negotiated solution to the situation imposed on that sister nation. We call for a just, comprehensive, all-encompassing and lasting solution to the Middle East conflict, which includes the end of the Israeli occupation of the usurped Palestinian territories and the exercise of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to build its own state within the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. We condemn the unilateral coercive measures imposed against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We reaffirm our unswerving solidarity with the Saharan people. We strongly condemned the unilateral and unjust sanctions against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We reiterate our unwavering support to the One China principle and oppose any attempt to harm the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the People's Republic of China, as well as any interference in its internal affairs. We reject the attempts to expand NATO's presence up to the Russian borders. The interference in Russia's affairs with regard to its sovereignty and the imposition of unilateral and unjust sanctions against that country. We call for an end to foreign interference in the internal affairs of the Republic of Belarus and reiterate our solidarity with President Alexander Lukashenko and the brotherly people of Belarus. The United Nations cannot ignore the lessons learned in Afghanistan. It took 2 decades of occupation, a toll of thousands of deaths, 10 million displaced, and billions of dollars in costs, which turned into profits for the military-industrial complex. It took all that to reach the conclusion that terrorism cannot be prevented or fought with bombs, that occupation only leads to destruction, and that no country has the right to impose its will on sovereign nations. Afghanistan is not an isolated case. It became obvious that wherever the United States intervenes, instability, death, and hardship increase, leaving behind long-lasting scars. Mr. President, we reaffirm Cuba's determination to continue speaking the truth in a transparent fashion, however much this might be upsetting to some, defending the principles and values we believe in, supporting just causes, confronting violations as much as we have confronted foreign aggressions, colonialism, racism, and apartheid, and struggling ceaselessly for the greatest possible justice, prosperity, and development of our peoples, who deserve a better world. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cuba for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel González Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency João Manuel González Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that I can be on this podium to congratulate you in person on your election is a sign of progress in how we are dealing with the COVID-19 virus. We have not yet won the battle against the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but must note that we are overcoming the fears, uncertainties, and the feeling of powerlessness of a year ago, and gradually returning to normal life with all the necessary precautions and a sense of responsibility that is required from all of us. The fight against COVID-19 and its new and frightening variants goes on, and only our combined efforts, without distinctions between rich and poor or based on other types of social categories, is the only way forward for us to fight this pandemic with outcomes that meet our population's expectations of a full return to normal life. We have seen an increased global conviction that the possibility of achieving this goal is real, as vaccines are developed and introduced by the international scientific community with admirable and commendable speed, with the larger purpose of preserving the human species, which is threatened by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore urgent that we establish, in practical terms, a general understanding that solidarity and streamlined procedures to access vaccines are the only way to lead the world to victory in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, with the broadest possible immunization of the inhabitants of our planet. It is shocking to see the disparity between some nations and others with respect to availability of vaccines. These disparities allow for third doses to be given in some cases, while in other cases, as in Africa, the vast majority of the population has not even received the first dose. The United Nations must discuss and adopt decisions that are favorable toward the release of vaccine production patents, so that they may be produced for an even larger number of countries, making them more accessible to all. The pandemic that we face is global in nature and thus accentuated the link and interdependence among nations. For this reason, the COVID-19 vaccine must be recognized as a good for all community, with universal and open access to allow for wider production and equitable distribution on a global scale. Excellencies, all negative effects and consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in other places also had a strong impact on the economic and social life in the Republic of Angola. Nonetheless, we were able to act quickly, aggressively, and decisively to contain the spread of the contamination on a scale that allowed us to keep the levels of contagion within the limits of our health structure's response capacity. Yet, an assessment of losses resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic to our national economy provides us with distressing results for which we are now seeking solutions to help mitigate them and relieve the suffering of our population. We have relied on the support and efforts that merit our full appreciation, as they provide us with some measure of relief in terms of our financial responsibilities toward our creditors. This allows us to have some capacity to tend to our enormous and multiple needs. In this context of significant degradation in the living conditions of our population and our economic and social fabric, we must engage in deep reflection to find long-lasting solutions that may serve as the basis for rebuilding our economies, which have suffered the most severe impacts from this worldwide health crisis. Excellencies, the Republic of Angola has made major efforts to contribute to peace and stability in Central Africa, in the Great Lakes region, and other parts of our continent. Our sensitivity with respect to issues of peace and war is the result of our long internal conflict that lasted for several decades, which gives us a clear perspective on the importance of seeking solutions for disputes through dialogue and understanding between conflicting parties. We have sought to share our successful Angolan experience with other nations, with the conviction that our action, if well understood, will surely lead to favorable outcomes in ending conflicts and re-establishing peace in some of the affected African countries. There still remain several conflicts in different regions of our planet. There seems to be no end in sight for some of them, due not only to the complex nature of their causes, but above all due to non-compliance with the norms that govern international relations and with the principles of peaceful coexistence among peoples and nations. We must continue to believe in the mechanisms that are available to the United Nations to build a framework of multilateralism solutions that ensure solid and long-lasting world peace and security. We are particularly concerned with the changes in institutional order that are occurring frequently through the use of military force in African countries, as these unconstitutional acts have not spurred an appropriate and sufficient reaction from the international community to discourage such acts, which are reprehensible in every aspect, as we have seen in Mali and more recently in Guinea. Therefore, we consider it necessary that the international community act with resolve and does not simply issue statements of condemnation in order to force those actors to return power to the legitimately established institutions. We cannot continue to allow recent examples, such as those of Guinea and others, to succeed in Africa and other continents. This is a great opportunity for the heads of state and government gathered here to demand with a single voice the immediate and unconditional release of the President of the Republic of Guinea, Professor Alpha Condé. We are concerned with the threats to world peace and security from the actions of extremist groups in the African Sahel, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Mozambique, and in other parts of the world, which require the continuous mobilization of the international community to strengthen our capacity to respond to these dangerous activities against social and economic stability in those countries. Unfortunately, we have been seeing a return to the use of mercenaries with the recruitment from anywhere in the world of professionals without armies, paid to kill, to destabilize countries, to oust democratically elected but troublesome politicians and regimes. This phenomenon used to be strongly condemned and fought, but unfortunately it is now encouraged and fed by powerful forces hiding behind anonymity. The United Nations, the African Union, and in general the international community must encourage the Ethiopian authorities to find better ways to put an end to the conflict in the Tigray region and counter the threat of a humanitarian catastrophe before it becomes more serious and too late. Climate change is in today's agenda, judging from the grave consequences that humanity is facing in all continents. The frequency and ferocity of hurricanes, floods, forest fires, landslides, volcano eruptions, and earthquakes that devastate entire cities and population centers in rural areas, sometimes with a significant toll of deaths, should draw everyone's attention, from governments, non-governmental organizations, the academy, scientists, civil society, to the need for concerted efforts to protect planet Earth, our common home, which has been giving us increasingly clear signals that she is not happy with how we treat her and is defending herself in the most violent manner possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso to introduce an address by the head of state.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce His Excellency Mr. Roch Marc Christian Kaboré, President of FASO, for his statement during the general debate of the 76th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President Abdullah Shahid, my country, Burkina Faso, welcomes your outstanding election to the presidency of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. I can assure you of our full support so that your term in office be a success. This will help to achieve, and I quote, the presidency of hope to which you have been elected. To your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, I would like to convey our sincere congratulations on the remarkable way with which he presided the work of our shared organization during his term. Mr. Secretary General, your outstanding re-election on the 18th of June for a second term in office of 5 years at the head of our organization gives you the opportunity to ensure your 2021 priorities be implemented and to have a calmer outlook for the next few years. I would like to convey my sincere congratulations and my great encouragements to you for even more success during your second term. You rightly underscored in your acceptance speech of the 18th of June that the last 18 months were unique in the history of the United Nations, and that our greatest challenge is to transform the crisis of these past few months into an opportunity. You presented a strategic vision for your second term. It confirms your commitment and determination to strive to bolster both multilateralism and the UN in solving the numerous problems facing our world, particularly during this difficult period of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly which opened on the 14th of September, has as its theme, and I quote, building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations, end of quote. This theme corresponds to the 5 priorities of the President of the General Assembly. It challenges us all in that the priorities focused on global challenges that no country can tackle alone. More than ever, we need stronger and more committed multilateralism. Indeed, apart from the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries in the world are currently facing other scourges such as terrorism, climate change, and poverty. Everything points to the fact that if this trend continues, the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, unfortunately, will not be attained. On coronavirus in particular, we need to rally more and to further bolster international solidarity to combat this pandemic. It has devastated millions of families and has worsened the already worrying economic situation in many countries. At the national level, Burkina Faso has adopted a response plan to organise the public health response and has drawn up social measures and an economic recovery plan. Thanks to COVAX and thanks to our friendly governments and countries, we've received vaccines and our vaccination programme is underway. I would like to thank our multilateral, bilateral and private partners who've assisted Burkina Faso in its efforts to rally against the pandemic. I would launch an urgent appeal for greater international solidarity so that we can truly be protected from the devastating impact of this pandemic. Furthermore, combating COVID-19 must not make us forget that we need to combat HIV/AIDS, which is also considered a pandemic. I welcome the fact that a high-level meeting on HIV/AIDS was held on the 8th of June 2021. I am delighted that a political declaration was adopted, which is a call to action to stamp out AIDS by 2030. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Terrorism is also an enormous challenge that we must confront, given the numerous victims it causes throughout the world. In Africa, and in the Sahel region in particular, development efforts have been destroyed over recent years by ongoing and recurrent terrorist attacks. In Burkina Faso, the security situation continues to deteriorate, in particular in the three border area, that of Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, but also in other regions of the country. In order to ensure that security returns to all the regions under threat, the government has adopted tools to pilot a national security policy. Furthermore, the government continues to build the capacity of its defence and security forces to ensure proper operational effectiveness. No effort will be spared to guarantee security in all the regions threatened in the country. I would like to reassure the international community that military operations, just like those carried out already, will be conducted in strict compliance with human rights and in line with the international commitments Burkina Faso has undertaken in this area. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in the area of counterterrorism, the efforts of affected countries alone can only have a significant and sustainable impact if they are supported by the international community. Indeed, stability, security and peace in the Sahel are not just a matter for the G5 Sahel, Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, Niger and Chad. This is particularly true because, and I might have to remind you that the situation results from the collapse of Libya in 2011, which saw the trafficking of arms in the region skyrocket in the Sahel region. This is a good opportunity for me to remind you that this is a matter of international peace and security. Therefore, there's an urgent need for the international community, and in particular the Security Council, to support the G5 Sahel countries in their counterterrorism efforts. Once again, the best way of doing so is to place the mandate of the G5 Sahel Joint Force under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. I commend the coordination and cooperation efforts of the member states of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as we jointly combat terrorism. The 59th session of the Conference of Heads of State appointed Mr. Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of the Republic of Niger, and Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, as champions to mobilize resources for the 2020-2024 plans of action to eradicate terrorism in the region. This is a good sign and it constitutes a major part of ECOWAS's commitment here. I would also like to recognise and commend the multiform assistance provided by all bilateral and multilateral partners, the European Union, the United Nations and many others in this fight. I would like to reiterate our gratitude to the Secretary General of the United Nations for his personal commitment to the Sahel. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, following on from the 2016-2020 period, Burkina Faso is now implementing a new development framework, the National Economic and Social Development Plan, the PNDES 2021-2025, and it focuses on the following. Firstly, building peace, security and social cohesion and promoting national reconciliation. Secondly, furthering institutional reform and modernizing the civil service. Thirdly, building on the emerging trend to transform production within the national economy. Fourthly, building on human development and cohesion. The implementation of the PNDES2, the National Development Plan, will require 19,000 billion CFA francs, so that's about 34 billion US dollars, which is 63% of which will be provided by the national budget. I'd like to take this opportunity of speaking from this rostrum to thank all our technical, financial, bilateral, multilateral and private partners who've accompanied us in implementing the PNDES1 and they've assisted us in drafting our national framework. I'd like to express to them in advance the gratitude of the Burkinabe people for the support that they will not fail to lend us in mobilising necessary resources to implement our National Economic and Social Development Plan 2021-2025. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as regards climate change, the increasing frequency of extreme weather events with the terrible impact that they have challenges us to grasp the urgent need for robust and concerted action. This climate emergency was confirmed by the recent report of the International Panel on Climate Change. The report underscores the accelerated pace of climate change and unequivocally places blame on human action. In Burkina Faso, we believe that 34% of our land has been degraded, not just because of the actions of mankind, but also because of drought and endemic floods. Competition to access scarce natural resources harms peaceful coexistence and leads to greater instability. Burkina Faso ratified the Paris Agreement on climate. It was one of the first countries to submit our nationally determined contributions in 2015 during the adoption of this agreement. The nationally determined contributions, the NDCs of Burkina Faso, are based on mitigation and adaptation measures. The NDCs covered areas such as agriculture, water, animal husbandry, housing, urban planning, biomass and energy, forest and land use. Given that we have no planet B, all countries, big or small, developed or developing, need to contribute to save our planet, to make our world a better place where both current and future generations can live. 5 years after the adoption of the Paris Agreement, COP26, planned for November in Glasgow in Scotland, will be an important time to evaluate our joint commitments and our global attempts to combat the climate crisis. The pandemic delayed the summit, but this gives us an unexpected opportunity to rethink our post-pandemic economic recovery. In order to ensure our fight against climate change is successful, adaptation is imperative. Thus, it's crucial that we rethink our lifestyles, our means of production, and our consumption. To this end, Burkina Faso welcomes the initiative to organise a food systems summit. This is an opportunity for us to evaluate our current systems and to think about how to implement the SDG to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture, end of quote. We cherish the hope that this summit will enjoy broad participation of member states and will lead to fruitful conclusions. Despite its security and public health situation, Burkina Faso has never failed to maintain its commitment to serve peace through the United Nations theatres of operations. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I'm delighted with the consensus that we've seen this year regarding the smooth running of the 11 peacekeeping operations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the situation in Libya warrants particular attention from the international community. This is because a solution to the Libyan conflict would indubitably contribute to stability and security in the Sahel region. I would like to take this opportunity to express the fact that the Burkinabe people stand in solidarity with our brethren Libyan people whose suffering has gone on too long. Regarding Western Sahara, Burkina Faso would like to reaffirm its support for the political process underway, conducted under the auspices of the UN Secretary-General. This seeks to attain a political, realistic, pragmatic, lasting and compromise-based solution to this regional dispute. This was recommended by the 17 Security Council resolutions since 2007. Given the notable progress made during the 2 roundtables in Geneva that brought together Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania and Polisario, Burkina Faso would encourage the participants to maintain their commitment in the process in a spirit of realism and compromise. In the Middle East, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains a real challenge for the international community. This was the message by the Special Coordinator for the Peace Process in the Middle East to the Security Council in May this year after the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. He called for the establishment of a political outlook that would enable the parties to resume constructive negotiations, because the absence of these political prospects is killing hope. He is therefore urging for a resumption of negotiations. Regarding the economic, trade and financial blockade imposed by the US on Cuba for the past 60 years, the General Assembly broadly rejected this on the 23rd of June. This resolution, which adds to the 29 other resolutions adopted since 1992, underscores the need to bring an end to this embargo. The consequences of the socio-economic and public health consequences of which are already disastrous, have been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Burkina Faso commends the resilience of the Cuban people. We strongly call for the lifting of the embargo for the well-being of the Cuban people. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, on the 16th of June, the General Assembly adopted by consensus the oral decision of the President on continuing at the next session and in informal plenary the intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform. It drew from meetings during the session and the document called Elements Paper on Convergence and Divergence, drafted by the co-chairs. It drew from the positions and proposals of member states as well, contained in the 2015 framework document. A historic consensus has emerged around a basic document, and this is an important step in the right direction. Burkina Faso welcomes the fact that most delegations have joined with the common African position. We would like to take this opportunity to reiterate our support for this position as reflected in the Esel-Wini consensus and the CERT declaration. And we'd like to support the indivisible nature of the two parts of the African position. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing difficult challenges. Clearly, to tackle them, we need an even stronger United Nations. We need bolstered multilateralism and an international community that is more committed than ever. So let us all work to strive for unity of action. Let us strive for a world of peace, of justice, a world without hunger and without armed conflict, a world rid of terrorism and rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is possible if we all commit to it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of FASO and the President of the Council of Ministers of Burkina Faso for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Su Excelencia,
Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. Panama welcomes the holding of this 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly at a time of great challenges for humankind. Last year, during my statement to the General Assembly, I mentioned that the route towards the building of a different world in the post-pandemic era meant anticipating actions which would make it possible to lay the basis for deep-rooted structural changes. Heads of state and government, the pandemic has struck all of us equally, and its passage has revealed most bluntly the deep-rooted inequalities of our societies at the regional, but also at the global level. In the light of this reality, we can opt for an alternative which would lead us to division, conflict, and indifference. Or we could take a path leading us to unity and solidarity. The pandemic has highlighted that in today's interconnected world, the only path to survival, to the survival of humankind, must be guided by solidarity. Our decisions today matter. I repeat, our decisions today matter. They will have good consequences or bad consequences today, tomorrow, and in the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama has opted to build a future which is sustainable and inclusive. Although, even in the midst of a pandemic, we are calling for a national dialogue with a view to take wise decisions which would last longer than the term of a single government. This dialogue, which we have called the Bicentennial Pact, Closing Gaps, this dialogue was built through broad consultation with the support of the United Nations, acknowledging that all citizens must make proposals and make contributions to lay the basis for a Panama which is more just, more inclusive, and more united. With respect to the Bicentennial Pact, the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations, Michelle Bachelet, stated the following, and I quote, "What they're doing in Panama can be considered an example for many other nations. You have in your hands a great opportunity." Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has imposed monumental challenges on the nations of the world. One of those challenges is vaccinations. And in the case of Panama, our country acted with foresight, and we were able to procure sufficient, safe, and effective vaccines for our entire population. Thanks to that, we are only weeks away from achieving collective immunity. However, the goal cannot be that some countries reach herd immunity, when the objective must be that we all reach global immunity. Another major challenge that our region faces is delivering the necessary aid to our population in the midst of these very difficult circumstances brought about by the pandemic, thus contributing to maintaining living conditions and social peace. Since the start of the pandemic, our government has prioritized the delivery of food and basic inputs to those who have lost their sources of income, especially among the most vulnerable sectors of the population. And for that, we coordinated a plan with two initiatives. One of them involves transferring funds to those most affected through digital vouchers, and the other involved distributing packages of food and inputs to those who live in the difficult-to-reach areas. This plan, which has been in effect since March 2020, has evolved following the course of the pandemic. And In the new stage, its recipients must choose between offering a social community service or obtaining job training through courses which are offered by the government. Now it's a social relief plan with shared responsibility. The program's effectiveness was acknowledged by the Organization of American States, the OAS, and the Inter-American Development Bank. Furthermore, according to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL, Panama is one of the 2 countries of Latin America which managed to reduce extreme poverty indices in 2020 during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, another challenge which we are facing and which many nations are facing is irregular migration, a historic and ongoing phenomenon to which we cannot remain indifferent. So far in 2021, more than 80,000 irregular migrants have crossed Panamanian territory. And this figure is growing exponentially. To understand the seriousness of the situation, Panama went from receiving 800 migrants in January of this year to receiving 30,000 migrants last month. The majority of these migrants come from the Caribbean and Africa, and they have crossed several countries in difficult conditions. Our country, in a responsible fashion and respectful of human rights, has treated these migrants with dignity, and we offer them, for the first time in their crossing, temporary shelter, medical assistance, and food. And we have devoted a large part of our limited resources to these tasks. As I say, a large part of our limited resources to these tasks. Panama is doing its part, and now we call upon the international community to make a joint effort as swiftly as possible with coordinated strategies and resources, and I repeat, resources, to anticipate a regional humanitarian crisis of grave proportions. This is all of our responsibility, and I repeat, is the responsibility of all of us. And it must happen now. I've heard many speeches with many profound statements, but we have to go from speeches to concrete action. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest challenge that we have before us after the pandemic is climate change. The existing disbelief over climate change and its effects must be history. All of the serious problems that our planet is facing are related to climate change. What more do global leaders need to understand this very grave reality? And I ask, what more do the leaders of the world need to understand this very tragic reality? How many more speeches do we need to hear in different fora and conferences to understand that this is an extremely high priority? And even in this area, Panama is doing its part. We are one of the 3 countries of the world classified as being carbon negative. I repeat, we are one of the 3 countries in the world which is carbon neutral. In Panama, the country with the best maritime and air connections in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this country, this transit country with a logistical vocation, we have understood that what is good for the planet is good for the economy and is good for each and every one of our countries. Panamanians have assumed the responsibility of being blessed with one of the greatest biodiversities in the world. Panama is a global blue leader, complying with the 30x30 initiative to protect 30% of our oceans, a goal which we have achieved 9 years before the date set for 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama is proposing to be once again a bridge to bring nations closer together, to seek common solutions to problems, common and concrete solutions to the problems we are facing, and to tackle regional and global challenges. We can do so with a roadmap which is marked by solidarity and respect for human rights. We can do so through broad and honest dialogue, focusing the international effort on maintaining social peace, in providing the necessary vaccines to all of the countries, and I repeat, to all of the countries, to save lives, to preserve health, and to lead us all as swiftly as possible to a global economic recovery. For all of these challenges, the future is now. Let's make no mistake about it. For all of these major challenges, the future is now. Enough with philosophy. Enough with words. Enough with our promises. The time has come for truth. The time has come for action. Panama is doing its part. Thank you very much.
On behalf of General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Milo Đukanović, President of Montenegro. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Milo Đukanović, President of Montenegro, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, dear Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, It is a great honor for me to address you on behalf of Montenegro and to reconfirm our determined commitment to the principles and tenets of the UN Charter and to the missions and goals of the World Organization. It is also a great pleasure to be here again in this great hall and with all of you, despite the risks and fears caused by the pandemic. Being here, we show strong determination to confirm that multilateralism continues living. I would like to thank the UN Secretariat and services of the host country for the enormous efforts they have invested to make it possible for the general debate not only to be a demonstration of hope and belief that the world will deal with the pandemic, but also a secure and safe event for all participants. Activities of the United Nations in providing the desperately needed medical and humanitarian aid, as well as significant support in treating the serious economic consequences of the pandemic, undoubtedly confirm their important role in the modern world. Today, more than ever, it is clear that we can successfully respond to global challenges only if we act on a global level, by a concerted and coordinated action of all of us. And it is the United Nations that have to stand at the core of that action. Your Excellencies, enormous problems and crises that are unfortunately increasingly numerous require strong leadership. Without leadership, the world will not be able to provide what our citizens expect and are entitled to. To our common misfortune, the world has lately been faced with a leadership crisis. The consequences of that crisis can be seen in almost all spheres of global relations. Fragmentation and national approaches still prevail in the behavior of key international stakeholders. Instead of joint, tangible actions, we more often share only our joint concerns. Clear vision and commitment, quality and continuity, efficiency and effectiveness, cooperation and solidarity, determination and responsibility make the only path for dealing with the growing global problems, starting with the pandemic and climate change, through famine and migrations, to violations of human rights and humanitarian crises. In that, you will always have an open and reliable partner in Montenegro. Mr. President, the topic of this year's debate refers to the generally accepted opinion that understanding and adequate treatment of multidimensional consequences of the pandemic aimed at building a sustainable future will largely mark the future actions and behaviors of states and other international factors. It is clear that reinvigorated multilateralism and revitalization of the United Nations are desperately needed. One step towards that goal is the initiative of the Secretary-General to respond to emergencies in health and to social and economic aftermath of the pandemic by establishing the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund and UN Global Humanitarian Response Plan. We warmly welcome that initiative. Our response must be solidary and equally accessible. COVID-19 pandemic is the most serious crisis in the establishment of the World Organization. However, by mature and more responsible approach, we can learn lessons from every crisis. This time, the lesson is a loud warning of how important it is to stand together and to ensure international solidarity in seeking for global solutions. It seems that the world is at a crossroad. We can either choose further isolationism and erosion of trust, tolerating the increase of xenophobia, nationalism, and right-wing ideas, ignoring the alarming warnings about the state of the environment, and silently accepting increase of inequality in all the fields. Or we can make a breakthrough towards a more secure and better future for all and take the path of the common agenda for people, for the planet, for prosperity and for peace, as the Secretary-General Guterres said. It would mean opting for the future that will be based on the highest values of equality and justice, responsibility and solidarity, and not on the retrograde ideologies, selfishness and cheap populism. I am sure that we mustn't have any dilemma in the process of choosing between these options. We, the leaders, and our citizens have a unique opportunity to use the current crisis as a momentum to build a greener, more just, and more sustainable world. That mission will require efficient and strengthened multilateralism with a rhetoric that withdraws, giving room for deeds. To overcome the existing geostrategic divisions and dysfunctional international relations, we will need a new worldview within our states and a renewed global agreement between the states. Post-pandemic recovery and revitalized multilateralism must be based on fair globalization, respect for human rights and dignity of all, environment protection and responsible attitude to nature, and results that will be measured by humane parameters and not only by economic ones. We should not strive for peace, which would be nothing else but a mere absence of war, and we should not strive for development only for the sake of profits. We should strive for peace and progress that will be built on achieving the highest democratic standards and quality of life for all, equally for current and future generations. The process of strengthening multilateral approach should come together with our work on the strengthening of cooperation in the digital sphere, particularly now when we are witnessing the influence of technology on the post-crisis recovery and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Montenegro will continue supporting all the efforts invested in the implementation of the reform agenda within the developmental and managerial structures, as well as structures for preserving peace and stability and implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We are convinced that functioning of the World Organization can be made more efficient and more flexible only through necessary reorganization. Mr. President, supporting the initiative of the Secretary-General Guterres, Action for Peacekeeping, Montenegro again demonstrated political commitment to the mandates of peace operations and their efficient activities, particularly in the field of protection of civilians. We remain determined to contribute within our capacities to preservation and enhancement of international peace and security and to extend our participation in UN humanitarian and peacekeeping missions. Due to the obvious deterioration of the overall international security atmosphere, modernization of armed systems, and as well as due to the collapse of some of the most important strategic instruments in this field, international architecture for disarmament, non-proliferation and control of arms are under a significant pressure. That is something that Montenegro, as a responsible UN NATO member, wants to draw your attention to. Support to implementation and strengthening and further development of multilateral agreements in the field of disarmament, non-proliferation and control of arms must be an imperative for all of us. Montenegro will also continue working on integration of human rights and gender perspective in all aspects of UN work, defending universality of international human rights law and independence of the human rights system. As a candidate with realistic chances to become a member of the Human Rights Council, we will advocate approximation of the agendas and better synergy between Geneva and New York. Only in that way, we will have an opportunity to react timely and prevent mass violations that keep occurring and shocking the world's public on rather frequent occasions. Until we do that, we will keep reacting post festum, almost as a rule. And we will keep spending our resources dominantly on de-escalation and dealing with humanitarian crises instead of on managing and preventing those crises. It is in such a light that we should also observe the obvious deterioration of security and humanitarian situation while we are preparing for a potentially new and stronger wave of migrants that will undoubtedly have regional and global repercussions. We appeal for a global response to refugee and migrant crisis. We have to share responsibility as we envisaged in the global agreements for refugees and migrants. We must cooperate in seeking the solutions and help equally to countries of reception and countries of origin. Montenegro is the only of the republics of former Yugoslavia that did not have war in its territory during the conflicts in the 1990s. At that time, Montenegro accepted more than 100,000 refugees and displaced persons, which was more than 20% of our entire population. As a UN member and as such a country, Montenegro finds it very difficult to understand and accept any other approach but solidarity and support for the most vulnerable. Your Excellencies, we are witnessing the growing climate and environmental crisis. Recently, in Geneva, the High Commissioner for Human Rights presented very concerning findings about global human rights situation in the context of the environment issues. Climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity will constitute by far the most serious challenge for human rights in our era, said the High Commissioner. In that, she clearly recognized human activity as one of the factors and the lack of proper activities as another. Full implementation of 2030 Agenda and Paris Climate Agreement are crucial for better recovery from the pandemic and for preparation of the world for future systemic shocks. That is why it is particularly important that in preparations for the summit and conference in Glasgow in November this year, all countries mobilize an additional level of ambition for achieving long-term goals for reducing global warming. Although its share in the global emissions is tiny, in December 2020, Montenegro additionally increased its climate ambition, confirming thus the strong and persistent commitment to adequate treatment of climate challenges. We expect that further activities on the national level will open the space for new and more ambitious breakthroughs. That is why it is exceptionally important to integrate the components of action that will be based on human rights, both when new climate ambitions are set and when new global biodiversity framework is defined. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Montenegro celebrated 15 years since restoration of its independence and the time when Montenegrin flag was hoisted for the first time on the East River. Montenegro covered a demanding path from its admission to the UN family, which was the broadest recognition of its restored independence, through its positioning on the main course of UN and our key foreign policy partners, to something that we have now, visibility, recognition, and affirmation that we have today and that by far exceeds the size of our country. This path that we have covered was never easy, particularly not in the Balkans, that is burdened by its past and that keeps being the place where conflicting influences clash and geostrategic interests compete. It keeps being an object of concern of various international actors, but not always an object of the needed and timely attention. Your Excellencies, challenges and threats to multi-ethnic democracy in the Balkans have not dwindled. Western Balkans is yet again a battlefield for conflicting geopolitical interests, the consequence of which is slowing down of integration of Western Balkan societies into their natural European setting, which undermines trust and adoption of European values. This confusion does not only lead to a halt and further lagging behind in the development of this European region, but also opens the space for restoration of destructive theories that claim that, due to the fact that it is lagging behind, this region cannot live as a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional community, and that the states in this region cannot be functional. These ideas want to impute the constructed thesis to Bosnia and Herzegovina in particular, but also to smaller countries in the region. They want to make an alibi for restoration of greater state nationalistic projects that in the 1990s led to the war in Western Balkans with almost 150,000 deaths. But our determination to fight these retrograde and dangerous ideas has not wavered, and therefore today from this place Montenegro is warning of the renewed danger that Western Balkans will be destabilized and the horizons of its European prospects reduced. Montenegro has persisted on building a better future for its citizens on the foundations of equality and without discrimination. It has been building relations of trust and cooperation with all its neighbors. It was, as the highest officials of our host country used to say, an oasis of peace in the Balkans in the war years of 1990s. As a contributor to regional security, Montenegro became a member of NATO and it is a leader in the process of European integration. In spite of numerous challenges, Montenegro remains determined today to defend civic, inclusive, multi-ethnic and European democracy and to be a proof that multi-ethnic democracy is possible in the Balkans and that it is the only guarantee of prosperity. Montenegro will remain loyal to such an orientation and strongly committed to the values of multilateralism, friendly and open cooperation, further democratic consolidation and strengthening of the rule of law. Among other things, this will lead to the strengthening of our partnership with the World Organization. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Montenegro for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia joins other member states in congratulating you on your election as President of 76th session of United Nations General Assembly, which is convened under the theme, quote, building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainability, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of the people, and revitalize the United Nations, unquote. We also wish to commend the Secretary General, His Excellency Guterres, for his profound and moving statement, highlighting the many challenges the world is faced with, while imploring world leaders to act now to solve these problems. Your Excellency, we have heard your clarion call, loud and clear. Mr. President, for the second year in a row, the world finds itself engulfed by the dark cloud of COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to claim thousands of lives daily. However, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Global efforts to develop vaccines have been a scientific victory and testament to human ingenuity. In just under a year, the unexpected has happened. Several different vaccines have been tested and produced to be delivered to millions around the world. Unfortunately, the global rollout of the vaccines has not been impervious to the scourges of inequality. Vaccine apartheid has resulted in significant disparities in terms of vaccine rollout and availability, with many people in developing countries left out. It is a pity that we have a situation where in some countries, citizens are at the stage of receiving booster shots, while in other countries, many are still waiting to receive their first doses of vaccines. Let us bear in mind that, quote unquote, no one is safe unless we are all safe. The COVID-19 has impacted poorer countries more acutely and unevenly. Faced with high levels of debt and no access to finance, developing countries are struggling to mitigate these severe effects of the crisis. Namibia, however, aims to deploy innovative approaches to ensure sustainable economic development in this volatile period of COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. Given our renewable resources such as solar, wind, as well as the ocean, Namibia has decided to prioritize the development of green and blue economies. Furthermore, we are also well positioned through our recent membership to the high-level panel on ocean sustainability to design and champion a sustainable blue economy, which will grow our economic base and create the much-needed jobs, while also tackling climate change. Additionally, Namibia has made progress in incubating renewable energy assets in the form of green hydrogen and ammonia as part of its energy order to enable us to act in the best interest of our planet and its citizens. To this extent, Africa has come a long way from the days of first wave of African leaders who paved the way towards independence. These leaders were extraordinary personalities who definitely forced us to fight for our independence. These first wave of African leaders were followed by second wave of African leaders who were caught up in a Cold War confusion and therefore one-party states and military coups. Following this period of global conflict in form of a Cold War, resulted in Africa having coups. However, having emerged from the tumultuous period, the third wave of African leaders have ushered in an era defined by democratic elections and term limits. I'm talking about first wave of African leaders were our founding fathers, second wave of African leaders were caught up in the Cold War confusion, and the third wave of African leaders are those who are now in power, who come through regular elections and are abiding to term limits. However, recently we had a setback in two countries. But unlike in the past where the other people are going to tell Africans what to do, it was Africans, the ECOWAS and AU, who decided and exercised them, and demanding that there must be a constitutional order in return. That's now the new Africa that we believe in. New Africa which believes in constitutional order. Mr. President, Namibia stands firm in its belief that there is no room for discrimination of any kind in this world. In this regard, we remain committed to the implementation of Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which embodies our firm commitment as an international community to rid the world from the scourges of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance at national, regional, and international level. The question of Palestine, now into its 73rd year after Nakba, remains unresolved. On this crucial issue, Namibia wishes to amplify the statement by Secretary General Guterres, who explicitly stated that leaders on both sides should resume a meaningful dialogue, recognizing the two-state solution as the only pathway to a just and comprehensive peace. Similarly, it has now been nearly 50 years, and still the people of Western Sahara are waiting for their right to exercise their right to freedom and independence. Namibia welcomes the appointment of His Excellency Alexander Avango as Secretary General as the Special Representative for Western Sahara. We hope new Special Representative will devote his full attention to the matter to enable the people of Western Sahara to have the opportunity to exercise their right to self-determination without further delay. In the same vein, Mr. President, in accordance with the resolutions adopted by this August Assembly, we call on an end of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo of the United States against Cuba. The people of Cuba deserve to pursue the developmental aspirations and attain economic freedom. We call on President Biden, who was an invaluable member of President Obama's administration, which sought a rapprochement between Washington and Havana, to rekindle that spirit of respect and peace between USA and Cuba, which President Obama pursued. Mr. President, Namibia is committed to the reform of United Nations Security Council. As a member of the African Union Committee of 10, we therefore call on all countries to support the reform of the UN Security Council in line with the Esuli Consensus and SETE Declaration. Mr. President, as we continue to build back better, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that participation of women at all levels of governance and economic activity is a symbol of freedom and equality in society. Namibia believes that women's participation and representation is central to equitable and sustainable development. Thus, Namibia continues to advocate for increased gender equality around the world, and we set ourselves the challenge of leading by example in our policies, programs, and actions. Similarly, we take cognizance of the fact that our youth are the backbones of the global village and the custodians of the keys to humanity's future. Therefore, Namibia remains committed to supporting the development of our young people and promoting greater youth participation in all areas of society, since they have a critical role to play in promoting global peace and development. To illustrate our commitment to youth empowerment, I have in my delegation 2 young ladies who are all, both of them, deputy ministers. We are under 30 years. One is about only 25 years old now. They, together with their peers, are the future. Mr. President, we face the most critical period in human history. Global peace is at stake. Human dignity is at stake. And the future of our global village is at stake. As we meet in this global parliament of humanity, we are called upon by the citizens of this world to craft a collective way forward that will ensure that we recover from the devastation of COVID-19 and chart a way forward towards a brighter future. Although the task may seem daunting, through unity of purpose will prevail. For where there is unity, there is hope to overcome COVID-19. Where there is unity, people can return to rebuilding sustainably. Where there is unity, we can respond to the needs of the planet and respect the rights of all people. Indeed, through unity, we'll revitalize the United Nations, transforming it into a bastion of global democracy that will save the world from the scourge of war and reaffirm faith in the fundamental human rights, dignity, and worth of each and every human being on this planet. I say always, one Namibia, one nation. And I say, one Africa, one continent. And I say, one world, one universe. Thank you very much.
Presidente de la República de Namibia.
I thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the presentation he has just given. I ask protocol now to accompany His Excellency.
Seguidamente,
and now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Stevo Penderovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. On behalf of the General Assembly, I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Hello. Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Stevo Penderovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia, and I invite him to address this assembly.
Distinguished President of the United Nations General Assembly, distinguished Secretary General of the United Nations, esteemed Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am especially honored and privileged to address this eminent gathering for the first time on behalf of the Republic of North Macedonia. The very fact that most of the leaders are here today, instead of addressing this assembly via video messages, speaks that the beginning of the end of the pandemic is in sight. For the past almost 2 years, there has been almost no country that has not been severely affected by COVID-19. Faced with an unprecedented plight, humanity came together and mobilized all its capacity in order to mitigate the consequences of the pandemic and to prepare for the post-COVID era. Despite the disparities between the most developed countries and all the rest that came to the surface again, we witnessed a series of great exemplary cases of solidarity and humanness all around the world. Although there is still a long way to go, we can finally see a light at the end of the tunnel and refocus towards the future. Hence, we need to support new ideas and initiatives such as the G7 initiative Build Back Better World, an infrastructure partnership aimed at assisting the developing world strongly affected by COVID-19. The pandemic, like any other huge scourge in human history, is a lesson that must be learned. Not only COVID-19, but most of the challenges humanity is facing do not stop at our national borders or differentiate among nations, religions, or ideologies. We can deal with all global challenges, be them security, pandemics, or climate change, only with more empathy, cooperation, and solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality today is that our world is far from being a safe place to live in. Conflicts around the world, fresh or frozen, terrorism, hybrid threats continue to intimidate our peace and way of life. They continue to threaten human rights and freedoms, provoking humanitarian catastrophes and waves of refugees. We are particularly worried with the latest development in Afghanistan. We share the concern of many leaders, including the UN Secretary General, who warned that the world is facing yet another humanitarian plight and called for helping hands, united efforts, and solidarity. Guided by the sense of moral obligation, as well as solidarity, my country, North Macedonia, immediately announced its readiness to host a considerable number of Afghan refugees, particularly the most vulnerable categories and the people who have worked for the United Nations agencies in that country for many years. For hundreds of them, safe haven has already been provided and conditions for a dignified life. A baby was born in the local hospital immediately after the first plane with Afghan refugees landed at the Skopje airport, a symbolic sparkle of hope and a proof that life indeed prevails. We stand ready to contribute to the efforts of the international community in order to ensure a better life for those people affected by the military chaos and destruction. The new development in Afghanistan only accentuated the existing threats of terrorism and violent extremism. We must continue to work together and with a multidimensional approach address the root causes of terrorism. We should reinforce our efforts nationally, regionally, and under the UN roof in search of solutions and mechanisms to fight this evil. Multilateralism and the United Nations, as its core and universal embodiment, should be the driving force for strengthening the instruments and methods in assuring security, democracy, freedom, human rights, sustainable development, and prosperity for all. We must reinvigorate the effective and inclusive multilateralism that gives the sense of joint participation in shaping our destiny. In this regard, I would like to particularly stress the efforts of Secretary General Guterres to adopt the latest report, Our Common Agenda, which reaffirms the core values of the organization and offers concrete proposals for a more effective United Nations based on inclusive multilateralism. Moreover, we commend the activities of the Alliance of Multilateralism initiated by Germany and France and consider it a useful platform that could give a new impetus to enhance the international cooperation. In the spirit of multilateralism, the Republic of North Macedonia will continue to fulfill its international obligations and support the work of the United Nations and its specialized agencies in creating and implementing public policies on issues of global importance. Esteemed Excellencies, it is well known that every crisis presents also a new opportunity. COVID-19 calls us all to rethink our attitude towards various aspects of living. Public health, education, and science are certain that they deserve much more attention if we intend their development to be systematic, integral, and sustainable. When tackling complex and interdependent problems of the new age, we need stronger and deeper partnership and solidarity, not only to better cope with their consequences, to restructure economies and secure further development, but sometimes to change the mindset that holds us back and does not bring progress. However, human dignity should be in the focus of our efforts, both nationally and internationally. Eradication of poverty is only a starting point towards assuring at least the minimum rights and needs for all, while a precondition for that is for the new generations to be brought up in the spirit of more solidarity and less inequality among people. Responsible, visionary leadership within our own borders and beyond them is a fundamental means in achieving these noble goals. We should not shy away from our own responsibilities. We must learn from our own mistakes and misperceptions, caused sometimes because of our unwillingness to leave the comfort zone and demonstrate more courage and leadership determination. Moreover, it is absolutely necessary to hear and include different views in decision making. We should spare no resources and efforts in structural women empowerment, with the ultimate goal of full gender equality across all spectrums of society, be that in entrepreneurship, security, education, or foreign policy. In this context, we must open a debate on democracy that is under threat globally and continue to actively invest in democratic values, suppressing the authoritarian tendencies, high-level corruption, and systemic human rights abuses. Therefore, as president of a country that knows what a different system of governance means, from the very beginning, I supported President Biden's idea of convening a summit for democracy in December later this year. If we want to maintain the moral superiority of democracy over other models of political governance, we must invest in it, especially among the younger generations. It is important for the youth to learn from our failures, oftentimes motivated by good intentions. The old truth that we borrow this earth from our children practically means opening up space for their contribution, freedom, and creativity. The universal education, accessible to all as a foundation for personal development, will prepare our youth to face modern challenges more easily and make the world a more dignified place to live in than it is today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a broad international consensus is slowly being formed that probably the greatest challenge of our time is climate change that we see happening every day with varying intensity and in different shape. Even though we feel the effects of climate change in our daily lives, and despite the increased awareness of the necessity to mitigate them, it seems that we, unfortunately, have difficulties in mobilizing our strength against this menace. Horrifying scenes from across the globe unfold in front of our eyes. The terrifying floods here in New York and in Western Europe, the series of deadly fires in Southeastern Europe and the Mediterranean that resulted in loss of lives and enormous human suffering. Reaffirming our past pledges, North Macedonia remains committed to the Paris Agreement, while at the same time increasing its national contribution incorporated into national laws and policies and regulatory measures. We look forward with great expectation to the upcoming COP26 summit in Glasgow, considering it a crucial phase in our common efforts to restore the only home we have, our planet Earth. Dear friends, coming back from global to regional or national issues and dilemmas, let me say that the Western Balkans is facing serious challenges in the light of its European integration aspirations. The current impasse in that process frustrates the citizens and constantly diminishing their enthusiasm for positive change. On the other hand, this state of play opens the door for geopolitical competition, but also for different governance models, tightening the space for democratic reforms vital for the regional prospects of stability and prosperity. It is high time to reconsider the current phase of the largest continental project since World War II, the idea of a united, free and peaceful Europe. Is the current status of European integration in the region in line with the vision conceived by its founding fathers decades ago? Should we care for a stable and prosperous Western Balkans as an important link in the continental and transcontinental stability and security? We indeed must understand that a breakthrough in the European integration is an urgent need. As a small country in Southeast Europe, North Macedonia has proved its ability, together with Greece, under the mediation of the United Nations, to resolve even complex issues as the so-called name issue, thus contributing to additional stability in the region. The effects of the Prespa agreement that is now being implemented in good faith will benefit both our countries and the region as a whole. At the same time, we are ready to engage in constructive dialogue with our other neighbor, Bulgaria, to assure full implementation of the Good Neighborliness and Cooperation Treaty. We continue to bolster our internal stability and development as functioning multi-ethnic society based on principles of democracy, the rule of law and human rights. We are indeed aware that the best possible contribution we can offer to the wider stability and prosperity lays in the enforcement of all these values at home for our citizens. At the end, I would like to stress that the messages we are sending this week from New York should not remain just words. Without concrete decisions today, we will not make the world a better place tomorrow. We have a unique opportunity and responsibility as a generation of leaders who lead their countries through the greatest challenges since the end of World War II to take steps towards creating a more peaceful and just world in which faith in humanism, freedom, solidarity and respect for human dignity will be restored. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank President of the Republic of North Macedonia, His Excellency Steve O. Pendarovsky. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nauru to introduce an address by the head of state. You have the floor, representative of Nauru.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency, Honorable Lionel Ruane Ngamia, President of the Republic of Nauru.
Mr. President, it is an honor to address the opening of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, albeit virtually rather than in person once again. On behalf of the Republic of Nauru, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid on your recent assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly. Let me assure you of my delegation's full cooperation and support as you steer our important work during this session. It is heartwarming to see a fellow islander take on this prestigious role, bringing our shared challenges, resilience, and the vibrancy of big ocean states to the forefront of the work of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkir for his exceptional stewardship of this august body during the 75th anniversary session. Mr. President, this past year has truly been a turning point for the United Nations, marked by a historic anniversary and marred by disasters, conflict, and untold human suffering, all of which have been multiplied by COVID-19. In order to overcome these adversaries, we must remain hopeful, and the hope of our shared humanity must inspire bold action. The obstacles facing the global community now in many ways mirror the history of Nauru. We have survived epidemics that decimated our population, rebuilt and recovered from the scourge of world wars, overcome exploitation, and have experienced great prosperity and great loss. Persevering through it all with the lesson that we are all deeply connected and that an outbreak in one corner of the world can produce a ripple of a destruction that touches everybody else. Recognizing that we are all bound together, we must work to change course and deliver on promise of multilateralism, an effective and robust United Nations that is fit for purpose, capable of tackling the challenges of today and the future to build a safer, sustainable world for generations to come. A world that realizes the promise to peace, human rights, and sustainable development for all, and shifts away from the current trend of increasing violent conflict around the world. Previous approaches have not left the world safer, and it is time to recommit to the vision of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, this forum, which reflects the views of every member state, has the capability to chart our path towards a resilient, just, and equitable world. Nauru is one of the smallest members of the UN family and one of the most vulnerable, is committed to multilateralism as our only way forward together, though we must open our eyes to the reality of its current failures and to implement our historic agreements across many issues like sustainable development, climate change, development finance, and more. The policies and plans to avert further catastrophe have been negotiated and adopted in the UN's hallowed halls, only to meet lackluster implementation attempts and to sit idly on bookshelves and the hard drives while the world moves on and battles new crises and shocks. As such, we applaud the efforts of the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to spearhead a revamped and reinvigorated United Nations as detailed in his report on our common agenda, and in principle support many of the proposals contained therewith. Mr. President, inequality is growing at a rapid pace, and with the pandemic deepening divisions between and within countries, Nauru is not exempt from this, and COVID-19 has only exacerbated our isolation from the global community. We have remained in a state of emergency since March of last year. The National COVID-19 Task Force has worked tirelessly under a whole-of-government approach involving communities, the private sector, and civil society. To the grace of God, we remain COVID-free, one of 5 countries to have this distinction. For us, our small population of 12,000 with limited health infrastructure, our best defense against the virus is our closed border and a capture and contain policy. However, this does not mean we have been spared the far-reaching impacts of the pandemic. Emergency measures and costs are growing increasingly. As a country reliant on imported goods, including produce and other goods, the challenge of supply accessibility is a stark reality. Mr. President, what we need to safely combat COVID-19 and begin to replace and to reopen our economy is equitable and timely access to safe, effective, and affordable vaccines. It is clear that no one is safe until we are all vaccinated. everywhere. Yet despite this knowledge, access to vaccine remains elusive and uneven. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Therefore, we support the Secretary General's proposal for an emergency platform and a global vaccination plan. The COVID-19 pandemic poses a grave threat to the health systems of small island developing states. It is of the utmost importance that we can access COVID-19 prevention, mitigation, and treatment interventions and essential, safe, affordable, effective, and quality medicines and vaccines to prevent, contain, and stop transmission of the virus. In Nauru, with the support of the COVID-19 Tools Accelerator and our development partners, we have successfully vaccinated our entire adult population. Despite this achievement, our island remains at risk and are unable to lift emergency measures without access to vaccines to young people 12 to 18. Our small population size and lack of case numbers mean we have been shut out of qualifying and accessing any additional vaccines. While we have taken the first step to protecting our people, we cannot achieve full vaccination and effective protection of our country without the support of international community and equitable access. Our efforts to respond to COVID-19 and vaccinate our people would not have been possible without the valuable support provided by our partners. We are truly grateful to our genuine friends, Australia, India, Japan, and the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their ongoing assistance. Mr. President, we call on the United Nations to embrace willingly and able partners like Taiwan who share common global challenges and to ensure that the people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, enjoy the same rights as the peoples of other nations. The United Nations must live up to its ideals of universality and equality, respecting the worth of every individual. Taiwan is an important partner in the global response to this pandemic, and its exemplary response to the global pandemic should not be ignored. Taiwan is ready to share their experience and aspire to do so by joining the World Health Assembly. Taiwan should have the right to participate as an equal partner in the implementation of the SDGs, as they have demonstrated their ability and supported many in the SDG fields. They should also be part of our common agenda vision. Mr. President, our UN 2.0 with a renewed social contract must ensure that no one is left behind, including those in SIDS and the Pacific. We welcome the ongoing progress of the multi-country office in the North Pacific. The UN Resident Coordinator system provides invaluable support to our countries. The system must be backed up by predictable and adequate funding. We call on our partners to continue to support the reinvigorated Resident Coordinator system through more predictable sources of financing. With the unprecedented challenge of COVID-19 and the climate crisis we are in, it is even more important that we have a Resident Coordinator system that is well funded and fully operationalized. Ensuring sustainable financing is critical to recovering better. Nauru, like many SIDS or SIDS, face barriers to sustained economic growth due to our geographic remoteness, small scale of our economy, vulnerabilities to climate change, external economic and financial shocks, and the rules that govern development assistance. For years, SIDS have reiterated the limitations of the per capita income as a measure of development. This arbitrary measure does not adequately consider our special circumstances and unique vulnerabilities. Nauru was recently reclassified as a high-income country. This classification for us and many island nations renders us ineligible to access concessional financing. Therefore, if structural obstacles and our unique vulnerabilities are not considered and appropriately addressed, the goals of the Samoa Pathway and the full achievement of the 2030 Agenda will continue to be compromised. We welcome the ongoing work of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index and reiterate the importance of its establishment so countries like Nauru can access concessional finance. As such, we welcome the Secretary General's proposal to find more holistic measurements and assessments of progress and development beyond GDP, and will work closely to ensure that the concerns and realities of SIDS are reflected in the development of any complementary metric. Fulfilling the financing promise made in the Samoa Pathway 2030 Agenda and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the Paris Agreement is vital to the full and effective implementation of those historic agreements. Without adequate and predictable support from the international community, Nauru and many island nations will not be able to realize the sustainable development goals, not to adapt and mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change. Mr. President, we must end our war on nature and address the droughts, floods, fires, famine, and more that climate change has provoked. Despite the undeniable impacts touching every corner of the world, we are faced with the harsh truth that funding for the root causes of climate change is exponentially greater than funding for our response. Climate change is the greatest threat to our shared future, to people, the planet, peace and prosperity. Nauru, alongside our neighbours in the Pacific, echo the alarms raised at the recent findings on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and its Code Red for Humanity. We are undertaking ambitious actions in Nauru to address the climate crisis, but we cannot do it alone. Leaders and nations everywhere must act and act swiftly and decisively to close the widening emissions gap and keep rising temperature well below the 1.5 Celsius goal. The lived realities of climate change have been with many of our countries for some time now. Climate change undermines and threatens the ability of governments and institutions to deliver basic services such as food and water. The pandemic has met the increasing impacts of climate change and multiplied them with rising inequalities and economic regressions. The resulting dangerous blend weakens the ability of any one government to protect the safety, the security of its citizens, risking social and political unrest. The security implications of climate change are transboundary in nature and require a multilateral response. We will continue to advocate for a new office for a special representative of the Secretary General on climate and security. Climate change has crept into every facet and sector of life, from the air we breathe to the food we eat to the homes we live in, and our responses must be equally diverse and comprehensive. The United Nations and its member states must take urgent action, protecting the security of the most vulnerable countries and communities, ensuring that our beloved green and blue planet does not turn red. We are fast approaching COP26, and an opportunity that must be utilized to stem the current record-breaking period of extreme weather and climate disasters. We must follow the science with real effort and not empty pledges. We call upon the G20 to phase out all fossil fuel subsidies by 2023 and accelerate actions toward transitioning to low greenhouse emission climate resilient economies in line with Article 2(1)(c) of the Paris Agreement. We also call on the G20 to take into consideration environmental and social safeguards in their energy systems to have long-term and sustainable alignment to the Paris Agreement. We have a precious window to repair and renew our relationship with the planet, and we must make those opportunities count. Mr. President, Nauru is a big ocean state. As people of the ocean, our lives is incredibly connected to the Pacific Ocean. The ocean has shaped who we are, and our commitment to its responsible stewardship. Nauru recognizes the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the overarching treaty governing access and use of the ocean and its resources. We have enjoyed the benefit of our large exclusive economic zone, and under the parties to the Nauru Agreement and alongside our neighbours, we have successfully managed highly migratory tuna stocks at sustainable levels. Our strong regional cooperation has also been recognised globally as an example of best management practices of living ocean resources. Building upon our strong regional ties, Nauru was proud to host the Micronesian President's Summit just recently, which endorsed a NATO communique on strengthened cooperation on several areas related to regional security resulting from climate change, sea level rise, transnational crime, and illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing. We agreed to develop a sub-regional strategy to address these issues to ensure the continued security and safety of the Micronesian people into the future. Mr. President, we are committed to the rule of the law in ocean affairs and to effective cooperation and implementation of UNCLOS, and Nauru made a decision to invoke Section 1, Paragraph 15 of the 1994 Agreement, initiating the process to complete the exploitation mining code within the next 2 years under the mandate of the International Seabed Authority. This process will allow Nauru and other developing countries to participate in a new industry, accessing valuable resources in light of a historical context that far too often deprived developing countries from reaping the benefits. We look forward to working closely with ISA members and observers to complete the draft exploitation code within 2 years and develop environmental regulations that help ensure any exploitation and sea floor collection operations are conducted safely and responsibly. I thank our partners who have been supporting countries like mine to build their capacity in this regard. Accessing these polymetallic nodule resources is critical to building the clean energy transitions we need and towards a circular economy. These polymetallic nodules are needed to transform big and small countries' energy systems and support our fight against the climate crisis. Mr. President, I am pleased to join this debate and the focus placed on looking forward towards a UN fit for purpose to meet the challenges that lie ahead, and with an emphasis of the youth of today and future generation. Nauru looks towards the future with the guide of the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, and our national plans. Education and capacity building remain priorities and key areas of investment to ensure that young Nauruans have a quality education accessible to all that provides a platform for sustainable livelihoods. As such, we welcome the proposal for a Transforming Education Summit in 2022 and coalition to promote and track green jobs and career paths for youth. We also welcome the establishment of the President of the General Assembly's Youth Fellowship Program, in particular the focus on building capacity for young professionals from countries in special situations. Mr. President, I will conclude and hope for our ability to come together in solidarity to overcome COVID-19, address climate change, and achieve equality. Let's hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, as Scripture guides us, walk forward to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Together we can deliver for we the peoples. May God bless the Republic of Nauru, and may God bless the United Nations.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Nauru for the statement just made. The Assembly will now hear the statement of the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce an address by the head of state. You have the floor.
Mr. President, it is my singular honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to the general debate of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you.
Your Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Your Excellency, to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on your election as the President of the 76th session of the General Assembly. We are confident that your vast experience will help advance the implementation of the global agenda during this session. I also pay tribute to the outgoing President, Mr. Volker Boske, for providing outstanding leadership during the 75th session at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic negatively impacted the work of our organization. Allow me, Mr. President, to congratulate the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, on his election for a second term. My country stands ready to work closely with him and other member states to achieve our shared goal of a better life for all. The 76th session is convening against the backdrop of the persistent COVID-19 pandemic. However, all hope is not lost. Drawing from the collective milestones achieved to date, enhanced multilateralism and the unity of purpose remain critical in mitigating this global health emergency. The hoarding and inequitable distribution with the resultant uneven vaccination patterns across the globe is not acceptable. Vaccine nationalism is self-defeating and contrary to the mantra that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Whether in the global north or south, rich or poor, old or young, all peoples of the world deserve access to vaccines. The pandemic has demonstrated the urgent need to build resilient economies and societies that are able to cope in times of shocks and hazards. The pandemic has necessitated the need for us to build back better and greener, to emerge stronger. The theme for the 76th session, and I quote, "Building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations," resonates well with the needs of the world at this juncture. Together, we can indeed conquer the challenges facing humanity and realize a sustainable future that leaves no one behind. We must restore dignity and hope, particularly for our women, youth, and the vulnerable, who look to us for inspiration and assurance that their well-being and future remains at the core of all our endeavors. Mr. President, this year's high-level meetings mark important dialogues at the heart of sustainable development in its three dimensions: the Biodiversity Summit and the second Global Sustainable Transport Conference, as well as the Nutrition for Growth Summit, all lined up this year, complement our efforts towards a healthy planet. Green energy is an enabler for building back better and is crucial to the direct achievement of SDGs, while playing a key role in mitigating climate change. The high-level dialogue on energy sets the stage for exploring viable, renewable, and green energy solutions. As we do so, let us link economic growth with the accelerated transition to net zero emission for a climate-resilient future. My country and the parts of Southern African region continue to experience the devastating impacts of climate change, ranging from cyclone-induced floods, recurrent droughts, and shorter rain seasons, hotter summers, and the colder winters. This is in spite of the fact that our continent is the least polluter. COP26 in Glasgow must therefore be about action and the fulfillment of decisions of the past. In addition, concrete financial support is essential to combat climate change beyond mere rhetoric. The 2030 Agenda remains our shared roadmap to achieve the future we all want. For us in Zimbabwe, eradicating poverty and eliminating hunger remains a top priority. Climate change and resultant erratic weather patterns, growing populations, coupled with the effects of the pandemic on food supply chains, demand a shift from our traditional food production, processing, distribution, and consumption patterns. My government has established a firm foundation for sustained food production through the land distribution program, as well as increased support for communal and smallholder farmers. This has led to broader and sustainable home incomes for the majority of people living in rural areas, who now contribute to the increased levels of household and national food and nutrition security. The United Nations Food Systems Summit provides a welcome platform for new actions, innovative solutions, and the plans to deliver progress across all of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, Zimbabwe launched Vision 2030, aimed at improving the lives of our people while sustainably managing the environment and ensuring that no one is left behind. The pursuit of this inclusive and transformative vision has seen the creation of more decent jobs, reduction of inequalities, and access to quality social services. Expanded new economic opportunities for all citizens are yielding positive results across all sectors of the economy. The multi-pronged reforms we are undertaking have seen us being one of the fastest movers in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index. Zimbabwe presented the second voluntary national review during the July 2021 high-level political forum. Remarkable progress has been registered towards universal health coverage and the creation of a competence-based education system which involves innovation for a knowledge-driven economy. Higher agricultural production and productivity through improved land and water utilization, as well as the adoption of climate-smart agriculture, is being promoted. The voluntary national review further highlighted progress made in supporting productive employment, decent work, and the formalization of the informal sector. My administration continues to entrench democracy, constitutionalism, and the rule of law through sound legislation as well as fair and impartial administration of justice. This is indicative of our strides to achieve sustainable development by 2030. We remain available to share experiences for mutual benefit. My government recognizes and applauds the complementary role that the private sector, development partners, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders play in the realization of SDGs in Zimbabwe. In speaking of challenges faced in achieving SDGs, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the vulnerability of our economy, which is already crippled by the adverse effects of unilateral illegal sanctions imposed on my country. Sanctions have further questioned our capacity to respond to the pandemic for the good of our citizens. I'm pleased to highlight that my government has approved the visit in October 2021 to Zimbabwe by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of the unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights. This will afford the Special Rapporteur an opportunity to witness firsthand the devastating impact of these illegal sanctions on my country. We reiterate our call for the urgent and conditional removal of these illegal sanctions. Zimbabwe remains grateful to the SADC region, the African Union, and other progressive nations who continue to stand with us and add their voices to the call for the unconditional removal of these unwarranted and unjustified illegal sanctions. We are committed to engagement and re-engagement and peaceful coexistence, and to be a friend to all and an enemy to none, as we build equal partnerships for win-win cooperation and a common future. Mr. President, the state of global peace and security is a cause for concern. Terrorism, illicit flow of small arms and light weapons, transnational organized crime, cybercrime, and illicit financial flows, among other aspects, continue to impede our march towards the realization of sustainable peace, security, and stability. The recent acts of terrorism in our SADC region are constant reminders of our vulnerability to this scourge, which has become one of Africa's greatest security threats. African nations need to be capacitated to effectively counter this threat, along with the Continental Flagship Program on, and I quote, silencing the guns through African solutions for African problems, end of quote. As we commemorate the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons during this high-level week, let us be mindful of the need to build trust based on international law to realize the shared goal of a world free of nuclear weapons. We remain alarmed by the global rise in racial tensions, violence, and hate crimes. 20 years after the Durban Declaration and the program of action, the socio-economic and political structures that encourage, promote, and justify racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and the related intolerances must be toned down. The recent adoption of the resolution establishing the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent is commendable. The forum must inspire all of us to build a world which harnesses our racial diversities for global peace, harmony, and sustainable development. Respecting and upholding human rights is the obligation of all states as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Equally, self-determination and independence are fundamental rights that should be enjoyed by all peoples. We therefore call for the full implementation of United Nations resolutions to end all forms of colonialism and occupation. Mr. President, based on the principles of sovereign equality and independence of states, the United Nations organization must be fair, just, and anchored on multilateralism, inclusivity, and transparency to best serve the collective interests of all members. The reform of the Security Council must be expedited. Equally, my country supports the ongoing efforts to revitalize the General Assembly. The encroachment by other United Nations organs on the mandate and competence of the General Assembly is of concern. Finally, the increased challenges facing the world today call for a stronger solidarity and a renewed commitment to strengthen multilateralism as a viable mechanism for achieving and maintaining peace, security, equality, justice, and sustainable economic development, and the protection of our environment. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, for his statement. And now, on behalf of the General Assembly, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Chad to introduce an address by the head of state.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency Mohamed Idris Deby, President of the Transitional Military Council, President of the Republic of Chad, to present his statement. Thank you. Mr. President of the General Assembly, heads of state and delegations, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to His Excellency Abdallah Shahid on his brilliant election to the presidency of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and to wish him every success in his mission. Chad assures him of its support throughout his mandate. I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude and pay deserved tribute to His Excellency Volkan Bozkır, outgoing President of the General Assembly, for having successfully carried out his mandate despite the difficult context marked by the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, I would like to warmly congratulate His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, on his brilliant re-election on June 18th, and thank him for his leadership. Chad reiterates its support and high appreciation to the Secretary General for the excellent work during his previous mandate and his dynamism in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Chad commends the quality and relevance of the important reforms that he has carried out in the pillars of peace and security, development system management, as well as the gender parity strategy within the United Nations system. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this session, namely building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations, eloquently reflects the multiple challenges the world continues to face for the second year in a row as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has traumatized humanity by the magnitude of its multifaceted and multidimensional impacts across the planet. It continues to wreak havoc, straining our health systems, our economies, our public finances, and even the functioning and security of our states, to name but a few. With more than 4.5 million dead and 220 million persons infected, as well as completely devastated economies around the world, developing countries in general, and those in Africa in particular, have been deeply impacted due to their structural vulnerabilities. Given the persistence of the pandemic and its devastating consequences, mobilization is required in order to amplify the response to the pandemic and sustainably support recovery efforts for the post-COVID-19 period. In this regard, I note with regret that the inequality in access to vaccines remains great. Rich countries have achieved immunization coverage above 50%, while most African countries are below 2%. According to the World Health Organization, of the more than 5 billion doses administered worldwide, only 2% have gone to Africa. Nothing could justify this imbalance, given the interdependence of our world and the need to eradicate the virus from the entire planet. In that context, it is incomprehensible, in fact unacceptable, that some countries are stockpiling surplus vaccines while others are in dire need of them. The virus knows no continents nor borders, to say nothing of nationality or social status. Unvaccinated countries and regions will be a source of spread of the virus and the emergence of new variants. In this regard, we welcome the repeated calls by the Secretary General of the United Nations and the Director General of WHO to make the vaccine accessible to all. The salvation of all mankind depends on it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, improving the prospects for post-COVID-19 economic recovery is closely linked to improving the health situation or the eradication of the virus and end of the pandemic. This expected economic recovery is also dependent on reducing the divide in all areas between the North and the South. Developing countries severely affected by COVID-19 are already facing various recurring obstacles, the collapse of the tourism sector, and so on. In addition, the least developed countries and landlocked developing countries, including Chad, are also affected by the non-fulfillment of commitments made under the 2030 Agenda and the Addis Ababa Program of Action in the area of official development assistance. Chad once again launches an urgent appeal to all our partners in the North to honor their commitments to vulnerable countries with a view to contributing in a sustainable manner to a better post-COVID-19 economic recovery and accelerating progress towards the SDGs in accordance with the noble ambition of the United Nations to leave no one behind by the 2030 deadline. In that light, Chad reiterates the call repeatedly made by the member countries of the G5 Sahel relating to the cancellation of the debt of these countries, which have been hard hit by terrorism and climate change, in addition to COVID-19 and widespread poverty. It should be recalled that the absence of prospects for young people in the Sahel pushes them into the trap of extremist ideologies and prompts them to pursue illegal migration to Europe with all the risks that this entails. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, following the tragic death of its president, the late Marshal Idriss Déby Itno, who fell on the field of honor on April 20th while combating mercenaries from Libya, Chad began a period of political transition. A transitional military council was set up to ensure the continuity of state functions and guarantee the security of the country, which is seriously threatened by heavily armed attackers plaguing the south of Libya. A broad-based government headed by a civilian prime minister was put in place on May 2nd, 2021, and it is working hard to meet the deadlines to complete the transition process. A roadmap for the transition was drawn up and adopted in July. It focuses around three main axes. One, strengthening security and defense. Two, organizing an inclusive dialogue and consolidating peace and national unity. And three, strengthening good governance and the rule of law. The implementation of this roadmap, the cost of which is estimated at nearly $1.3 billion, is beyond the reach of Chad alone and requires substantial support from our partners through an urgent mobilization of the necessary financial resources. In view of the enormous security, economic, financial, and health challenges facing the transitional government, Chad appeals to the international community for strong support. In the same vein, all the necessary arrangements have been made to hold an inclusive national dialogue, the modalities for the organization and conduct of which are currently being examined by a committee that has been set up for this purpose. In addition, for the sake of bringing all Chadians together, including armed groups, a special technical committee was established to facilitate the participation of political military forces in the inclusive national dialogue. In addition, following the broad and intensive consultations currently in progress, the National Transitional Council, which will assume the role of a provisional parliament, will be set up. The national reconciliation process is in any case well underway and is evolving at a pace that is appreciated both by national actors as well as by most of our partners. In this regard, it is my pleasure to note the return to the fold of several of our compatriots in exile and members of certain armed groups who are responding favorably to the policy of the outstretched hand of the government. I urge all of our brothers who are still outside their country to return without fear or hesitation. They will occupy their rightful place, and their invaluable contribution to the effort of national reconciliation and the building of our country is greatly desired and awaited. We will welcome them all with open arms. With this in mind, and aware of our duty before history and before the Chadian people, I would like to reassure this august assembly that nothing will undermine our commitment and our determination to conclude the current transition process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Chad, which shares more than 1,000 kilometers of common borders with Libya and is linked to this brotherly neighboring country by the ties of history, geography, and culture, even by blood ties, is suffering the full brunt of the consequences of the Libyan crisis in terms of the recurrent armed attacks launched from the south of that country. The most recent attack against Chad between April 11th and 29th, and which caused the death of our former president, the late Idriss Déby Itno, was an unfortunate illustration of this, and not to mention the chronic insecurity and instability that has extended well beyond in the Sahel since 2012. It should be recalled in this regard that the UN Security Council, during its meeting held on April 29th at the request of its African members, established a direct link between the withdrawal of mercenaries and foreign fighters from Libya and the aforementioned tragic events in Chad. With this in mind, Chad expresses its deep concern at the strong pressure from the international community demanding an immediate departure of mercenaries, foreign fighters, and other irregular armed forces from Libya. Such a departure of Chadian nationals recruited, trained, supervised, armed, and financed for the needs of the war in Libya will not be without consequences for the security of Chad. That is why Chad once again urges the international community, and in particular the UN Security Council, to take all necessary measures for the establishment of a supervisory mechanism for a planned and coordinated departure of these elements. Chad is in favor of a disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process for its nationals serving in Libyan factions who renounce violence and mercenary activity to return to their country. We are counting on the leadership and the crucial role of the United Nations in leading this process and mobilizing the resources necessary to finance it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot talk about the Libyan crisis without addressing the gravity of the security situation in the Sahel and its environs. It is marked by the spread of terrorism, organized crime, and illicit trafficking in arms, drugs, and human beings. The increase in terrorist attacks against the armed forces of the G5 countries and the Lake Chad Basin countries, as well as the civilian populations in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, illustrate the resilience of terrorist groups and their capacity to do harm. These groups seriously threaten the very existence of our states and jeopardize their development. The sacrifices made by the G5 Sahel Force and the National Joint Task Force against Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin have been enormous, but the danger persists and terrorists continue to wreak havoc, plunging innocent civilian populations into desolation and despair. In the face of this threat, which transcends borders and puts a serious strain on our individual capacities to react, we must review our response approaches and pool our efforts to better adapt responses to the changing context and challenges on the ground. The G5 Sahel countries are tackling this by mobilizing their meager military material and financial resources. Likewise, the response to the terrorist threat should integrate dimensions related to economic development, climate change, youth education, and access to basic social services by our populations. From this perspective, our countries affected by the scourge of terrorism, which is considered a threat to peace and security, have the right to count on the solidarity of the international community in a spirit of complementarity. We have no choice but to act together in the face of global challenges. Chad also underscores the imperative need for greater multifaceted support, both to the aforementioned joined forces and to their individual member states. To this end, Chad once again reiterates the appeal repeatedly launched by the Conference of the Heads of State of the G5 Sahel to the UN Security Council to grant the G5 Sahel Joint Force a mandate under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter in order to ensure its sustainable and funding. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Chad reaffirms its position of principle regarding the reform of the United Nations, in particular its Security Council. This reform, which has been called for by Africa for a number of years, simply reflects the legitimate aspiration of more than 1,200,000,000 Africans. How can we ignore this persistent call from an entire continent that has been unjustly excluded from a body which claims to be representative of all humanity and justice and equity of all nations, which are dear founding values of the United Nations? And Chad reiterates its commitment to the African Common Position as expressed in the Eswatini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to express to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to his organization and to all its member states, as well as to the regional organizations present in this room, our sincere gratitude and our deep recognition for the solidarity and moral support shown towards Chad following the tragic and sudden passing of the former president, the late Idriss Déby Itno. And finally, in the name of the founding principles of the United Nations and in that of friendship between the peoples, Chad reiterates its call to lift the embargo unjustly imposed on Cuba, which is seriously harming this country. With that, I wish us every success in our work, and I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Transitional Military Council and President of the Republic of Chad for the statement delivered. And also for the introduction made by my sister, the Permanent Representative of Chad. Thank you very much. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, and invite him to address the Assembly. Mr. President, you have the floor. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of countries and institutions. Assalamu alaikum. I would like first of all to express to the US authorities my warm and sincere thanks for the warm welcome that they have given us. And this happens every time we come to this beautiful city of New York to take part in this great annual gathering. And I would like to express our sincere sympathy to the American people who are remembering in this month of September 2021 the 20th commemoration of the cowardly attacks of September 2001. And I associate myself to the tribute paid to the victims of these barbaric acts. I would also like to join my voice to those of eminent personalities who have preceded me on this rostrum in order to express my warm congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid on his outstanding election to the presidency of this 76th regular session of the United Nations General Assembly. My delegation and myself are convinced that your human and professional qualities will ensure the success of the current session. Allow me also to take this opportunity to pay due tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, for the effectiveness in his leading of the 75th session and how he so aptly fulfilled his mission. And on behalf of my country and my delegation, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. I congratulate him on his remarkable re-election for a new mandate. And I would also like to express to him our appreciation and recognition of his ongoing investment, as well as that of his entire team, to serve the United Nations, an organization which is facing challenges which make its action ever more difficult but still indispensable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, this 76th session of the General Assembly is being held at a particularly crucial time in the history of the world and our organization. It is being held at a time when the family of nations are deploying their best efforts to manage and overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and its variants, which for almost 2 years now have brought the people of the world to their knees. On behalf of my delegation, I would like to welcome the waves of beneficial solidarity which have made it possible to avoid the worst. Indeed, after the shock of the initial days and weeks, human solidarity established and laid the foundation for a fight which gradually has enabled us to regain the upper hand over events. In this regard, the Union of the Comoros welcomes the effective work of men and women, scholars, researchers, experts, and the laboratories for their investment in the research and production of vaccines against this virus, and which finally have managed to give the world hope. Of course, we cannot forget here the sacrifices made by these thousands of men and women, healthcare workers of all categories, who on the front lines of this battle and at the risk of their own lives, have in each of our countries been able to find the courage and the strength to brave the storm posed by this lethal enemy. To all of you, to each and every one of them, bravo, and a huge thanks. Mr. President, honourable delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the economies of the world and upended the balance created centuries ago by states, nations and peoples. And it has forced us to live in a different way. We have been living since November 29, the date when it first made its appearance in the world, through an unprecedented crisis, a real world war. The pandemic has slowed down our lives. It has further deepened the gap between rich and poor. It has accelerated inequality and has disturbed the equilibrium of our national economies. No country has been spared of this. The pandemic has also revealed the sheer scale of the technological divide existing between countries and has shown us the importance of the new information and communication technologies and the need to act urgently to reduce this divide. Also, the inequalities observed in access to vaccines underscore the need to act in order to firmly anchor this spirit of solidarity, and it recalls to us the overriding role of multilateralism. And that is why, all together, with stronger solidarity, which really has its place at the heart of multilateralism, it is in that spirit that we must act to rebuild the world and save the nations and peoples. It is by including the magnitude of this reality that we will succeed in the work of this 76th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations and those of other major international gatherings, particularly the upcoming World Food Summit, COP26, and the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries. The subject of our meeting touches on the reform of our organization, which represents the best that we have to offer to the world in our ongoing quest for lasting peace and security. This meeting offers us as well an opportunity to evaluate the performance of our organization with a view to guaranteeing a better representation of developing countries and particularly of those of the African continent, which, let's be reminded, include both areas of dynamic economic growth but also of conflict, sometimes bloody conflicts, which delay development and the well-being of our peoples. The community of nations that we represent has the duty to address these problems, because if they're not resolved, they will mean that our organization loses its credibility, particularly in matters related to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. And I reiterate here on behalf of my government and the Comoran people the overriding need for a rapid, just and fair solution to the issue of Palestine, a solution that will establish the right of the Palestinian people to have a sovereign state with East Jerusalem as its capital, living in harmony and in complete security and harmony with the State of Israel. And I understand the position of some brotherly nations in the Arab world who have renewed their relations with the State of Israel. It is up to the State of Israel to understand the import of these bold initiatives and to take account of them in everyone's interest. Moreover, and with a view to a lasting solution for the Moroccan Sahara, which is of great concern to my government, I would like to express here my encouragement for the efforts undertaken by the Kingdom of Morocco, and we hope that they will lead to a solution which will make it possible for this brotherly nation to recover its autonomy and territorial integrity over this Moroccan province. My government welcomes any initiative which will contribute to ensuring peace in the region and strongly encourages dialogue between the two brotherly nations, namely the Kingdom of Morocco and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. And along the same lines with regard to sovereignty, the Union of the Comoros repeats its position for the need for the People's Republic of China to recover control over the Chinese province of Taiwan. With regard to the territorial dispute between France and the Comoros relating to the Comorian island of Mayotte, in recent years we have seen a willingness on the part of both parties, the Comoros and France, to build on what has been achieved in our common history whilst maintaining a frank and constructive dialogue with a view to arriving peacefully at a lasting and respectful solution, one that respects international law and which is in the interests of both parties. The areas of tension, which endanger peace in various parts of the world, have become fertile ground for the outbreak of international terrorism. In the Sahel, for example, and more recently in southern Africa and in the Indian Ocean area. We must not remain indifferent to these situations. The situation in Afghanistan is also of concern, and I would like to express the support of my country to the Afghan people in this crucial phase of their history. The recent unconstitutional changes that have taken place in a number of countries in Africa and throughout the world recall to us the overall necessity of thinking about innovative and lasting solutions which look beyond short-term geopolitical stakes. In order to build peace, security, and stability in the world, we therefore need to have a strong consensus, and stress should be placed at all times on preventing conflicts, whilst at the same time supporting efforts to resolve crises as they emerge. Mr. President, honourable delegates, the principles and values of the United Nations today are centred on the Sustainable Development Goals, which each country has made its priority. They are an ideal platform for establishing our collective commitment and on which we can rely as we carry out our action in favour of development. And in this process, as was shown in the voluntary national report of my country, which we presented in 2020 to the high-level political forum, the Union of the Comoros is engaged on a path that will enable us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in all areas. The Emerging Comoros Plan 2030 is the national reference framework for this. Moreover, I would recall that at the time when we begin this meeting, according to research into these matters, entire regions are due to disappear, whereas others will be subject to an intensification of climate phenomena such as floods, intense droughts, fires, the erosion of coastline, or the acidification of the oceans. Consequences of the disastrous effects of the degradation of our environment. Although these phenomena do not spare any country or any region, we must stress that it is the small island developing states, the Comoros is part of this group, that is the most concerned and which requires greater attention on the part of the leaders that we represent here. Indeed, these states, as well as many others, are also facing other dangerous phenomena such as maritime piracy, human trafficking at sea, drug trafficking, illegal fishing, and the plundering of the sea's resources. My government joins all national and global initiatives to fight these barbaric acts mercilessly, because they are a major threat to the security of our respective populations. And this is why I plan to reorient the strategy of our diplomacy in order to include the dimension of security in our geostrategic actions, particularly in the Mozambique Channel area and the southwest region of the Indian Ocean. This new vision requires the support of neighbouring countries and our partners in development, and it has become the basis for any thinking about the future in this part of the world, so that there can be a sustainable and blue managed economy. This represents immense and vital potential. Nationally, I'm convinced of the need for political stability. This is the guarantee for socio-economic development, and my government works tirelessly towards this goal. Political stability, national cohesion are something very cherished by my country because they govern all initiatives. Our salvation resides in a peaceful society that is held together and is inclusive of all the layers that make up that society. False information on social media and sometimes through reliable and unofficial channels only have the objective of harming the peaceful climate in our islands and undermine efforts to see the birth of the Union of the Comoros. But it is with national cohesion in mind that halfway through my mandate I have decided to engage a national political dialogue which I hope will contribute to bringing together in a greater way the men and women of the Comoros Islands around essential goals, namely peace, security and national unity, which will make it possible to build on our efforts with a view to the socio-economic development of our country. And here I would like to thank the mission of South Africa, led by the Peace and Security Commissioner, who has just ended his stay in the Union of the Comoros a week ago and was able to meet with all stakeholders in this dialogue, listen to everybody, understand and appreciate respective positions and produce recommendations. Now it's up to all partners involved in this dialogue to move forwards. And I am aware that our country needs all forces available in society to build on what we have achieved over the last 20 years in the area of human rights, democratic changes of government, and to progress with our development. Also, Comorians must be able to trust justice, because that is what guarantees their rights and their protection. The judicial services must be what defends the weakest and protect them with regard to their rights in the face of rising violence, particularly against women, children and all vulnerable parts of society. These acts must be severely repressed, and that is why my government has established the Superior Magistrate Council, made up of judges with a lot of experience in this area, and they have adopted a revision of the penal code to include provisions aimed at improving and giving the country an adequate political and legal framework. Mr. President, on the social front, as everywhere else, COVID-19 has obliged us to give it priority. The Comoros has seen 2 waves, and the second showed itself to be more virulent. Nevertheless, the situation was managed. We avoided the worst, thanks to the measures taken by the authorities and supported in this by all of our partners, bi and multilateral partners, communities and civil society, and we'd like to thank all of them here from the bottom of our hearts. We have to say today that the Comoros is now in the green category, and that is because we have observed vigilance, particularly being an insular country, in order to avoid a new spread of this disease. To date, the second step of vaccination is terminated, and the third cohort of vaccination will soon begin, which will make it possible to achieve our goal of 80% of the target population vaccinated by the end of 2022. And considerable efforts are also being deployed by my government to assist the population on a daily basis, particularly to shelter them from the world food crisis, which we have seen as one of the consequences of the health situation brought about by COVID-19. Mr. President, the action of all partners to development of the Comoros is to be welcomed. With the United Nations system, the new framework plan for sustainable development that has just been signed for the next 5 years fully incorporates the priorities in the Emerging Comoros plan. All efforts combined together, and with our bi and multilateral partners, we must converge towards a major goal, which is the emergence of the country between now and 2030. In this regard, I would like to recall here the organisation of the Conference of Partners in Development of the Comoros in December 2019, which saw the participation of hundreds of bi and multilateral partners and the private sector. After that conference, France was kind enough to host. We were able to mobilize partners who showed their interest to assist in this plan, which today is the reference framework par excellence for development in our country. the strong presence of partners of the Comoros, as well as the importance of the announcements made, are witness to the success of this historic meeting. Also, remember the close cooperation with countries with which we share a common destiny in the southwest of the Indian Ocean, and with whom we plan to implement common projects to strengthen significantly our links of good neighbourliness and cooperation for the well-being of our respective peoples. However, all of this effort unfortunately has been dampened by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected all countries, and when it comes to the Comoros, it has weakened the commitments that we took at the Paris conference. Today, reality is that we must say that we simply have to learn to live with this virus. Therefore, we have to find the way to advance on these projects that we previously agreed. And from this rostrum, I would like to launch a friendly and brotherly call to all of our partners that together we find the ways and means to move forward with the Paris commitments to fund the various projects that we have established for the Emerging Comoros Plan. The country has established an executive secretary to follow up on the Conference of Development Partners, which will work closely with national bodies involved in this process and also with all of our partners. Mr. President, honourable delegates, regionally, the Union of the Comoros last May passed the presidency of the Commission of the Indian Ocean to France. And we wish them every success in advancing the ideals and values that are so close to the hearts of the peoples of the Indian Ocean. With regard to our presidency, it was a success, and it progressed the sub-regional organization, bringing about a reform that made the organization more effective, more modern, and more able to respond to the expectations of our respective peoples, following an initiative that we took in Moroni. The Comorian presidency also helped to successfully manage the COVID-19 pandemic in the member countries by establishing a regional plan for a blue economy and a strategy for relaunching regional economies. The Comoros participates also in regional efforts aimed at ensuring security in the East African area. Support is also given to the sisterly Republic of Mozambique in their fight against terrorism, a scourge which unfortunately spares no country. The regional and international solidarity must be the order of the day in order to fight mercilessly against this scourge and ensure our regional security. Also, the Union of the Comoros is very honored to hold the Vice Presidency of the African Union, and we have committed ourselves to play an effective role to promote the noble values that are defended by this continental organization linked to peace, stability, and the respect for human rights, and the implementation of Agenda 2063 in all its aspects. The Comorian Vice Presidency of the African Union works closely with the Bureau of the organization, particularly in the search for peaceful solutions to the various differences that exist between the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Sudan, and the Republic of Ethiopia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we come here every year to the United Nations. This proves the interest that we attach to multilateralism and our conviction with regard to the major role played by this organization to make the world more humane. And in this regard, I would like to laud the speech delivered by His Excellency Joe Biden, President of the United States of America, for his commitment to multilateralism. Our presence here this year in the General Assembly translates, I think, a common determination strong and unfailing to work for the good of our respective peoples. We are here to say yes to all who will contribute to a better balance in the world and say no to those who would be against this. And particularly, we are here to say no to COVID-19. I thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, for the statement delivered, and I request protocol to accompany His Excellency. I'm happy to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Gabon to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce a statement, pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic and head of state, to the general debate of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. Mr. President, Your Majesties, heads of state and government, ministers and heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, at the start of my remarks, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to you on your outstanding election to the presidency of this 76th session of the General Assembly. I am delighted by the hope aroused by your vision as well as your perfect knowledge of international affairs. I would also like to extend my congratulations to your predecessor, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, for the remarkable work accomplished in a particularly difficult context. To you, Mr. Secretary General, I reiterate my warm congratulations on your re-election and my full support for your dynamic action throughout your first mandate, as well as my confidence in your future action to find lasting solutions to the many threats and challenges facing our organization. Mr. President, the proposed theme for this session's general debate, Building Resilience Through Hope to Recover from COVID-19, Rebuild Sustainably, Meet the Needs of the Planet, Respect the Rights of People, and Revitalize the United Nations, gives me an opportunity to share our thoughts on the major challenges of the day. As you are aware, the unprecedented health crisis generated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which remains significant, has completely disrupted our societies, our economies, and our coexistence. The development of several vaccines through international collaboration and the ongoing vaccination campaigns in many countries are a beacon of hope for humanity. Vaccination is the only truly effective way to stop the spread of the virus. Mr. President, combining all of our efforts to end the coronavirus pandemic is, in my view, an opportunity to overcome other major crises facing humanity. Indeed, COVID-19 has revealed the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of our economies, as well as those of our health systems, forcing us now to think differently about our development models so as to make them more resilient. Some developed countries already intend to relocate all or part of their strategic productive systems in order to reduce their external dependence. Africa should also be part of this paradigm shift in order to put an end to the crises that hinder its development. This will also require an ability to build basic infrastructure capable of guaranteeing the safety of populations, as well as zero tolerance towards corruption and efficient management of public resources. We will also need to train quality human capital, invest significantly and urgently in health infrastructure, and finally, break the vicious cycle of dependence on primary raw materials. Our economies must therefore industrialize to create more wealth by taking full advantage of the aforementioned human capital and our natural resources. To this end, rigorous and transparent debt management, as well as that of resources linked to the export of raw materials, is essential during the transition phase. Finally, we must more than ever accelerate the digital transition and mobilize internal resources by strengthening financial inclusiveness, especially for women. Overall, we need to draw lessons from this pandemic and rebuild our societies in a more sustainable, just, and inclusive manner. I once again call on the leaders of the world to exercise greater multilateralism in order to together build a world economy that takes into account the aspirations of the people who would like to see a more equitable sharing of vaccines and fruits of technological progress. In this pivotal phase and this juncture, it is fundamental that we meet the just imperatives of our universal conscience, including an equitable distribution of technological gains. Otherwise, we risk seeing the cementing of an international order that is a source of human fragility, mistrust between nations, and global insecurity. Mr. President, another issue that calls for solidarity, and one that must be addressed as a priority, is the climate security of our planet. The 26th Conference of the State Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to be held in Glasgow, Scotland this November, should therefore be an unprecedented moment of action. To recall, its objective is to halve greenhouse gas emissions and preserve biodiversity, while promoting investments in green infrastructure in developing countries in order to stimulate and decarbonize their economies. Indeed, the impacts of climate change, including rising sea levels, earthquakes, recurrent forest fires, and others, put our societies and communities under great pressure and compel us to act urgently and collectively. These phenomena interplay with the socioeconomic and political issues in our countries, highlighting risks such as political and economic instability, food insecurity, and large-scale migration, among others. States and communities must now adapt in order to face the challenges of climate change. In addition, without prejudice to mitigation, the international political agenda requires a significant increase in resources dedicated to adaptation to climate change. I remain convinced that no single government can tackle adapting to climate change on its own. International cooperation is therefore essential, in my opinion, to support local action, both as a means of strengthening international security and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, the link between climate change and insecurity thus appears to be fairly obvious, as far as I'm concerned. As you are aware, Gabon has always been committed to peace and climate security. This commitment will remain unwavering throughout my country's mandate as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2022-2023. While rejoicing in the confidence of the international community, I would like to reiterate my firm willingness to work hard on the process of silencing the guns everywhere and to resolutely place our action in the context of a permanent search for a global consensus promoting the security, dignity, and prosperity of the peoples of the world. Gabon will seize every opportunity to call for an advent of a more just international order marked by a reform of the UN Security Council, which includes both equitable representation within the Council and an improvement of its working methods, in line with the African Common Position expressed by the Azulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. Along with greater international solidarity and the expected reform of the Security Council, the revitalization of the work of the General Assembly and of ECOSOC must also be carried out in order to breathe new momentum into our organization. These reforms are essential as they are able to significantly impact the achievement of several Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, including responding to the legitimate aspirations of the African peoples contained in Agenda 2063. Mr. President, the hope of sustainably rebuilding our governance models and meeting the needs of the planet requires respecting and fulfilling the commitments made. I refer in particular to the transfer of clean technologies and improving access to renewable energies in order to speed up transition to a low-carbon industry that respects the environment. The implementation of these commitments is key to supporting the efforts of countries like Gabon, which has substantially mobilized its domestic resources in the implementation of projects to adapt to climate change and preserve biodiversity. As part of its investment in climate security, Gabon annually sequesters the equivalent of 140 million tons of CO2 while it emits only 35. Thus, with a difference of more than 100 million tons of carbon each year, Gabon's action is decisive for the future of all mankind. The recognition of Ivindo National Park as a World Heritage Site, following the same for Lope Park, affirms the universal and exceptional value of our protected areas. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our partners and friends and all of those who, through their multifaceted support, are accompanying our efforts to conserve and sustainably manage our forests. Mr. President, like many oil-producing countries, Gabon has been hit hard by the impact of the drastic drop in commodity prices. This situation has led to a slowdown in our economic activity. In this context, I instructed the government to set up a transformation acceleration plan. This program aims to revive our economy by accelerating the transition to a post-oil paradigm and emphasizing new engines of growth whose potential could be increased. These include the mining, forestry, and agricultural sectors. In addition, Gabon is strengthening its energy capacity through the upcoming completion of new solar and hydroelectric power plants in order to give new impetus to its industrialization process. Beyond infrastructure development, the intended effect of the implementation of this recovery plan is to ensure fiscal adjustment and promote the private sector as levers for diversification and transformation of our national economy. In the education sector, the government is continuing to mobilize significant resources in order to optimize the education system and bring it into alignment with the demands and the real needs of the labor market. Mr. President, inclusion is another major concern in the policies of my country. This is the thrust of the equal opportunity policy that I have promoted in favor of more equitable development, with particular focus on the empowerment of women and young people, while ensuring that no one be left behind. Regarding the issue of parity, Gabon is one of the countries in Africa where women are the most present and represented in public life. The Prime Minister, the President of the Senate, President of the Constitutional Court, Mayor of Libreville, governors, among others, all of these positions, among the most prestigious in the Republic, are held in my country by women, in whom I reiterate my full confidence. It is my first firm conviction that in a globalized and competitive world, gender parity is a matter of social justice, equality, equity, and efficiency. Indeed, a country must be able to identify its talents and its skills, to leverage them, and to promote them without any gender distinction. Mr. President, development cannot be sustainable without peace and stability. Yet, unfortunately, peace continues to be threatened in many parts of the world. The price of instability caused by terrorism or armed groups is particularly heavy for many African countries, which are forced to devote substantial resources to these phenomena that are sustained, among other things, by the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons and wildlife trafficking. A comprehensive, united approach appears essential to me in this fight that we wage against these sources of instability and fragility in a number of regions of Africa. We must realize that any threat against one nation constitutes a threat against all. Mr. President, Gabon remains resolutely engaged within the United Nations, as it has always been, in the promotion of stability and peace on the continental level, in Central Africa, and particularly in the Central African Republic. Security sector reform should be supported in the Central African Republic in order to enable the country to equip itself with national defense and security forces with appropriate human, material, and logistical resources. The goal is to allow for the force's strategic deployment throughout the entire territory of the country in order to restore state authority, ensure the security of people and property, and promote the returns of displaced IDPs and refugees. All this will inevitably contribute to the gradual disengagement of foreign forces operating in the CAR on the basis of bilateral or multilateral agreements. It is also essential to continue operationalizing national institutions in order to contribute significantly to guaranteeing the non-repetition of serious violations of human rights and international humanitarian law in this country. The efforts of the Central African authorities to strengthen social cohesion and the economic recovery of the country should also be supported in order to consolidate gains and guarantee lasting security. To this end, we call on the international community and donors to maintain providing adequate financial support in order to ensure stability and restore hope to the Central African people. Mr. President, building a better world will always be a shifting target as long as a number of peoples remain subject to unfair sanctions. I would therefore like to reiterate a solemn appeal for the total lifting of the embargo, which has been severely affecting the Cuban government and people for several decades. In conclusion, it is my pleasure to reaffirm Gabon's commitment to multilateralism and greater international solidarity, which remain, and I am convinced of this, our most secure assets for building a more resilient organization, one that is able to cope effectively with the challenges and threats facing humanity. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Gabonese Republic for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations Our Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me commence by joining previous speakers in applauding you, Mr. President, for being elected to preside over the 76th session of this August Assembly and for the exemplary manner in which you have been presiding over this session. I also commend you for the able manner in which you mastered to make possible for us to meet physically despite unprecedented circumstances brought by COVID-19 pandemic. The holding of physical general debate this year, albeit with limitations, demonstrates again that humanity and multilateralism cannot and should not succumb to the virus. And thus, where there is a will, there is a way. This spirit is what we need going forward. It is why I support and subscribe to the theme of this 76th session that call all of us to build resilience through hope, to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainability, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the lives of the people, and revitalize the United Nations. Mr. President, this is my maiden speech at the United Nations General Assembly. Allow me, on behalf of the people and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, to thank all members of the United Nations for your condolence message extended to our nation following the untimely passing of our late President, Dr. John Pombe Magufuli, on 17th March this year. May his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. We remain indebted to you for the thoughtful of comforting messages which helped us to prevail over that unprecedented test to our nationhood. It is in the same vein that I thank the outgoing President of the 75th session for dedicating a slot on the 59th plenary meeting of the General Assembly on 16th of April 2021 to pay tribute to our beloved late President Dr. Magufuli. Indeed, this was a gesture of solidarity and brotherhood. Mr. President, it is not by sheer coincidence that I chose to attend the United Nations General Assembly as my first trip outside Africa since I took the office. I did so out of my deep sense of conviction and faith in multilateralism, in solving multitude of challenges that our world faces today. I'm here to assure you that under my stewardship, Tanzania will remain a formidable member of the United Nations and a dependable supporter of multilateralism. We'll keep our arms open to those who embrace us and engage with us. We'll continue to be Tanzania that you have known and relied on, a Tanzania that peacefully and respectfully coexisted and cooperated with all countries, big or small, mighty or weak, rich or poor, to make this world, our world, a better place for all of us. Mr. President, COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us how vulnerable we are as individual countries, regardless of our size, wealth, or geography. As we meet here today, we have less than a decade ahead to meet our collective commitment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I note with great regret that according to the Sustainable Development Goals report of 2020, right now, the world is not on track to achieve the 2030 agenda, mainly due to adverse impact of COVID-19. The report further shows that in some areas, this pandemic has even reversed the progress that was already achieved years back. For instance, it is expected that around 71 million people who got out of extreme poverty will be pushed back into that situation because of this pandemic. What is depressing is the fact that these impacts are not felt evenly. We in the developing world are the most affected. It is therefore imperative that concerted efforts are undertaken to address this devastating situation. Mr. President, developing nations must be assisted in addressing socioeconomic impact of out of COVID-19. On this note, we are thankful to multilateral financial institutions for their efforts in saving many economies from collapsing. These kinds of interventions are important. We cannot afford to take refuge on the onset of COVID-19 as an excuse for not making sufficient progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, Tanzania has not been spared by COVID-19. After the onset of the pandemic, we in Tanzania, and I believe in many other developing countries, were stuck in the twilight of protecting lives and protecting livelihoods. Measures advocated by the World Health Organization were geared towards protecting lives. However, in an economy like Tanzania, consisting of a bigger proportion of people living on subsistence economy, whom we need to keep them afloat, my country therefore adopted all necessary measures to curb the spread of COVID-19, including joining the COVAX facility to ensure that Tanzania gain access to the COVID-19 vaccine. The vaccination campaign has started in July this year with the most vulnerable communities and later on other age groupings. Mr. President, globally, when COVID-19 vaccines were being developed, some of us were hopeful that this would mean something good to all of humanity. Nevertheless, we have come to learn that the virus is moving faster than the global production of and distribution of vaccines. And the vast majority of vaccines have been administered in high and upper middle income countries. With the current pace, it is less likely that we'll meet the WHO threshold of vaccinating at least 40% of people in every country by end of 2021, and at least 70% by the first half of 2022. The level of vaccine inequity that we see is appalling. It is truly disheartening to see that whilst most of our countries have inoculated less than 2% of our populace and thus seek more vaccines for our people, other countries are about to roll out the third dose, calling it booster vaccine. We tend to forget that nobody is safe until everyone is safe. It is indispensable that countries with surplus COVID vaccine doses share them with other countries. On another note, it is our humble request that the patent rights on COVID-19 vaccines should be waived for developing countries so that they can afford to produce the vaccines. This is not only a necessary move to end this pandemic, but also the right thing to do in order to save humanity. Mr. President, on economic fronts, the United Republic of Tanzania, like other countries, has not been spared by the effects of the COVID-19. Before the pandemic, our economy was growing at the steady rate of 6.9% compared to the current growth rate estimated at 5.4%. We are now embarking on reviving the tourism sector, which was barely affected because of travel restrictions put in many countries as means to curb the spread of COVID-19. While slowly trying to revive most economic activities suffocated by the pandemic, the government continues to work hard to improve the business environment and attract more investment. Aware of the nexus between economic growth and governance, we managed to maintain peace and political stability with a vibrant democracy and institutionalized good governance practices, upholding rule of law and human rights. Mr. President, I wish to take note of the Secretary General's report on our common agenda, which raises key issues of our common concern, such as gender equality, climate change, and youth development. On gender equality, COVID-19 is a threatening to roll back the gains which we have made. As the first female president in the history of my country, the burden of expectation to deliver gender equality is heavier on my shoulders. It is for this reason that I commend the initiative by the UN Women, France and Mexico to organize the Generation Equality Forum that took place in Paris in June this year, whereby my country volunteered to champion for women's economic rights and justice. Aware that being passionate about gender equality is not sufficient, my government is reviewing policy and legal frameworks in order to come up with actionable and measurable plans to ensure economic empowerment of women, but also other aspects pertaining to gender equality and gender parity. We are also working on designing and implementation gender-responsive macroeconomic plans, budget reforms, and stimulus packages with the objective of reducing the number of women and girls living in poverty. Mr. President, the challenges of climate change are really affecting livelihoods, peace and security, and forceful displacement of our people. Tanzania government spends 2 to 3% of GDP to mitigate and build resilience of communities. And this is a lot in a country which is still grappling with poverty coupled with the emergency of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has compromised our capacity to respond to harmful impact of climate change. Therefore, our actions today determine the future of our planet in terms of climate change. And in this regard, I call for transparent modality for financial disbursement and emphasize that developed countries should fulfill their commitment to contribute $100 billion annually by 2025 so as to facilitate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, in conclusion, I wish to echo my country's commitment in pursuing the principles of multilateralism as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. I urge other nations to continue supporting this august institution. The onset of COVID-19 has given to all of us a lesson that we are deeply intertwined and that unilateralism will not get us anywhere when it comes to challenges that transcends our national boundaries. A wise person once said, and I quote, "Alone, one will go faster, but together we'll go far. Multilateralism must always prevail." Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liberia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Dr. George Manawia, President of the Republic of Liberia. I thank you.
His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76 sections of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased and honored to address the 76 sessions of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of Liberia. I want to use the occasion to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid on his elections as President of the 76 sections of the United Nations General Assembly, and convey to him Liberia's full support in the fulfillment of his duties and responsibility. I also wish to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır for his distinguished stewardship in steering the affairs of the 75th sections of the General Assembly. Let me also congratulate His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres on his elections for his second term as Secretary General of the United Nations, which began on January 1st, 2022. Mr. Secretary General, I commend and thank you for your continuous diligence and commitment to the work of the United Nations and for ably steering its affairs, even in the face of unprecedented challenges. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the negative social, economic impact and health consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic remind us of the measure of work that is required at the global and national level to combat these pestilence. This is reflected in the theme for this 76th session, building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, response to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations, and have due regards for the fundamental human rights which are enshrined in the charter of this noble institution. Meanwhile, it is important that we pay heartfelt tribute to the courageous and dedicated public health workers around the world for their continual selfless service in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. The world owes to them a debt of gratitude. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this General Assembly also calls for a revitalization of the United Nations to make it more relevant and effective in the true fulfillment of its mandate in a changing world. This is a task that has been recognized as an imperative priority by successive previous leaders and members of the organization in recent times. 6 years ago, true to the ideas and principles of its charter, the United Nations General Assembly took a giant step forward to promote the economic and social advancement of all peoples. and to better their standard of living when it adopted the landmark 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This was meant to be a global plan of action for people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership, with the goal of eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions. However, since our transition to the decade of actions for the implementations of the new Sustainable Development Goals, the world has been engulfed by a global pandemic which has posed enormous strain on our capacity to implement the 2030 Agenda, and has even raised the possibility of reversing development gains. In order to build resilience through hope, we must continue to emphasize the need for attention and support to vulnerable society and developing countries, particularly the least developed countries. Sustainable recovery from the pandemic must be based on the principle of inclusiveness and solidarity, and within the context of leaving no one behind. Addressing the particular needs of the least developed countries could significantly contribute to recovery. Support for the upcoming 5th Conference on the Least Developed Countries to be held in Doha, Qatar in January 2022. And the new program of actions for the least developed countries for the coming decades will also provide the basis for sustainable recovery and the timely implementations of the Sustainable Development Goal. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, permit me, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Liberia, to extend deep appreciation to all our bilateral and multilateral development, regional, sub-regional, national, and local partners for their support in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and the assistance they continue to provide in our quest towards recovery. In response to the pandemic, my government, in line with our National Development Plan, the Proper Agenda for Prosperity and Development, has developed a post-COVID-19 economic recovery plan. This plan aims to reduce the impact on the pandemic by providing the basis for economic recovery through short-term action and investment in key sectors, including agriculture and tourism. On the economic recovery plan, the Liberian economy is already beginning to show signs of resurgence. And in spite of the negative impact of the coronavirus, projection for GDP growth is now positive and is expected to reach 4% in the coming year. Through the implementations of difficult macroeconomic reforms, my government has been able to obtain a substantial increase in domestic revenue generation for the first time in more than a decade. And we are committed to broader economic and investment climate reforms. In the agriculture sector, for example, my government is endeavoring to vigorously launch agricultural promotion projects, which will increase agriculture production through new entrepreneurship opportunities, innovations, and safe farming techniques. Moreover, Conscious of the importance and impact of infrastructure on social and economic development has enshrined in the PAPD. My government has identified investment in roads, energy, and ports as key priority areas. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a further reflection on the theme for this year's General Assembly highlights the necessity to respond to the needs of our planet. The reality of climate change facing our planet demands the urgent attention and collective actions of all national and international actors. We have all observed the extension of deserts and recurrent droughts in Eastern and Southern Africa. The increasing intensity and frequency of storms and floods in our region, the alarming rise in the levels of the world's oceans due to the meltdown of the Arctic, and the frequency and size of the forest fires that destroy thousands of acres of arable lands and properties. These conditions threaten our survival as inhabitants of this precious earth. In this regard, the recent re-entry into the Paris Accord by the United States of America is a decision that my government wholeheartedly welcomes and applauds, as we believe that this manifests and demonstrates the critical leadership needed to mobilize global coordinated actions. In the same vein, it is noteworthy that the President of the United States of America, in the recent nationwide address to the American people on the devastation caused by Hurricane Ida, called for immediate and urgent actions to combat and reverse global warming trends. For far too long, we as leaders, including those on my own continent, who have faced the hardest extremes of weather and climate, have been guilty of window dressing climate issues with rhetorics and passive declaration. Liberia humbly submits to this august body that now is the time for concerted and decisive actions. Liberia, for this part, reaffirmed our commitment to continue our good stewardship of our critical ecosystem of tropical rainforests, coastal mangroves, and interior peatlands. Our recent completed national forest inventory, carried out with the support of the World Bank and the Kingdom of Norway, revealed that Liberia is endowed with nearly 7 million hectares of forest, representing nearly half of the entire remaining Upper Guinea forest in the West Africa region. If you add to this 1.9 million hectares of agroforestry and coastal mangroves, it becomes obvious that close to 90% of our landmass sequester carbon. Our forests are the last remaining untouched tracts of forested land in this region and contain some of the highest above ground carbon stocks of any forest in the world, even higher than the carbon stocks in the Great Amazonian forest. As one of the last reserves of such high carbon stock, it is imperative that Liberia's forests are maintained in the future. My government reiterates its commitment to do so. Nevertheless, we know that many of the highest carbon stock forests in Liberia contain essential natural capital and ecosystem service benefits. Benefits which have so far eluded us as a developing nation. Liberia has a youthful population and faces enormous pressure for rapid development that provides decent jobs and livelihoods, especially in our productive sectors of agriculture and mining. Our economy needs to develop, and we want to do so sustainably. We want to continue to maintain our forests and ecosystem endowments and our incredible biodiversity as we embrace climate-smart approaches to agriculture and mining, which are our economic mainstays. However, in order to do so, Liberia needs meaningful partnership on this journey of sustainable development. Partnership with the United States as well as with the rest of the developed world, including the private sector, to allow us to leave our forests intact because of their extraordinary capacity to capture carbon for the benefit of the industrial world. We are therefore looking forward to constructive engagements with all interested parties in this regard. The impending United Nations Climate Change Conference will provide yet another opportunity to generate more ambitious climate actions and commitments. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cognizance of the fact that growth and development is always enhanced by the existence of peace and security. Our government remains committed to the sustenance of democracy, the rule of law, and the consolidation and maintenance of peace and security in Liberia. We remain resolute and steadfast in this commitment. We thank the United Nations for its continued efforts to maintain peace around the world. With deep gratitude, we want to thank you, as well as the African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, the Man River Union, and all our international partners and friends for providing the support for the peace we continue to enjoy in Liberia. We will continue to rely on that support in enhancing our capability to maintain peace in our land. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after the brutal civil war that ravaged our country and divided our people for more than 15 years, and which finally ended just over 2 decades ago, it is important to agree on a process that will bring closure to the wounds of the victim, and thereby guaranteeing the sustenance of peace, stability, justice, and national reconciliation. As I have mentioned during my previous address to this body, our government has already begun consultation with our national legislature, the representatives of our people in this regard. Today, we can report significant progress in that we have already received a submission and recommendations from the Liberia Senate, which is the upper house of our national legislature. We are now awaiting a similar submission from the Honorable House of Representatives, after which it is our further intention to have a wider engagement with the Liberian judicial system and with our strategic international partners and organizations. It is my hope that at the end of this consultative process, a national consensus will evolve that will determine the way forward to resolving this issue. In the meantime, we continue to encourage our citizens to utilize the Palava Hot method, where perpetrators and victims can meet in traditional community forums to resolve their issues and their differences. It is in keeping with one of the major recommendations of the True and Reconciliation Commission that was established at the end of the civil conflict. Mr. President, Excellency, esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that the way forward to a resilient post-COVID recovery must begin by ensuring that our interventions will be guided by the 2030 agenda. Ensuring affordable access to vaccines, testing and treatments on an equitable and inclusive basis, and strengthening the capacity of developing countries, particularly the least developed countries, so that no one is left behind as we strive to achieve the timely implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. These important and critical objectives can best be realized and accelerated through improved partnership and increased solidarity amongst all member states. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Barham Salih, President of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Barham Salih, President of the Republic of Iraq, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Mr. President, we would like to congratulate you on your election to lead the General Assembly, and we wish you every success in your work. Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. I speak to you today as a representative of my country, Iraq, a founding nation of the United Nations, and on behalf of my people, the roots of which go back to the mists of time, to the civilizations of Ur and Babel, and the Sumerian and Assyrian civilizations, noble civilizations which have been part of the history of humanity. We meet here today as we are still facing the health crisis imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, violence and terrorism, without forgetting the issue of sustainable development and climate change. These issues, dangerous issues, require serious solutions. These challenges underscore once again the central role of the United Nations and of international organizations in the coordination of different positions in order to address these challenges. It is time to address these dangers together. Our meeting this year is an opportunity to cooperate and to agree on a roadmap for the future. In Iraq, the government has taken a series of necessary health measures to control the pandemic, and that despite a medical infrastructure that is limited and which has suffered from repeated destruction during the wars that have torn the country apart in the past. We've thus been able to strengthen the capacity of state institutions in the provision of treatments and prevention. Iraq was one of the first countries to join the COVAX initiative to ensure vaccines for our citizens and for foreign residents. At this time, I'd like to express the appreciation of my government and our people for the international organizations, and particularly the WHO. We'd like to thank them for all of the support provided to Iraq during this pandemic. Mr. President, honorable delegates, over the last 40 years alone, Iraq has suffered from wars, embargoes, tyranny, genocidal campaigns, we've known mass graves, the use of chemical weapons in Jalaba, the draining of the marshes, and the grip of terrorism over our cities. We have been able to overcome these tragedies and liberate our cities from the evil forces of Daesh, thus saving the world from their atrocious crimes thanks to the courage of our army and of our police, but also thanks to popular mobilization, the Peshmerga and the International Alliance. Let's not forget the support provided by our neighbors and friends, and also the great role played by the religious authority of Najaf al-Ashraf in mobilizing people to face this existential threat. Our forces acted with determination to stamp out the remaining terrorist cells which threaten the security of Iraq and the region and the world. We cannot understate the danger posed by terrorism. If we become lax and distracted by regional conflicts, we will simply see the return of obscurantist forces that will threaten our peoples and our security. Cooperation and solidarity are our only choice in our fight against international terrorism and the groups which support it. We have to fight against its funding, deal with its dangerous effects, and provide reparation to its victims, ensuring that these tragic sufferings are not repeated. Our obligation today is to rebuild the cities that have been liberated and ensure that those displaced can return home. We've made great progress, and we hope to benefit from the support of the international community in the rebuilding of our regions that have been freed from the yoke of terrorism. We must respond to the urgent humanitarian needs and promote the capacity for rebuilding the infrastructure in the country so that our citizens will be able to once again find a dignified and normal life. In this context, I'd like to underscore the adoption by Iraq of the law on Yazidi survivors in order to ensure justice for this category of individuals which has suffered the worst kinds of oppression and exploitation at the hands of Daesh. The law also covers women from other societal groups. Ladies and gentlemen, the phenomenon of corruption also threatens the security and stability of the whole world. Corruption in our country is facing corruption because of the heavy burden left behind by wars and conflicts that have squandered a huge part of the resources of the country, thus depriving Iraqis of the riches of their land. The fight against corruption, therefore, for Iraq is a genuine national battle. The situation of the country will not normalize unless we manage to beat corruption. This fight means we must limit the sources of corruption and block their various forms of access. We must ensure that funds are restored that have been plundered or trafficked, a great part of which are used to perpetuate violence and chaos in the country. We have no other choice than that of victory. Based on this commitment to fight corruption, Iraq joined the United Nations Convention Against Corruption in 2000, as well as the Convention of the League of Arab States Against Corruption in 2010. We are also working on a draft law for the recovery of plundered assets, and the government has organized a conference aimed at coordinating efforts to achieve this goal. I would like to issue a call to our friends in the international community to help us to find again and restore the money that has been plundered from Iraq due to corruption. This will be a decisive step in deterring corruption. We renew our call for an international alliance to be formed to fight against corruption and to restore pillaged goods, similar to the International Alliance Against Terrorism. We cannot eliminate terrorism unless we eliminate corruption, which itself constitutes a political economy of violence and terrorism. Corruption and terrorism, in fact, are linked and are mutually reinforcing and work steadfastly in tandem. Mr. President, honourable delegates, our planet is facing an existential danger due to extreme climate change, which is threatening future generations. We may have different political views, but we must remain united in fighting climate change. This is a danger which threatens everyone. Our country, Iraq, is going through difficult times. The climate conditions are very harsh. Desertification and the scarcity of water resources places the country in 5th place amongst the weakest countries with regard to climate change, according to the 6th report of environmental forecasts for the Western Asian region. Iraq has joined the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992, as well as the Paris Convention of 2015. And we are working towards the adoption of a strategy aimed at preserving the environment and achieving the SDGs by 2030. A document of national contributions has been drafted to guide our economic transformation and promote the concept of a green economy in order to attract new investment to Iraq and to ensure greater participation of the private sector in this fight against climate change. We must resuscitate the valley between the two rivers, this region which previously was known as the Black Land because of its dense vegetation, a paradise of Eden, a green area, an area of fertility. Iraq, because of its geographic place in the heart of the region and because of its diversified environment where we have palm trees, marshes and the mountains of Kurdistan, can be an environmental meeting point for the countries of the Middle East. This requires international support in all areas in order to assist Iraq in its efforts to implement these national and political strategies. The climate crisis does not spare any country. Adaptation to its disastrous and harmful effects and reducing them cannot be done through individual measures. A country which believes that its measures are able to protect it from the dangers of the climate will see those efforts reduced to naught if its neighbour or its region or the world does not adopt similar measures. The sandstorms, the scarcity of water, the increase in the temperatures and desertification are cross-border dangers which will not be solved unless there is coordination and planning at the international level and at a high level, combining together national, regional and international plans. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq sits at the heart of the Middle East region, a region that has suffered and still is suffering from wars and conflicts that are the result of the breakdown of security and political systems over at least the last 40 years. The absence of Iraq and its natural role on the regional scene was one of the reasons for destabilization in the area. This is why Iraq has adopted a balanced policy based on dialogue and the reduction of tensions, concentrating on areas of common agreement. We underscore the need to create a new organization based on cooperation and the economic links that exist between the countries of the region with the participation of the international community, an organization that is able to respond to common challenges, be that terrorism, extremism, unstable economic conditions, the inability to provide work opportunities to an ever greater number of young people, but also the dangerous effects of climate change. The Iraqi government has therefore organized the Baghdad Conference for Cooperation and Partnership in order to underscore that Iraq, which was a synonym for conflict, is now a meeting point for the interests of the peoples and states of the region. The success of peace efforts cannot be seen without Iraq, an Iraq that is safe, stable, and fully sovereign, and whose crucial role in the region will be re-established. This requires regional and international support, as well as a stop to competitive behavior and the conflicts of others being played out on our land. We also note that the ongoing Syrian crisis and its humanitarian tragic effects on the Syrian people is unacceptable. We would recall that dangerous pockets of terrorism are being woken up on an ongoing basis and feed on this state of affairs, thus threatening our country and the entire region. It's high time that we work together earnestly to put an end to the suffering of the Syrian people, respecting their right to peace and freedom, and by eliminating these pockets of terrorism active in the country. Iraq, ladies and gentlemen, repeats its position with regard to the need to arrive at a global and fair solution to the Palestinian question. There can be no lasting peace in the region without guaranteeing the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people for an independent state. The ongoing war in Yemen and its security and human repercussions are also a source of concern and require a solution that will guarantee security and peace for its citizens and the countries of the region. Mr. President, honourable delegates, next month Iraq will be facing a key national event, namely the holding of early elections. As a response to a popular movement and a national consensus, a very large-scale consensus on the need to bring about crucial reforms and to establish a new contract or social and political pact that will correct the failings of the previous system and ensure good governance. These elections will be decisive and will have an effect on Iraq and perhaps the entire region. These elections are being held at a time when our people are commemorating the walk to Karbala al-Hussein, peace be upon him, and we reaffirm our attachment to the most beautiful and noble human values, be they that reform, peace, the refusal of injustice or oppression, and the right to lead a dignified life. Iraqis are sure that they have an iron will to preserve the nation and fight to ensure reform, fight corruption, and live a free and dignified life. In order to achieve these noble goals, it is essential that we restore the trust of Iraqis in the elections and ensure their broad participation. This is a priority for us. A new electoral law has been adopted, a law which is more just and more representative compared to the last law, as well as a new electoral commission, the funding of which has been covered by the government in order to ensure a good organisation of the elections. Moreover, a new electoral code of conduct has been adopted to guarantee the success of the elections so that they can pave the way for peaceful reforms through a parliament and a government that genuinely respect the voice of the people without manoeuvres or manipulations. Indeed, one of the causes for political tensions relates to the flaws and the lack of popular trust in the previous electoral processes. In this context, I would like to thank the countries that have contributed to the adoption of Resolution 2576 of the Security Council relating to the electoral process in Iraq. We would like to thank the Secretariat of the United Nations and the European Union for their role in sending international observers tasked with ensuring transparency. We finally would like to thank the United Nations mission in Iraq for all of its efforts and its electoral support. Dear friends, Iraq has been an example of diversity and of profound coexistence throughout its history. Our people draws strength from this diversity and this genuine coexistence. The people respect this diversity as part of our culture. The next passage is being read out in an unofficial UN language, therefore cannot be interpreted. I would like to conclude my statement, ladies and gentlemen, by reaffirming that we are partners on this planet. Partners because of our aspirations and because of our fears and because of our human values. We have a great need for solidarity in order to put an end to the degradation of the environment and to avoid wars and conflicts. Responding to the environmental challenges is the greatest gift that we can give to future generations. I thank you, Mr. President, and may the peace of the Most High be with you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 11th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. sharp. The meeting stands adjourned.
Hi, this is Alexandra. Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, great.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay.
听得见吗？听得见吗？
是英文1、2、3，谢谢。
はい。
The 11th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. I would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear a face covering at all times whilst in public spaces and in the General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. The size of the delegation should not exceed 4 delegates in the General Assembly Hall. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Federated States of Micronesia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency David W. Panuelo, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, for his pre-recorded address. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from our beautiful islands in the Federated States of Micronesia. Mr. President, at the outset, I wish to express that I am particularly pleased that an esteemed leader from a small island developing state has been elected to lead this august body during this crucial 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your country, the Republic of the Maldives, has been instrumental and effective in leading the world community, particularly on issues relating to the environment and climate change, to find common ground. I note with genuine enthusiasm that both of our countries have undertaken partnerships with the Blue Prosperity Coalition to protect at least 30% of our ocean, and that both of our countries, like small island developing states across the world, are committed to building back better through tackling climate change. I am thankful and heartened by your leadership and your country's willingness to undertake an even greater commitment to lead this assembly during these challenging times. I would also like to pay tribute to the outgoing president of the 75th session, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, for his leadership during an unusual and trying time. As always, we are grateful to our Secretary General and my dear friend, Antonio Guterres, who has worked unceasingly to make our United Nations a more effective instrument for the advancement of our common goals. He has the total support of Micronesia and its people, and we congratulate him on his re-election as Secretary General. Mr. President, the theme of this year's session, Building Resilience Through Hope to Recover from COVID-19, Rebuild Sustainably, Respond to the Needs of the Planet, Respect the Right of the People, and Revitalize the United Nations is both bold and appropriate. Crucially, the colors of this year's theme are all part of the portrait of where we are today. At its foundation, we must respect ourselves the same as we respect others, for an infringement on the rights of one person is an infringement on the rights of us all. We must respond to the environmental needs of the planet, for the planet's needs are our needs. We must recover from COVID-19 and rebuild sustainably, which will ensure humankind's resilience for the remainder of the decade of action. And to ensure we have hope, we ensure we have unity, we must revitalize the United Nations. Mr. President, Micronesia remains COVID-19 free. We have been able to keep the virus at bay by locking down our borders and by embracing a very close partnership with both the World Health Organization and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Thanks to generous support from the United States of America, with whom we share an enduring partnership, we have received enough vaccines for our entire population. More than 75% of our adult population has received the first dose of the vaccine, and we are just starting to vaccinate adolescents. Meanwhile, thanks to generous support from the People's Republic of China, with whom we share a great friendship, we have established highly functional quarantine sites across our nation. Though COVID-19 is not on our shores, the pandemic has nonetheless affected our people. While I can point out economic data on lost jobs, delays on implementing infrastructure projects, and so forth, perhaps the most meaningful is that by keeping our nation protected, we have also necessarily kept many of our citizens stranded abroad. While repatriation efforts are ongoing, inclusive of pre-quarantine outside Micronesia and in-country quarantine upon arrival, there are still hundreds of families missing their loved ones. To all the Micronesian men and women still stranded abroad, I give you all my word that we will get you home. Let us build back better health security today to prepare for the next pandemic tomorrow. Let us all commit to the goals of ending the COVID-19 pandemic and creating a stronger health security architecture in 2022. Let us all support the targets for achieving global health security, and let us all elevate global ambition to making shared existential security threats, whether they are the COVID-19 pandemic or climate change, a shared responsibility that we work together in addressing as nations united for a common purpose. Mr. President, regrettably, the chilling confirmation from the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in its recent report is a stark reminder that dark days are ahead if no serious and urgent action is taken to deal with the climate change crisis. We can no longer worry about whether we have a developing label or a developed label next to our name. We are all in this together, and we must all do our part. The science is clear that both developing and developed countries are affected. Micronesia remains committed to doing its part in addressing the climate change crisis so we can build back better. With Blue Prosperity Micronesia, we are seeking to protect 30% of our nation's ocean territory. With the Micronesia Challenge, we are seeking to protect 50% of coastal and terrestrial territory. With recent legislation, we have banned the importation of most forms of plastics, and we are beginning to shift from relying on fossil fuels to renewable energies like solar. What Micronesia needs from our friends, allies, and development partners in the global community, and that includes everyone watching me today, because Micronesia is family to the United States and a friend to the People's Republic of China, just as Micronesia is a friend to the Maldives and to the United Kingdom, to the Netherlands and to Spain, to Nicaragua and to Australia, to New Zealand and to South Africa, to Israel and to Norway, to Japan and to Korea. What we need is global action today for our world's prosperity tomorrow. Mr. President, we must look past what separates us and focus on what unites us. The positive step undertaken by the United States to rejoining the Paris Agreement and sponsoring a climate summit is all very encouraging, because the world needs the United States if we are to solve the climate change crisis, on the premise that the world needs every country to work together. The world needs the United States just as the world needs China, as the world needs Japan, as the world needs Australia, to all come together for global survival. The secret to the threat of climate change is the same as the secret to the threat of COVID-19 pandemic. The moment we decide that the threat is a specific country or a specific person, then we all lose. The way that we all win is cooperating together. Micronesia is willing to do its part and is actively doing its part. We ask all of our friends, allies, and developing partners to join us today. Today, we encourage all countries to be bold and submit more ambitious, revised, intended, nationally determined contributions. Mr. President, while we took encouragement from the international response to the Paris Agreement, the climate crisis should also motivate us to ratify and integrate the Kigali Amendments into our national policies to ensure the avoidance of life-threatening damage to our planet. That is why I am urging countries which are major contributors to carbon emissions to ratify the Kigali Amendment and to phase down the production and consumption of HFCs. Mr. President, the presence and utilization of the rule of law is the true parameter for civilization. Micronesia has been taking many steps to strengthen the rule of law in our country. We are seeking to pass legislation on cybercrimes. We will be joining the International Police Organization, or Interpol, and we have committed to tackling illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing in our waters in cooperation with organizations like the Forum Fisheries Agency and the Micronesian President Summit. We have strengthened maritime surveillance with Australia and Japan and look forward to the receipt of 2 new Guardian-class patrol ships or vessels from Australia to help us protect our big ocean state. Yet all the actions most important for Micronesia's continued capacity to promote and protect the rule of law, it is through our enduring partnership with the United States of America, which is codified through the Compact of Free Association. Negotiations over the expiring provisions of the Compact are ongoing, and in light of the recent high-level defense talks this July, Micronesia calls on the United States to help us conclude our negotiations before the current agreements are set to expire at the end of 2023. Mr. President, the Federated States of Micronesia accepts the responsibility to continue to speak out, along with similarly committed states, on how the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, applies to maritime zones in situations involving climate change-related sea level rise. Last month, the Pacific Island countries endorsed a landmark declaration on preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise, which has been affirmed by both the Pacific Islands Forum and the Micronesian President's Summit. The declaration is a formal statement of the views of these island countries. As recognized by the declaration, the threat of climate change-related sea level rise is, and I quote, a defining issue that imperils the livelihoods and well-being of our peoples and undermines the realization of a peaceful, secure, and sustainable future for our region of the Pacific. Recent reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change underscore that global sea level rise associated with climate change is likely to be as high as 1 meter by the end of this century, with the Western Pacific having already experienced 3 times more sea level rise than the current global mean. Many of us, like my own country, Micronesia, sit in this region of the Pacific. In light of these circumstances and in acknowledgement of the potential legal implications of sea level rise on maritime zones, such as those of Micronesia, the declaration proclaims, among other things, that our islands' maritime zones, once established in accordance with the UNCLOS and notified to the Secretary General of the United Nations in accordance with the UNCLOS and the rights and entitlements that flow from them, shall continue to apply, notwithstanding any physical changes connected to climate change-related sea level rise. It will be deeply unjust and inequitable if a small island developing state like Micronesia, being specially affected by climate change-related sea level rise, despite being among the least responsible for the phenomenon, as to surrender any of its maritime rights and entitlements because of such sea level rise, including its rights and entitlements to rich fishery resources in our exclusive economic zone. Fortunately, the Pacific Islands' collective views, as expressed in the declaration, are supported by both UNCLOS and the legal principles underpinning it. Micronesia reiterates its endorsement of the declaration and encourages the international community to favorably consider the declaration and its overarching objectives. Mr. President, as a nation covering over 1 million square miles of ocean, we attach great importance to the sustainable use and management of marine resources within and adjacent to our territorial waters. Our people have lived in harmony with the ocean and their natural environment since our ancestors began to navigate these vast seas. We have relied on the traditional knowledge in conserving our land and seas and will continue to look to it for best practices in preserving the resources that come from the ocean and also utilize it to fight climate change. Micronesia will continue to advocate for more effective conservation of our marine and forest resources. Our traditions dictate it, and our survival requires it. Long before the terms marine sanctuaries and marine protected areas, or MPAs, become everyday terms with our people, the concepts have already existed throughout many of our traditional Micronesian societies. Through these various initiatives Micronesia is currently engaged in, such as the Micronesia Challenge 2030, Blue Prosperity Micronesia, and the Technology for Tuna Transparency, T3 Challenge, we are investing in our future. With biodiversity around our planet at risk and in serious decline, Micronesia and its partners are taking concrete actions. We must step up collectively to do more to protect and restore our planet's biodiversity. I encourage all who wish to stand with us to do so, as Micronesia will show you peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. Mr. President, I commend the Secretary General for taking the initiative to convene the United Nations Food Systems Summit, which will be held at the end of this General Assembly. The focus on food systems in all its aspects, from production to processing, and from consumption to waste utilization, recognizes the integral role that food plays in our lives, in our health, our livelihood, our economy, and our environment. In the dialogues leading up to the forthcoming Food Systems Summit, we have been seeing a surge of community-level awareness and commitment to address consumption behavior, to address the ravages of food-related non-communicable diseases. Approximately 1/3 of Micronesians suffer from diabetes and high blood pressure, largely as a direct result for our recent social preferences for highly processed, salty, imported foods. Our current food system is unsustainable, and so we are trying to change it, to re-indigenize it as part of our commitment to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Decade of Action. Mr. President, the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has always been at the top priority of our agenda. In the North Pacific, we are fully aware that the UN system's commitment and support on the ground is necessary if we are to achieve many of the goals. We therefore warmly welcome the imminent opening of the new UN multi-country office for the North Pacific, with Micronesia as its host. The countries of the North Pacific are most grateful to our Secretary General for his foresight and decision to open this new office. As host, I pledge my country's full support, and we commit to doing our part in ensuring the expedited entry into the country of the international staff of the new multi-country office. The reform of the United Nations development system has shown promising results. Its success remains in the hands of our organization's membership. It is time to rethink how best we as members can provide funding support to the system. We have to ensure that adequate and sustainable financing is available to support the responses from the resident coordinators to the needs of the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the reform of our United Nations, in particular the reform of the UN Security Council, remains a relevant subject of discussion year after year. We must recommit to completing the unfinished work which has eluded us for decades. It is appropriate that members of this august body that have contributed so much to our organization, such as Japan, be included as permanent members on a reformed council. Mr. President, I conclude by applauding the United Nations for its continued efforts to unite the nations of our world, and encourage the United Nations to continue to live up to its responsibility in ensuring that no society or people are left behind. Micronesia has faith in the United Nations and will actively work to ensure that the United Nations is successful. I further conclude by explicitly calling on all nations and peoples who hear me today to know that the people and government of Micronesia extends to you friendship and urges you to take action to extend that same friendship and love to your fellow human beings. There are real challenges facing us all today, and we find ourselves wishing we could live in a better world. But a better world is not something we ask for. A better world is something we build. We define a better world through consensus with a foundation of empathy and love for other human beings. We construct a better world by acknowledging that we are who we choose to be and then choosing to take responsibility for both ourselves and our communities. Micronesia chooses to take responsibility for solving the climate change crisis and for ending the COVID-19 pandemic. We cannot do it alone. We need you, all of you, to stand with us as nations united to take actions today for our global prosperity tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President, and God bless our United Nations.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Loué soit Dieu le Tout-Puissant.
Praise be to Almighty God, He who has allowed us to come together in this magnificent city of New York in order to participate in this meeting of our organization. President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I wish at the outset to convey my warm congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid on his outstanding election to the presidency of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Burundi assures you, Mr. President, of its full, unwavering cooperation and wishes you every success and great fortune as you discharge your mandate, both professionally and personally. I am also delighted to convey the deep gratitude of my delegation to your predecessor, Ambassador Volkan Bozkır, on his excellent work conducted despite conditions rendered incredibly difficult by the COVID-19 pandemic. Allow me to take this same opportunity to convey my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for the results he achieved in an international context marked by several grave crises and a fragile, tottering global economy. I wish him every success and good health as he discharges his second mandate. I also wish to thank the government and the people of the United States of America, particularly those of the city of New York, for the welcome and unparalleled hospitality we have been shown. Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this 76th session of the General Assembly is being held at a time when Burundi will celebrate the 60th anniversary of its independence and of its accession to the United Nations family. That celebration will be held next year. Consequently, it is the time to recall that the UN has played a major role in Burundi's history because since the end of the First World War, Burundi from the end of the First World War, rather, Burundi was managed under the aegis of the League of Nations and then the United Nations. Poor administration of the colonial period had negative consequences for Burundi, which brought with them, at the very dawn of independence, social conflicts and several massacres whose wounds still struggle to heal. As the central theme of our general debate highlights, we do indeed need to return hope to our citizens. In Burundi, this means returning hope to our citizens not only in the face of the devastating consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also returning hope to our citizens following the consequences of the series of crises that have unfolded in our country in full impunity. Consequently, this regular session of the General Assembly arrives for me at an opportune moment for my country, Burundi, because it provides us with a pleasant opportunity to share with this illustrious assembly the significant progress made by Burundi on the national, regional, and international stage. As things stand, the restoration of peace, security, stability, and social cohesion is a reality in Burundi. The only enemy which remains a threat to citizens, in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is an enemy common to us all, is poverty. Alongside all our citizens, we have taken up the fight against poverty in order to achieve our ultimate goal, the well-being of Burundi's people. To achieve that goal, we have pinpointed a number of priorities, which we have enshrined in the roadmap entitled the Burundi National Development Plan 2018-2027. This is an ambitious and transformative program which could well expedite the socio-economic development process which has been underway since 2018. Allow me first to turn to good governance and social justice. To achieve these goals, the fight against corruption, misappropriation, and the fight against impunity are among the priorities of a government known to be responsible and hard-working. As regards the fight against impunity and the prevention of social conflicts, Burundi has honed local justice mechanisms in order to allow all Burundi's people to have quick and equal access to equitable justice. Moreover, efforts have been made to ensure that we have a genuinely independent and impartial judiciary. We have sought to achieve this goal by rendering the Superior Council of the Judiciary operational. We should underscore here that as part of correcting the grave defects of the past, the government of Burundi is currently leading a process of transitional justice in order to aid all victims in Burundi. As part of managing the security situation, we wish to give particular emphasis to the issue of terrorism. Where this matter is concerned, Mr. President, it cannot be denied that success has been achieved. However, at the same time, we do need to humbly acknowledge that we are far from having developed a common, adequate, and effective strategy to eradicate this scourge. In strategic terms, of course, terrorism cannot be justified. I remain convinced that beyond the military action that is necessary, the effective fight against terrorism involves fighting against radicalization, whose breeding ground is ignorance, poverty, youth unemployment, and illiteracy. The UN should undertake initiatives to combat poverty and issue strict sanctions against terrorist groups and all those who support them. As far as we're concerned, we are concerned by the proliferation of terrorism in the sub-region, whose leaders, such as the leaders of the ADF and the Tabara network, are located in the east of the DRC, They recruit young unemployed people and blindly kill peaceful innocent citizens. We're particularly worried about these networks. I remain convinced that these groups constitute a threat not only for our region but also for humankind as a whole. Consequently, we must pool our strengths and fight against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. And we believe that this fight must be conducted with a greater sense of determination and greater solidarity. It is against this backdrop that since 2007, my country has made available to the United Nations Organization and the African Union troops and police to contribute to restoring security and allowing peace to flower in certain countries who need this to be the case, such as Somalia and the Central African Republic. As regards human rights issues, Burundi firmly believes that human rights must be protected by clear good governance mechanisms, clear security, and clear equitable justice mechanisms. As part of monitoring the implementation of the principles of human rights protection, the international community must accede to the fundamental principles of universality, transparency, impartiality, non-selectivity, non-politicization, and objectiveness. It must also reject a policy of double standards when dealing with human rights issues. In this regard, Burundi believes that the best way to promote and protect human rights is to work driven forward by cooperation, dialogue, technical assistance, and capacity building, and the strengthening of national mechanisms which focus on human rights issues. We'd like to take this opportunity to call upon certain partners, namely those within the United Nations Human Rights Council, to properly, fairly, and responsibly interpret Burundi's efforts alongside the United Nations and to give them their proper weight. Any act looking to single out Burundi by placing it under special human rights mechanisms is quite simply counterproductive. As you are aware, Burundi has national mechanisms which are able to defend, promote, and protect human rights. We have the Independent National Human Rights Commission that has just reclaimed its A status. We also have the National Observatory for the Prevention and Eradication of Genocide, War Crimes, and Other Crimes Against Humanity, and we have the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Council for National Unity, the Lands and Other Goods Commission, and the Ombudsman. In practice, the government has focused and does focus on the protection of human rights, the respect of democratic principles, and the freedoms of opinion, expression, and of the press. A great deal of work has been done thanks to the institution of a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue between political parties, media, and public authorities. This process of dialogue has allowed us to open a number of media institutions that had been closed during the skirmishes and insurrection of 2015. We've also freed more than 5,000 prisoners by way of presidential partners. We've seen the participation of political parties and civil society in the management of the country's social and political life. Mr. President, Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Turning now to socio-economic issues, Burundi, like other countries, cannot achieve development without resolving issues of healthcare, education, and the management of particular social groups such as young people, women, vulnerable peoples, and those suffering from poverty. As far as healthcare is concerned, the COVID-19 pandemic has arrived in addition to other illnesses raging throughout the country, such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and many others which are of concern to the government of Burundi. As regards the COVID-19 pandemic, since the arrival of the first cases of the pandemic, Burundi has taken preventative and response measures, and all of our strategies have made it possible to keep our positivity rate under 3% and to avoid high prevalence of serious COVID cases. However, the complex nature of the virus means that all the nations of the world must engage in more research and show greater displays of genius to find a solidarity-based, collective and sustainable solution, even lasting solution to this pandemic, which is sowing chaos throughout humankind. In the same vein, Burundi is appealing for international solidarity to aid citizens suffering from other illnesses, such as those cited above, which hinder their attempts to ensure their economic development. With this in mind, the government of Burundi has a policy of 3 healthcare for children under 5 and for women who give birth in public hospitals and clinics. Moreover, we have committed to providing each commune with at least 1 hospital to guarantee that healthcare is never far away from the Burundian people. As part of this effective economic development, our priority is first and foremost food and security. We're aiming to ensure that every mouth has food and every citizen has the income necessary to allow it to meet other basic needs. Consequently, the state of Burundi has committed to supporting local cooperatives as they fight against poverty in all areas of the country. This policy has made Burundi one of the few countries that does not import foodstuffs. Our other priority is education. Education for all is a principle enshrined in the United Nations agenda, and my country finds education for all to be a prerequisite for sustainable development and its agenda. We have guaranteed free basic education to allow every child to attend school, whatever his or her social status. It is in this same vein that we decided to equip every local authority with a school and a teacher training school. We have also looked to and continue to look to reform our education system to provide people with technical and professional training. This will allow us to have young people that are technically capable and multi-skilled and therefore able to conduct economic activity in all sectors. As regards social protection, here, we're looking at issues of youth employability, the employability of women, and improving the living conditions of persons in vulnerable situations. In order to achieve these goals, we're encouraging young people to demonstrate imagination, to launch their own development projects. However, at the same time, Burundi has launched a far-reaching program for economic empowerment and youth employment. And we've created the Youth Investment Bank and the Women Investment Bank. Moreover, in order to achieve these goals, where employment and development are concerned, the state of Burundi has the Stimulus Guarantee and Support Fund, the FIGA. This provides guarantees for lucrative projects launched and managed by young people and women. In addition to the aforementioned, Burundi is also focusing on the repatriation of refugees and the care of retired persons. Thanks to peace and security that have now returned to the country, Burundi's refugees and political actors are returning en masse to the country and are welcomed with love and dignity. Between July 2020 and today, more than 75,000 refugees have voluntarily returned to the country. Moreover, we have 50,000 Burundian people that have returned not doing so under the aegis of the United Nations. Regarding retired persons, our primary aim here is to care for older persons in general by guaranteeing them medical care and improving their pensions. To return hope to all citizens, the government this year launched a national program for peace enhancement, social stability, and the promotion of economic growth. This program, I am sure, will enjoy the support of all Burundi's development partners to boost the socio-economic development of our country, to enhance peace, and to guarantee Burundi's citizens hope after protracted periods of conflict. Another area on which we must all focus if we are to achieve sustainable development, and an area to which Burundi attaches great importance, is environmental protection. It has acceded to around 20 international conventions in the field. In this context, Burundi is doing everything it can to mobilize financing for projects linked to biodiversity, water filtration, soil protection, the protection of the ozone layer, and the eradication of organic pollutants, namely through its ambitious project Ue Burundi Rombaye, which means Burundi covered end to end. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of diplomacy and cooperation, Burundi has committed to normalizing and promoting friendly relations and a relationship of cooperation with its bilateral and multilateral partners. It has committed to reclaiming its rightful place in the family of nations. On this matter, my country once again commends the historic decision of the United Nations Security Council and of the African Union Peace and Security Council to withdraw Burundi from their political agendas, by way of recognizing that the country has returned to peace, security, and lasting stability. Moreover, Burundi welcomes progress already made in the process of normalizing its friendly relations and its relationship of cooperation with the European Union and its member states, and this through a political dialogue undertaken in a constructive spirit and on the basis of respect between the two parties. Where the continent is concerned, our country is delighted to have ratified the agreement creating the African Continental Free Trade Area. The ultimate goal of this area is to integrate all 55 states of the African Union within one free trade bloc. All of this will achieve the goals outlined in Agenda 2063, which aims to create a continental market with the free movement of people, goods and services, so crucial for the strengthening of economic integration. Consequently, Burundi, alongside Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has placed itself in a better position to achieve all the aforementioned goals by launching the railway project which will link the port of Dar es Salaam to Burundi and the east of DRC. Before concluding, Mr. President, on an international level, Burundi supports the action undertaken by the United Nations Secretary-General to promote United Nations reform in order to breathe new life into this common organization and to render it more effective, more efficient, more accountable, and closer to the world's people. And we enthusiastically welcome his report on the common agenda, which he believes to be the starting point for our joint efforts. With this in mind, given that we are the only continent not represented in the group of permanent members of the Security Council, and given that we are, as a continent, underrepresented in the category of non-permanent members, Africa continues to weather the historic injustice of being excluded from this crucially important body for us all. To conclude, Mr. President, the state of Burundi reiterates its staunch commitment to the principles and values enshrined in the United Nations Charter, such as the sovereign equality of states, territorial integrity, non-aggression, political independence, and the resolution of disputes by peaceful means. Moreover, the state of Burundi renews its faith in fundamental human rights, in social justice, in dignity, in the value of human beings, in the equality of men and women in all their rights, as well as in the equality of nations. I thank you for your kind attention. May God bless you all. Many thanks indeed.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Burundi for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, fellow President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Abdullah Shahid, Brother Secretary General Antonio Guterres, fellow heads of state and government, ministers of foreign affairs, and delegates present in the room. First of all, allow me to hail your election as President of this Assembly, as well as I would like to congratulate the Secretary General on being re-elected for a second term. We find ourselves in the most important forum created by humankind following the Second World War. It was designed as a forum to debate, to reflect, and to seek effective solutions to the various crises that our planet is confronting. The United Nations organization was designed based on the principle of legal equality of states, and to which can be added political equality. It was created to avoid having our planet once again experience armed clashes among states that endanger world peace that we all aspire to. Now, these goals have not been fully met because the ambition to control access to natural resources and to dominate entire nations have continued to lead to direct armed invasions, criminal blockades, and indirect interventions in the military, political, economic, and even the media spheres. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how fragile our societies and states are. It has created unprecedented negative impacts in such areas as healthcare, the economy, education, among other areas. It has put at risk the achievement of the goals of the 2030 agenda within the established timetable. Now, in addition to the multi-dimensional crisis of capitalism, the economic crisis, social, environmental, food, and energetic crisis, we can now add a sanitary crisis. At the same time, this crisis has clearly illustrated that inequality between the main capitalist countries and those on the periphery continues. Euphemistically, these two groups are denominated developed and developing countries. The growth in poverty and extreme poverty and the inequitable concentration of vaccines has been condemned by the World Health Organization itself. According to available data, to date, only 30% of the global population that requires vaccines has received at least one dose of an anti-COVID-19 vaccine. And barely 15.5% is fully vaccinated. At the same time, only 1.1% of the population in low-income countries has received at least one dose. Capitalism has transformed all areas of social life into merchandise, and health has not managed to escape its tentacles. Medical science must be at the service of humankind without any kind of geographical, political, social discrimination or discrimination based on nationality. Access to vaccines must be considered as a human right. We cannot remain indifferent, or even less to seek to profit from health at a time of pandemic. We are fully convinced that the pandemic could be overcome with a broader coverage of vaccination. The World Health Organization has determined that when 70% of this goal is reached, 70% of vaccination, we could overcome the pandemic. However, access to vaccines, especially countries on the periphery, is limited. In this context, we believe that it is important, that the following is important. Transnational companies that produce medication should lift their patents and share their knowledge and technology for the production of COVID-19 vaccines. And through our joint efforts, we can ensure immediate access to vaccines to all people in all countries of the world. Second, that supranational organizations such as the United Nations and governments work in solidarity to avoid the hoarding of vaccines and promote the universal, just, equitable, and timely access to vaccines, as well as to medications and medical products in order to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Current circumstances created by the pandemic are in fact an appeal to solidarity and international cooperation among brethren nations in favor of life. In the fight against COVID-19 around our planet, thousands and thousands of healthcare workers fulfilled their role, and we would like to pay tribute to them, and we would like to express our gratitude to them for their work. In Europe, in spite of its problems, countries managed to reach an agreement and have allocated billions of dollars to reactivate its economy. The United States, similarly, has managed to reach a consensus amongst its politicians to allocate billions towards its economic recovery. However, unfortunately, in Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa, the states and governments do not have organizations that are focused on the fight for life. Quite to the contrary, organizations such as the Organization of American States, OAS, divide us, promote coups d'etats, and generate instability. Fellow President, the COVID-19 crisis has also demonstrated vulnerabilities and inequalities in the financial system and in the global economy. In a closely interconnected world, it is essential to deepen solidarity, complementarity, and to respond to the needs of our peoples in the post-pandemic context. To do this, it's necessary to strengthen integration and cooperation so that we can confront the multidimensional impact on our economies, on our industries, and on our capacity to achieve food security based on our sovereignty. In this context, it is essential to rebuild our economies in order to ensure social protection and health care. In other words, we must safeguard and protect workers, farmers, indigenous peoples, original peoples, micro and small businesses, and entrepreneurs. We should protect them just as we protect banks, large corporations, or transnational corporations. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, it is essential that we confront the risks that the pandemic has put before us. Bearing this in mind, we are analyzing and proposing comprehensive solutions to the vulnerability that has been generated by indebtedness in developing countries compared their debt to the main capitalist countries and financial institutions. With this in mind, comprehensive measures are important that international financial organizations could implement based on a sustainable vision and that do not lead to additional burdens or further indebt beneficiary states. States must put priority on eradicating extreme poverty, reducing inequality in all its dimensions. States should focus on access to basic services for their population. And we must assume, in a responsible way, the challenge of building a future based on solidarity, complementarity, sustainability, and cooperation among peoples. However, we will not make much progress in diminishing or eliminating these problems, such as poverty, as long as we continue in the current economic global order, which is unjust. Wherever we see injustice, and which continues to prevail in and impose inequality in international trade and puts obstacles towards industrialization. Furthermore, we have to continue to highlight that, unfortunately, the digital gap persists, and the rapid progress in digital technologies and electronic trade, e-trade, has become an instrument that could help economic recovery. However, the digital divide prevents these benefits from being shared equitably. And when this happens, digital technologies and e-trade become instruments to merely consolidate this unjust global order. Bearing this in mind, the plurinational state of Bolivia is proposing to move forward on reaching agreements with multilateral financial organizations to refinance or to ease the external debt at the global level, and to support social policies for populations in a situation of vulnerability, and to do this based on an approach of sustainable and comprehensive development. By the same token, it's important for the various international financial mechanisms to activate concessional lending, that they design and implement long-term and medium-term measures to ensure the achievement of the 2030 Development Agenda. Fellow President, our planet, our common home, our Mother Earth, still is suffering the terrible consequences of consumerism and excessive depredation of natural resources. And once again, we believe that the capitalist system is one of the main causes of the climate crisis. Based on the cosmovision of indigenous peoples, there is an interdependence between human beings and nature. This is why, as a state, we are promoting a new model of coexistence for the well-being of our people, which our people call living well. It promotes a change in the approach to life, leaving behind predation, irrational competition, and excessive consumerism, and this insatiable search to accumulate profits at the cost of Mother Earth and the life on our planet. This approach, this cosmovision of our indigenous peoples, is valid for all the peoples of the world, because what capitalism, in fact, is putting at risk is humanity itself and nature itself. Now, to take the path towards living well implies that our public policies and ways of life be in harmony and in balance with nature. We must restore our relationship with Mother Earth, because what's at stake is our survival as a species. The growing threat represented by non-economic risks for financial and macroeconomic stability, I'm thinking of the climate crisis, obviously. This has demonstrated the need to formulate policies that help in us move towards a new economic model. Now, consistent with our thinking, we have developed a Bolivian vision for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We are proposing that all states parties meet in the framework of the COP26 in Glasgow, work together, and we would like to suggest the following for this. Based on this. Number one, the only real solution to eliminate the increase in temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius requires distributing the carbon budget among countries based on the criteria of climate justice and based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Number two, the main capitalist countries must assume the climate debt and the historic compensation toward the rest of countries of the world through financial cooperation, transfer of technologies, and the development of capacities, thus implementing the agreements that have been signed to date. Number three, it's essential to incorporate the knowledge, practices, and experiences of indigenous peoples and nations in building societies and ecosystems that are resilient to climate change. Number four, there's an urgent need to strengthen and step up efforts of countries to fight the climate crisis. In particular, the approaches that are not based on the carbon market. Efforts should be effective in reducing domestic greenhouse gas emissions. We are convinced of the urgent need to reform the global architecture that guides financial, investment, trade, development, environmental, and social policies around the world. Now, in this same context, we welcome the holding of the summit on food systems, because the health and the life of humanity depend on their access to food. We must strengthen and acknowledge the important contribution to the economy and preservation of nature that small-scale farmers and indigenous populations make. By the same token, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate this Assembly for the very important decision adopted in declaring a decade of indigenous languages, which will begin next year. Languages transmit culture, knowledge, skills, and the history of peoples. This is why it's important for our states throughout in these years and in the future to promote actions to to revitalize and strengthen indigenous languages, which are part and parcel of the cultural wealth of humankind. Fellow President, the charter of our organization is the main reference in safeguarding international law that governs relations among our states. For this reason, the United Nations organization has a preeminent role, especially in safeguarding human rights. This is why it is inconceivable that powerful countries take actions and measures that are unilateral and that generate negative effects against the right to life, to health, to food, and to education of millions of people. Just has been stated in this General Assembly in many opportunities, these coercive measures in fact, are applied extraterritorially and unilaterally. This is not only immoral, but in fact goes against international law and contravenes the charter itself of the United Nations. It weakens multilateralism. These measures are even more to be condemned and rejected when they intentionally and directly affect the exercise and enjoyment of human rights. Human rights are inherent. They're inviolable. They cannot be double standards. Access to vaccines, medicine, medical products, and essential goods such as food cannot be subjected to political interests, nor should the right to life or the right to health should be used as a political mechanism to put pressure at the expense of the lives of millions of people that depend on this, especially in the time of pandemic. We reject any unilateral measure aimed at preventing our countries from exercising their right to determine freely their political, economic, and social systems. A clear demonstration of the application of unilateral measures is the inhumane and criminal commercial and financial blockade against Cuba, which puts at risk the lives of more than 11 million citizens of this country in the midst of a pandemic. It's a crime against humanity, but at the same time, it is a regrettable example of how the decisions of this assembly are not implemented and complied with by certain countries. It is frustrating to admit that year after year, in spite of the virtually global unanimity in condemning the blockade, those responsible for this crime ignore the clamor of the entire world. Fellow President, before concluding this intervention in the General Assembly, allow me to inform the member states that the plurinational state of Bolivia, following an unfortunate coup d'etat that took place in November of 2019, following that, last October 2020, we restored democracy thanks to the unity, combat, and conscience of the Bolivian people, which was confirmed in elections. And we are recovering our intercultural democracy as well as our political, economic, and social stability, which has cost us a great deal of work to build. The rupture in the constitutional order in my country involved the participation of national actors, politicians that do not have the support of the people in elections, unethical members of the police and the armed forces, civic committees, certain members of the Catholic hierarchy, and of the media. However, it also included the participation of the OAS through its Secretary General Luis Almagro, and also the participation of other governments, such as the former government of Argentina, which sent weapons and munitions to those behind the coup d'etat, and the representatives of the European Union and other international non-governmental organizations. The last report presented by an international group of independent experts identified that in the plurinational state of Bolivia, Serious violations of human rights were committed, massacres, and summary executions. Our commitment to the Bolivian people is that we ensure justice for the 38 lives lost, for the hundreds of wounded, detained, for those who were persecuted, who were sent in exile, and for the grave violations of human rights that were conducted during the de facto government. Because justice is an essential precondition of any democracy and for the construction of a true social peace. Unfortunately, the right to the presumption of innocence and due process was systematically violated. Persecution and jailing of innocent people became a daily occurrence and normal occurrence. Humiliation, repression, and the racist and sexist use of force aimed against our population who were mobilized to defend their rights, most of them indigenous peoples, workers, and farmers, was something that occurred daily. Strong and dignified nations will always be built on the basis of the lessons learned from the tragedies that they've experienced, thus collectively building social peace through the process of memory, truth, and justice. And that is the commitment we've made to the Bolivian people. My government, democratically elected, in spite of multiple difficulties, including the COVID-19 pandemic, is making every possible effort to restore stability and economic growth with social justice. With the support of over 55% of the votes of the Bolivian people, we have the responsibility of defending our independence and dignity as a free and sovereign state. The plurinational state of Bolivia states in this global forum states that it has a right to obtain a free and sovereign access to the Pacific Ocean through dialogue and coordination with the Republic of Chile, in accordance with a decision of the International Court of Justice, which in its decision on the 1st of October of 2018 urged Chile and Bolivia to work towards resolving this problem. Bolivia takes paragraph 176 of this decision as a suggestion to resolve this matter, and I quote, maintaining a dialogue and exchange in a spirit of good neighborliness in order to deal with topics involving the access to the Sea of Bolivia. This would require negotiations among the parties, end of quote. Fellow President, processes of integration which are taking place around the world should be based on the effective resolution of the major topics that remain unresolved in Latin America, such as the topic of the sovereignty of the Malvinas Islands, and the fact that Bolivia does not have access to the sea is an unresolved problem which should be solved on the basis of diplomacy and understanding in this new era. In this assembly, we'd like to reiterate our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter, the goals established in the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, and our commitment to eradicate all form of discrimination and racism. Multilateralism is an ideal tool to ensure greater dialogue, cooperation, and the search for solutions to the problems that humankind faces. Will make it possible for us to reestablish the supremacy of international law and preserve social justice and peace, as well as reconfigure a weakened international order. There's no doubt that the challenges to which we confront every day are increasingly more complex. If we want a better future for current and future generations, we must think about the path to take in order to overcome the polarization in the global architecture, and in its place join efforts to promote international cooperation that allows us to confront current problems on a stronger footing. Fellow President and nations of the world, we find ourselves at an unprecedented moment where the future of humankind depends on the decisions that we will make. It is our duty to build a more just and more democratic world based on more solidarity. Let's work to put an end to to slow down the climate crisis and to build equality, so that to live well means access to education, healthcare, food, a dignified job, a comprehensive development, and true harmony with Mother Earth. Let's work to ensure the self-determination of peoples and lasting peace. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the plurinational state of Bolivia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of El Salvador to introduce an address by the head of state.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now present the pre-recorded statement of the President of the Republic of El Salvador, His Excellency Nayib Bukele, who will address the Assembly during the general debate of the 76th session. Many thanks indeed. Humankind has weathered very difficult times, and it has been in these times where it had the opportunity to truly contemplate the path it must take, tipping points in which we've had to decide as humankind the path that we will take. At times, crises are warnings to change our course, to think about whether what we're doing is the reality, in reality, what we really want to do, to think about the future that we want to have. That was the case with the First World War. After the First World War, among other things, we saw the predecessor organization of the United Nations created. That was the League of Nations, and humankind embarked upon a period of intense social, cultural, economic, and artistic dynamism. The Roaring Twenties was a decade in which humankind thought about the future it wanted to see and worked to achieve it. This decade was born of a crisis, and fate saw that it was stymied by another. That was the Great Depression, a decade of economic crisis, of pessimism, a warning that humankind did not heed. It led to a bigger crisis, and that of the Second World War. This time the blow dealt was sufficient to learn and decide the path that humankind should follow. It was then that we saw the formation of the United Nations organization, with the goal of maintaining international peace, achieving security across the world, and encouraging economic and social development. We had a new drive generated, a new momentum, a time when there was optimism for the future. People worked together to build this vision, build the picture of the world they wished to see, and everyone worked to achieve this vision. I managed to see the end of this period, and I remember that we were thinking about the future, and we were enthusiastic. We were enjoying our moment and helping to build the world we wished to see. While we experience such moments of optimism, we need to cultivate them, to maintain them, and to make the progress that we can. 2 years ago, I was in the General Assembly as the recently elected president of a small country in Central America, El Salvador. The same General Assembly that many years ago aroused such optimism was nearing obsolescence. I proved this with a selfie. I took a selfie to demonstrate that the world had changed, that it continues to change, and that we have a duty to understand it, to use our potential to look after it and resolve the problems that we can resolve. And I took a selfie to show how El Salvador was beginning to understand this world. I said it again 1 year ago in the middle of a pandemic, that like in any major crisis, what we were experiencing was a new warning to contemplate our path. And I spoke about how El Salvador, in spite of everything, was thinking about the future with optimism. Once again, I'm here, and to say that we didn't heed this warning, and we're heading towards another crisis, an even greater crisis, as was the Second World War after the Great Depression. We're risking much more than we thought it possible to lose. We're in a world which is increasingly frenzied, more fragmented, more anxious, more pessimistic, and more individualistic. A world in which almost nobody knows where we're going or even where we want to go. We're resolving problems in the short term, jumping from one crisis to another, until we'll reach one that we won't be able to resolve. The society and the world is suffering, and it seems that we're increasingly far away from tackling the causes of this suffering. we're in a world in which we're producing more than we need, and there are still people that die of hunger from a lack of medicines and from a lack of drinking water. We're in a world where if someone wants to do something differently, he's attacked rather than being guided and being helped to find his path, a path that the rest of humankind might follow. We're in a world which is in the midst of a pandemic where we've seen the best and the worst of humankind, and whose collective response has only multiplied global anxiety. We've seen a pandemic which has deepened the crises that were already there. We're drawing ever closer to a civilizational collapse that we'd been on the brink of for decades. We're in a world plagued by all types of crisis, but primarily by a crisis of identity. We're in a world which is incredibly anxious because of the path that we're taking. Civilization is fragile, the progress of humankind is too, and we're failing to make this progress. One more crisis and we could lose much more quickly than we ever thought possible. Let us learn from previous civilizations, from their achievements and mistakes. We have a responsibility to history, to all of those that came before us, to continue with the progress of humankind and to make as much progress as we can, to build on what they built, to build on the shoulders of giants, in a path moving towards the future. That's the path we need to walk along, a path towards the future, but one which respects and values where we came from, our traditions, our customs, our culture, and the things that make us a civilization. But we need to continue making progress and prepare the ground for those who'll follow us in this relay race that is universal development. We still have time to learn from this crisis and to analyze whether what we're doing is really what we must be doing if we're on the path that we wish to be on. We have all the tools available to do just that. We're living in an interconnected, globalized world, and with the technology to easily resolve all these problems, but without the slightest bit of will to do just that. Everything that we do or don't do now will determine whether we make the most of this opportunity. And this starts with the smallest act. We need to do what really makes us happy. We need to maintain our traditions, we need to care and value our families. We need to teach our children what our parents taught us, what we learnt from our teachers. We need to value what has made us what we are, and we need to continue believing in what we are. At the same time, we need to look for people who think in that way too. We need to look at those that are optimistic about the future and about human potential. We need to stand as an example to others. Consequently, instead of once again asking for multilateralism to be remodeled into a model where we stand as nations to analyze and decide upon the path that we'll wish to take, I am saying that my country, El Salvador, is already going down this new path, a path towards our development and to the first God, and will be an example for other countries of the world. We're designing the future that we wish to see, a future in which all people will have the judgment and the opportunity to do what they really want to do. Confucius said once, choose a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Goethe said, the person born with a talent they are meant to use will find their greatest happiness in using it. In this way, this is the philosophy underpinning the vision that we're building. We want to see a future where people do what they like, where they, and because they do it well, where they can do what they do well. And economic development will be a happy consequence, an extra. Economic development will be a means and not an end. This is what we'll do in El Salvador. We're trying to, little by little, build opportunities and cultivate the judgment to use them with the tools that we've been lent, and hand in hand with people that are increasingly alert and wishing to build their future. It won't be easy, but we'll use the time that God has given us to make the progress that we can responsibly. We'll work with people that have not been drawn in by the hypercommunication of the world, and we'll work with those who believe in the infinite potential of humankind and believe in the greatness of what we can achieve together. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tajikistan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it's my great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon, the President of the Republic of Tajikistan.
Distinguished Chairman, Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to convey my congratulations to the Chairman of this session of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, on his election to this post. Dear colleagues, on September 9, the glorious people of Tajikistan celebrated historic and memorable event, the 30th anniversary of Tajikistan's national independence. In the early years of our independence, our country was plunged into the tragic events of the imposed civil war and went through difficult days. Ending the war, bringing the fighting parties together, ensuring peace and stability, and concurrently restoring diplomatic relations and constructive cooperation with the countries of the world were among our top priorities. Despite the existing difficulties, and thanks to the open doors policy and peace, we have managed to take a merit position on the world stage and ensure sustainable development of our country. Dear colleagues, the already volatile situation in the current world is further complicated by geopolitical and geo-economic competition and the growing level of threats and challenges, as well as unprecedented spread of infectious diseases. This situation doubles the responsibility of states to pursue a far-sighted and coordinated policy to address the current challenges. The role of international and regional organizations, especially the United Nations and its specialized agencies, is key to finding effective solutions to the problems of the current world. Mr. Chairman, recent developments in Afghanistan linked to the political and humanitarian crisis and governance pose a serious threat to regional security and stability. The crisis situation in Afghanistan, which shares almost 1,400 kilometers of border with Tajikistan, cannot leave the government and the people of our country indifferent. The rise to power of the Taliban, which is listed as a terrorist group by the United Nations Security Council, has further deteriorated the region's already complex geopolitical process. The Taliban's failure to deliver on its earlier promises to form an inclusive government with a broad representation of Afghan political and ethnic forces is a matter of our deep concern. Tajikistan strongly condemns all forms of lawlessness, murder, looting, and oppression against the people of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, human rights organizations have remained silent on the violation of the rights of other ethnic groups residing in Afghanistan and the freedom of its citizens, especially women and children, and have not commented on this matter. As in the case of Panjshir province in Afghanistan, we are witnessing a tragic violation of international human rights. The people of Panjshir have no access to food, other basic supplies, as well as humanitarian aid, and even the United Nations and the International Committee of the Red Cross are still unable to enter Panjshir to fulfill their humanitarian obligations. The current situation is a humanitarian catastrophe. The growing intensity of fights between the ethnic groups and tribes in Afghanistan is yet another factor further destabilizing political and security situation in our neighboring country. In view of this, the establishment of comprehensive dialogue with the participation of all segments of Afghan society is one of the major preconditions for the establishment of lasting peace and enduring stability in this war-ravaged country. In this regard, along with other ethnic groups of this country, the Tajiks of Afghanistan, who comprise more than 46% of the population, have the right to take their deserved part in the public affairs. Mr. Chairman, we will not interfere in the internal affairs of Afghanistan. However, we believe that in order to properly address political and security challenges of the neighboring country, it is necessary to form an inclusive government through elections based on the will of the people of this country, with the engagement of all political groups and national and ethnic minorities. Thus, in our view, it is necessary to determine the structure of government in the country through a referendum by respecting position of all citizens. Formation of any government without taking into account the interests of all people of Afghanistan can lead to catastrophic consequences in this country. During more than 40 years of war and instability, which the Afghan people are not to blame for, Afghanistan has become a geopolitical platform, and the world is well aware of the consequences of the horrible events of September 2001. The suffering Afghanistan and its friendly and brotherly nation should not be dragged into the abyss of imposed bloody wars again. In this regard, the international community should not remain indifferent to the fate of the peoples and nations living in Afghanistan and its neighbors. Hence, they have a long way to go, full of military and humanitarian problems which have arisen due to the reckless decision to withdraw foreign troops from this country. As a close neighbor, we are always in favor of a comprehensive solution to the Afghan conflict and the restoration of lasting peace and stability in this country, and we will continue to stand firm in this position. In this regard, we call on the international community to take immediate and effective measures to stabilize the difficult political and security situation and ensure genuine peace and overall stability in Afghanistan through peaceful means at the earliest possible. Tajikistan has called on the international organizations, in particular the United Nations and the International Committee of the Red Cross, on several occasions to provide immediate assistance to the Afghan people. We believe that the United Nations should play a key role in advancing this process. Dear colleagues, the peaceful people of Afghanistan today are faced with terror. We need to understand that this is not the fault of the Afghan people, but that it was organized from the outside and imposed on the Afghan people. In this case, We are talking about the massacre of civilians, brutal killing of former members of the national security forces and civil servants of Afghanistan. Different terrorist groups are actively using an unstable military and political situation in Afghanistan to strengthen their position. We have witnessed the release of thousands of members of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other terrorist groups. In other words, it is a matter of deep concern and regret that today Afghanistan is once again on the path to becoming a breeding ground for international terrorism. Tajikistan, which due to its geographical location is at the forefront of countering modern threats and challenges such as terrorism, extremism, radicalization, drug trafficking, and other transnational organized crime, will continue its efforts to prevent their further spread and believes that the support of the international community is essential in this process. Dear colleagues, Tajikistan is continuously making joint effort with its partners and international organizations, in particular the relevant institutions of the United Nations, to ensure lasting peace and stability throughout the world. Successful implementation of Tajikistan National Strategy on Combating Terrorism and Extremism for 2016-2020 has laid down a solid ground for the development and adoption of a new counter-terrorism and extremism strategy in Tajikistan for the next 5 years. Countering the trafficking in narcotics, psychotropic substances and precursors, the proceeds of which are one of the main sources of funding for international terrorism, requires joint action and coordinated efforts by the international community. The Republic of Tajikistan, which has gained noticeable experience through the implementation of its National Counter-Narcotics Strategy 2020, also contributes to combating this phenomena at the regional and international levels. Taking into account modern methods and approaches to combat this challenge, and in order to pursue an effective policy in this area, we have adopted our National Drugs Control Strategy for 2021-2030 and the first semester of this year. Mr. Chairman, we in Tajikistan are well aware of the value of peace and the importance of its protection. We are satisfied with the positive experience in our country's cooperation with the United Nations. Tajikistan has always supported the peacekeeping activities of the United Nations and will continue to make efforts to contribute to the restoration and maintenance of peace and stability in the conflict zone throughout the world. We intend to increase the number of our officers to contribute to this process in the future in cooperation with the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operations. In order to contribute to the implementation of the goals and objectives of the United Nations Security Council, to share the rich experience of Tajikistan in countering security threats and restore full peace and stability through negotiations, we decided to nominate our country for non-permanent membership of this Council for 2028 and 2029. In this regard, we stand ready for cooperation with all UN member states and hope that they will support Tajikistan's candidacy. Dear colleagues, the COVID-19 disease and its more dangerous waves remain a cause for concern along with the above-mentioned security threats and challenges. This disease, which originally began as a health crisis, has led to a global economic crisis. Having recognizing the importance of cooperation among countries in overcoming the negative socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, the Republic of Tajikistan welcomes the United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 launched by the Secretary General. We also welcome the efforts of various organizations, foundations and programs of the United Nations, including the World Health Organization, in providing vaccines against this disease, as well as immediate and long-term targeted assistance to member states. Economic and financial performance of countries and the negative consequences of COVID-19 will delay the timely implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in developing and least developed countries. Therefore, recognizing the important role of the United Nations in effective and timely implementation of these goals, we are confident that the decade of action to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 2020-2030 will facilitate to find effective ways to address global challenges, including climate change, poverty, gender inequality, and funding. Dear colleagues, climate change challenges are also a serious obstacle to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in many countries, including Tajikistan. Tajikistan, with 93% of its territory covered by mountains, is concerned, along with other countries in the region, about changes in the hydrological cycle leading to severe floods and droughts and causing a negative impact on water, energy, and food security. Unfortunately, our country loses hundreds of millions of dollars annually as a result of waterborne disasters, and in many cases, natural disasters cause human losses and destruct vital infrastructure. We are today on the eve of the 26th session of the United Nations Convention on Climate Change. We believe that this meeting will significantly contribute to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and accelerate the efforts of the international community in the fight against climate change. One of the serious consequences of this process is the melting of glaciers. As a result of climate change and unprecedented warming, more than 1,000 of the 13,000 glaciers in Tajikistan's mountains have completely melted. According to the available statistics, the Fachenko Glacier alone has shrunk to 11 square kilometers in recent decades in Tajikistan and lost 2 cubic kilometers of ice. This all is happening despite the fact that up to 60% of Central Asia's water resources originate from Tajikistan glaciers. Our country ranks 135th in the world in terms of carbon dioxide emissions and produces 96% of its electricity in hydroelectric power stations. As a head of state and as such a country, I've made concrete proposals at international conferences on several occasions to find solutions to the problems associated with climate change. As a member of the founding group of the World Water and Climate Coalition, I proposed at its first high-level meeting to declare the year of 2025 as the International Year for Glaciers Preservation. It is my firm belief that this initiative will help to attract more attention of the world community to the water and climate agenda and the melting of glaciers. The establishment of the International Fund for Glaciers Preservation under the auspices of the United Nations is another step that could provide a basis for comprehensive research and effective solutions to these global challenges. Mr. Chairman, Tajikistan is recognized as an initiator and champion country and contributes to the process of promoting water and climate agenda and the global development agenda and submitting relevant UN resolutions on these issues. The International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028, initiated by Tajikistan and declared by the United Nations, is under implementation today. The international community is looking forward to the United Nations Conference on the comprehensive mid-term review of this decade to be held in New York in 2023. As in almost 50 years, this will be the second special conference of the United Nations on water, which will once again demonstrate a key role of water issues and the global development agenda and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are proud that Tajikistan, together with the Kingdom of Netherlands, are elected as co-chair of this important international forum. In this regard, we have already begun preparations with our partners, including with the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, and are taking steps to organize a comprehensive and high-level conference. We would like to encourage all stakeholders to cooperate extensively in this process. Let me recall that in 2022, our country will host the International High-Level Conference on the review of the International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development. We believe that this forum will play an important role in the preparation for the 2023 Water Conference. I take this opportunity to reaffirm my country's preparedness and commitment to advance water and climate agenda at all levels, particularly in cooperation with the United Nations. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uganda to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I have the distinct honor of introducing the address of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, to the general debate of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Your Excellency, President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, His Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. I congratulate you on your election as President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I assure you of Uganda's unwavering support. I commend HE Mr. Volkan Bozkir for his transformational leadership of the 75th session, especially during such challenging times like COVID-19 pandemic. I would like also to congratulate the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, upon his reappointment for the second term, and thank him for his devotion to the work of the United Nations. Your re-election is a demonstration of the confidence the member states have in your leadership. I commiserate with all countries on the enormous lives lost due to COVID-19 pandemic. Uganda welcomed the theme of the 76th session of the General Assembly. The United Nations is the appropriate forum to speak with a common voice on sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery from the devastating impact of COVID-19. Uganda, like other countries, has had to respond to the unprecedented and multifaceted effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Uganda's approach has been to prioritize the protection of human life, to ensure sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery, and the government has taken deliberate and targeted decisions to continue strengthening the capacities of the national health system and other key sectors of the economy to respond to the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic adequately. Therefore, we call for more action to ensure that at the center of a global recovery, equitable and affordable access for all to safe, quality, and efficacious, effective, accessible, and affordable COVID-19 vaccines. Also the therapeutics and diagnostics. We commend the Secretary General's efforts for his continued advocacy and active engagement on equitable access to vaccines. And these vaccines should include working together to manufacture vaccines in many countries, including Uganda. We are developing our own vaccines. On the other side, we find that the actions by some to hold vaccines at the expense of poor countries, also referred to as vaccine nationalism, is wrong. but a good lesson for developing countries that don't want to innovate. Uganda reaffirms her commitment to implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in its entirety and to achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as we commence the decade of action and delivery of sustainable development. The COVID-19 reinforces the pre-existing obstacles to realizing the goals, structural inequalities, gaps, systematic challenges, and risks. We firmly believe that the successful implementation of our third National Development Plan will help us to achieve all these 17 SDGs. As Uganda advances the implementation of its plans, it is committed to ensuring no one is left behind. The government has put in place laws and policies to support the inclusion of vulnerable persons. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted Uganda's progress in some sectors, but has also given impetus to the country's industrialization drive. The toll that the pandemic has had on jobs, hitherto promising sectors, could significantly impact efforts to reduce poverty, vulnerability, and inequality. However, it has awakened the discourse on how Uganda builds its systems to generate the required resilience to withstand such shocks. Some of the sectors have continued to do well, like agriculture and manufacturing, but services have suffered. As government fast-tracks progress on the 2030 Agenda, it has embraced the global wave of digital transformation, which presents significant opportunities. Recently, Uganda experienced impacts of intensive and prolonged droughts and low rainfall, severely impacting lives and livelihoods. We had two extremes. On the one hand, we had some drought, and then we also had too much rain in other months. We share Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater lake in the world, with the brother countries of Kenya and Tanzania. The lake's water level in Uganda is measured at a place in the city of Jinja, and the lowest level of water ever recorded was in 1923, when it was 10.28 meters. Before that, the highest level recorded had been on January 1st, 1918. The record had shown 11.89 meters. And the subsequent high-level record was on May 16th, 1964, when the water level reached 13.41 meters. However, since last year, the water level in the lake has been going up. On May 19th, 2020, the water level reached the new record level of 13.49 meters. Since that time, the water level has remained above 13 meters. Therefore, we have asked the people who settled too close to the lake shores to move away from the lake shores. Staying 200 meters from the lake shore is wise, correct, and useful thing to do. Uganda, despite being a less contributor to climate change, is taking deliberate and targeted actions to address climate change through investments in the climate adaptation and mitigation measures, such as increasing access and consumption of clean energy to enhance production, and increasing forest and wetland cover, among others, in line with our ambitious, nationally determined contributions. As we concluded the UN decade on biodiversity, 2011-2020, the assessment of the progress towards the global biodiversity targets indicated insufficient results. Uganda, just like most countries, continues to experience biodiversity loss to the extent that some wildlife and other living species are now in danger of extinction. Cognizant of this urgency, Uganda will support, with the support of the international community, has taken specific bold action measures that include inter-area mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation and restoration in our national development policies and priorities, as highlighted in our National Development Plan and the Vision 2040, restoration of 64,000 hectares of degraded wetlands to benefit 4 million farmers with a target regaining our 1994 of 15.6% wetland coverage by 2030. Reforestation and the afforestation of over 200,000 hectares, and we have prioritized more tree planting to ensure that Uganda's forest cover increased from 12.4% in 2015 to 24% by 2030. Strengthening the public-private sector and non-state actors' engagement, demarcation of boundaries of critical wetlands and central forest reserves to prevent encroachment, strengthening the legal institutional framework to address the challenge of illegal wildlife trade and poaching, such as repealing the Wildlife Act Chapter 200 in 2019 with the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 that provides for the conservation and sustainable management of wildlife and enforcement of fishing regulations to address the challenge of illegal and unregulated fishing. Uganda has acted decisively to fulfill the commitment made during the celebration of the 70th anniversary of the United Nations in September 2015 to protect the planet from degradation. The countries in the Global South have continued to stand in solidarity with their global counterparts, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, by offering appropriate support to enable them adequately respond to the pandemic. Their actions are in line with the principles of South-South cooperation and support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this regard, Uganda will continue to strengthen South-South and triangular cooperation within the United Nations. As the third South-South Summit host, I reiterate Uganda's commitment to host the summit and look forward to welcoming my fellow G77 plus China leaders to Kampala, Uganda on sustainable dates in 2022-2023. The predicament of countries in special situations, particularly the least developed countries, continues today. The evidence from the Istanbul Program of Action and for LDC's implementation overall assessment indicates insufficient progress towards achieving its overarching goal of half of the LDCs graduating by 2020. Uganda, like other least developed countries, has continued to face continuous challenges during the implementation that include, among other things, limited productive capacity, limited funding, insufficient physical infrastructure, commodity price volatility, climate change, biodiversity loss, and disasters. Notwithstanding the structural constraints to development faced by LDCs, Uganda has registered progress in implementing the Istanbul Program of Action. In particular, national paved road network increased, accessibility to electricity and innovations, as well as the use of mobile technology for financial transactions increased. In addition, primary school enrollment, including gender parity in primary education, increased, maternal and infant mortality rates decreased, and prevalence and incidence rates of HIV reduced. We continue to face serious challenges to peace and security in our region. Uganda continues to support and advance peace and security efforts in the region. We remain actively involved in the regional initiatives such as those of the OAU, IGAD, EAC, ICGLR, and are encouraged by the progress that we continue to make. This assembly made a historic pledge during the World Summit held in 2005, a commitment to strengthen the United Nations with a view to enhancing its authority and efficiency. This cannot happen without the reform of the United Nations Security Council. The need to reform the UN Security Council is now more urgent and imperative than ever before. Uganda supports the comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council. The present geopolitical realities are compelling for a comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council to make a way for equitable representation. All countries are duty-bound to promote and protect human rights under international law and the United Nations Charter. Therefore, we must continue to address the promotion and protection of human rights without politicizing the issue of human rights. Uganda remains committed to fulfilling its human rights obligations in accordance with its constitution and international law. Our commitment is from the firm belief that it is suitable for our people, drawn from the bad experience and lessons from the history of dictatorship in Uganda. In this context, Uganda will be voluntarily reviewed during the 40th session of the Universal Periodic Review at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, scheduled from January to February 2022. The predicament of refugees continues to this day. Uganda has maintained its open door policy on refugees, and currently the country hosts over 1.4 million refugees, the largest number in Africa. It is in line with this spirit that recently we took another deliberate step to assist those in distress from Afghanistan. Our approach to refugees is anchored in our belief that no one chooses to flee their country or to be a refugee, and if they do, they must be treated with dignity and kindness in their times of need. However, the circumstances of the refugees and host communities pose enormous challenges for the national authorities, which need to be addressed as part of the international solidarity. We therefore continue to call for more equitable sharing of the burden and responsibility for hosting and supporting the world's refugees consistent with international commitments. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Ilham Heydaroğlu Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, for the general debate of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, I congratulate Mr. Abdullah Shahid on his election as the President of 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish him every success in fulfilling his duties. I also express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Volkan Bozkır from Brasilia, Turkey, for his leadership as the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. The COVID-19 pandemic continues posing serious challenges for the whole world. From the very beginning, our government has been taking robust and practical measures to protect the population and to minimize negative impact of the pandemic. Azerbaijan has launched immunization campaign since mid-January this year. Vaccine doses used per 100 people makes more than 80%. The socio-economic stimulus package, worth almost $2.7 billion, has been released to support COVID-affected people and business. As a result of well-planned measures, the situation with pandemic has been kept under control, and the quarantine regime has been gradually eased in our country. Azerbaijan's extensive efforts against the pandemic have been internationally recognized. In 2020, the World Health Organization hailed Azerbaijan as an exemplary country in fighting the pandemic. Azerbaijan carried out all these activities with its own financial resources. We have also made voluntary financial contributions to the World Health Organization in the amount of $10 million and provided financial and humanitarian assistance to more than 30 countries to support their fight against the coronavirus. Furthermore, we have provided more than 150,000 vaccine doses to 4 countries free of charge. Azerbaijan is advocating for a stronger global solidarity to overcome the pandemic. In this capacity, as a chair of non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan has put forward a number of global initiatives. In May 2020, Azerbaijan held summit-level meeting of the non-aligned movement's contact group in response to COVID-19. During the summit, I suggested, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, the convening of the special session of the United Nations General Assembly in response to coronavirus at the level of heads of state and government. This initiative was supported by more than 150 UN member states, and the special session took place on 3rd-4th December 2020. I express my gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and all states supporting our initiatives. On numerous occasions, Azerbaijan has publicly expressed its discontent with stockpiling of vaccines by some wealthy countries. We reiterate our dismay on the persistent vaccine nationalism and deepening inequality in access to vaccines between developing and developed countries. Such actions prevent developing countries from protecting their populations. According to international reports, so far, more than 75% of the world's vaccine doses have been purchased by 10 wealthy countries, while vaccine coverage of low-income countries is less than 2%. To call international attention to this challenge, Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, initiated a resolution on ensuring equitable and universal access for all countries to vaccines in the UN Human Rights Council, which was unanimously adopted this March. Azerbaijan plans to initiate a resolution at the UN General Assembly on the same topic during this session. We believe that there is a need to take strong, cohesive and targeted global actions to recover better from COVID-19. In this regard, we suggest establishing a UN high-level panel on global recovery from the COVID-19, which could prepare recommendations on global measures for post-pandemic period. This year marks 60th anniversary of the establishment of the non-aligned movement. With the unanimous decision of 120 NAM member states, Azerbaijan undertook the responsibility to chair the movement for 3 years at its 18th summit of the heads of state and government held in Baku in October 2019. Azerbaijan is strongly advocating for upholding international justice, norms of international law, and defending legitimate interests of member states of the movement. This year, the member states of the movement unanimously decided to extend Azerbaijan's chairmanship for 1 more year until late 2023. It is a sign of recognition and appreciation of Azerbaijan's successful and effective steering of the movement in this challenging time for the whole world. The implementation of Sustainable Development Goals is one of particular importance for Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is among 12 countries around the globe and is the first in our region that has submitted its third voluntary national review report on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Scoring 72.4 out of 100 points possible on the SDG Achievement Index, Azerbaijan ranks 55th out of 165 countries in the 2021 Sustainable Development Report, with the best result in the region. The report highlights Azerbaijan's progress in areas such as poverty reduction, healthcare, nutrition, women's labor force participation, clean water and sanitation, access to energy, internet usage, threatened species survival, as well as improving population welfare and sustainable development of cities and communities. Azerbaijan actively participates in building regional connectivity projects such as East-West, North-South, North-West transportation corridors, thus becoming one of Eurasia's primary and reliable transport and logistic hubs. We have put into operation the Baku International Trade Seaport with cargo handling capacity of 15 million tons per year, which can be increased up to 25 million tons per year depending on the needs. Azerbaijan ratified the Paris Climate Agreement with a voluntary commitment to achieve a 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to the base year of 1990. Furthermore, we are exploring the possibilities for setting conditional targets for 2050 under the Paris Agreement. Currently, the share of renewables in the total energy capacity of our country is 17%. The target is to increase this number to 30% by 2030. Agreements have been signed with 3 major international energy companies to invest in the construction of 3 wind and solar power plants with total capacity of over 700 megawatts in the coming 3-4 years. One of these projects will be implemented in the eastern Zangezur region, liberated from Armenian occupation during the 44-day Patriotic War. This 240 megawatt solar power plant will be so far the major foreign direct investment project in the liberated territories of Azerbaijan. I invite other international energy companies to come and invest in green energy in the liberated Azerbaijani territories. I announced the recently liberated Karabakh and eastern Zangezur as green energy zone. The liberated territories of Azerbaijan have the proven potential of 7,200 megawatts of solar energy and 2,000 megawatts of wind energy. Azerbaijan, along with crude oil and natural gas, recently became an exporter of electric energy. Today we export electric energy to 4 neighboring countries. Meantime, domestic electricity consumption is rising due to population growth and economic development. During 8 months of this year, non-oil industry of Azerbaijan grew 18.4%. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijani people are strongly connected to its roots, history, language, and traditions. I have declared this year as a year of Nizami Ganjavi on the occasion of the 880th anniversary of the great Azerbaijani poet. In 12th century, Nizami Ganjavi propagated in his poetry the ideals and values such as peace, justice, humanism, freedom, and equality, which coincide with principles promoted and protected by the United Nations. In Azerbaijan, we cherish and support multiculturalism as a way of life. Azerbaijan is considered as an example of tolerance and peaceful coexistence of representatives of various religious and ethnic groups living in our country. The UN strongly supports Baku process, which was initiated by Azerbaijan in 2008 to strengthen dialogue and cooperation between the Muslim world and Europe. The UN General Assembly's resolutions have recognized the World Forum on Intercultural Dialogue held in Azerbaijan regularly as a key global platform for promoting intercultural dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, last September, addressing the UN General Assembly, I draw your attention to continuing occupation of territories of Azerbaijan by Armenia and aggressive statements and actions of the Armenian government. Today, a year later, I proudly say that Armenia was defeated on the battlefield and Azerbaijan put an end to the occupation. Armenia for about 30 years kept under occupation almost 20% of the territory of our country. The occupation was accompanied by notorious war crimes and crimes against humanity. Armenia committed Khojaly genocide in February 1992, killing hundreds of civilians, including 106 women and 63 children. 1,275 Azerbaijanis were taken hostage, out of which 150 are still missing. Khojaly genocide has been recognized by 13 countries. Ethnic cleansing carried out by Armenia resulted in more than 1 million Azerbaijanis becoming refugees and internally displaced persons. The UN Security Council adopted 4 resolutions in 1993, demanding immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of armed forces of Armenia from Azerbaijan's occupied territories. However, these and all other similar decisions adopted by relevant international organizations, including the UN General Assembly, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Non-Aligned Movement, OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and European Parliament were ignored by Armenia. While some resolutions of the Security Council are implemented within days, in our case, they remained unfulfilled for 27 years, which is a clear manifestation of double standards. There is a need to join efforts to elaborate mechanism of implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions in order to avoid selective approach. The OSCE Minsk Group was established in 1992 with the aim to find resolution to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It could be possible for the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs to accomplish their task if they would take resolute actions for compelling Armenia to end its military aggression against Azerbaijan. Throughout the conflict, Armenia, with its attitude and actions, demonstrated that its sole aim was to maintain the status quo and consolidate the occupation. On many occasions, I raised the necessity of imposing sanctions on Armenia. Regretfully, there was no international sanctions imposed on Armenia to enforce the implementation of the UN Security Council resolutions. In 2018, the Kocharyan-Sarkisyan regime of war criminals was overthrown in Armenia. We had some hopes that the new government of Armenia would seriously engage in negotiations. We were ready to reciprocate any positive signal coming from Armenia. In 2018-2019, it was one of the most the calmest period in former line of contact. However, the regime replacement in Armenia was not followed by real changes on the ground, in spite of Azerbaijan's positive actions. The new government of Armenia also opted for the continuation of occupation instead of peaceful neighborhood with Azerbaijan. During the last 2 years of the conflict, Armenia deliberately destroyed the negotiation process. The government of Armenia made a number of provocative statements and actions, like saying Karabakh is Armenia, and period, and not an inch of occupied land back. The then Defense Minister of Armenia openly threatened Azerbaijan with new aggression and occupation of new territories. Armenia put forward unacceptable and groundless so-called 7 conditions and demanded to change the negotiation format, to start from the 0 point and to involve the puppet regime established by Armenia in the occupied territories in negotiation process. Attempts by Armenian government to change the format and substance of negotiations was an unpleasant surprise for the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs, whose efforts were paralyzed by irresponsible and dangerous actions of Armenia. Furthermore, in gross violation of international law, including Geneva Conventions, Armenia was blatantly implementing the policy of illegal settlement of people, mainly from Middle East, with Armenian origin, in the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. Encouraged by the long-lasting sense of impunity, Armenia was also announcing construction of new roads from Armenia to occupied territories to further consolidate the result of its aggression and speed up the illegal settlement. In July 2020, Armenia perpetrated military provocation along the state border with Azerbaijan. As a result of the artillery strike inflicted on Azerbaijan's Tovuz district, 13 military servicemen and civilians were killed. Later in August last year, Armenia sabotage group attempted to penetrate through the formal line of contact to commit terror acts against Azerbaijani military servicemen and civilians, but it was successfully neutralized. In my statement at the general debate of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly on 24 September last year, I had warned that hostile, Azerbaijanophobic statements and provocations of Armenian leadership demonstrate that Armenia is preparing for a new aggression against Azerbaijan. 3 days later, on the 27th of September last year, Armenia launched a large-scale attack against military positions and civilians of Azerbaijan. In response, Azerbaijan, using its inherent right of self-defense as enshrined in the Article 51 of the UN Charter, started a counter-attack on its own territories against Armenia. During 44 days, armed forces of Armenia heavily shelled cities situated along the front line, namely Agdam, Arjabedi, Beylagan, Tashkestan, Fizuli, Goranboy, Terter. Armenia also fired at Ganja, Berda, Mingechevir, Gabela, Siazan, Khızı, and other cities situated far away from the former front line. One of missiles was intercepted by Azerbaijani air defense forces in Khizi, close to Baku, which shows that the capital city Baku was also a target of Armenian missile attack. Armenia was using ballistic missiles like Scud and Iskander-M, as well as forbidden white phosphorus and cluster munitions. These war crimes of Armenia resulted in more than 100 civilians, including 11 children being killed, more than 450 wounded. More than 12,000 civilian infrastructures, including private houses in Azerbaijan, have been destroyed or severely damaged. Abided by a fundamental principle of international humanitarian law on the distinction between combatants and civilians, Azerbaijan never reciprocated Armenia's vicious war crimes by targeting civilians. Armenia also recruited mercenaries and foreign fighters from abroad and deployed them against Azerbaijan. During 44-day war, Azerbaijan liberated large part of occupied territories, including cities of Jabrail, Hadrut, Füzuli, Zengilan, Gubadli, and Shusha. In total, more than 300 cities and villages were liberated on the battlefield. Armenia had to sign an act of capitulation on 10 November 2020. Accordingly, Armenia was obliged to withdraw its troops from the remaining part of Azerbaijan's territories, namely Agdam, Lachin, and Kelbejer regions. Azerbaijan itself enforced the implementation of the above-mentioned UN Security Council resolutions. Probably it was the first case in the world since the establishment of the United Nations. Azerbaijan resolved the 30-year-long conflict and restored its territorial integrity and historical justice by military political means. The Nagorno-Karabakh conflict was left in the past. There is no administrative territorial unit called Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. We have created Karabakh and Eastern Zengezur economic zones by the presidential decree signed on 7 July this year. Using this occasion, I would like to call on all the UN member states and the UN Secretariat to avoid using legally non-existing, politically biased, and manipulative names while referring to our territories. The building of multi-layered defense lines and fortifications with long trenches, tunnels, and bunkers by Armenia for years in the formerly occupied territories of Azerbaijan proves that Armenia did not intend to return those territories by any means. During almost 30-year-long occupation, Armenia has deliberately destroyed cities and villages, looted and plundered all cultural and religious sites of Azerbaijan, turning them into the textbook example of urbicide and culturicide. After the Second World War, probably annihilation of cities in such a magnitude has not happened anywhere else in the world. 9 Azerbaijani cities and hundreds of villages have been barbarically wiped out by Armenia. Armenia attempted to erase the traces of Azerbaijani people living in these territories for centuries. Agdam city was destroyed to such an extent that it was called as Hiroshima of Caucasus. After the liberation, our army could not find a single building in Füzuli city to raise the Azerbaijani flag. Out of 67 mosques in the territories which were under Armenian occupation, 65 have been razed to the ground, and remaining 2 have been severely damaged and desecrated, including by being used as stables for pigs and cows, in total disrespect to all Muslims of the world. Even the graveyards were desecrated, destroyed, and looted. During visits to liberated territories, foreign diplomats, representatives of international organizations, and international journalists have witnessed the barbarism committed by Armenia. The facts of the full destruction of cities and villages, including the cultural and religious heritage sites of Azerbaijani people, has been widely documented and broadcasted by international media and independent experts. Each delegation in the United Nations has been provided with an illustrative book which contains brief information and photos of our towns and villages before and after the occupation. It reflects the total destruction of religious and historic monuments of Azerbaijan. Armenia has committed severe ecocide in the formerly occupied territories of Azerbaijan. 60,000 hectares of our forests have been destroyed, cut down, and taken away. Soil and rivers have been polluted and contaminated. Armenia used water reserves to create an artificial environmental crisis. On the formerly occupied territories, in 2016, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe adopted a resolution entitled "Inhabitants of frontier regions of Azerbaijan are deliberately deprived of water," demanding the Armenian authorities to cease using water reservoirs as tools of political influence or an instrument of pressure. This resolution was totally ignored by Armenia, which continued to use the Sarsang water reservoir as a tool of humanitarian and environmental terrorism. Armenia was intentionally opening the floodgates during the winter months to cause flooding in the surrounding areas and closing them in summer to deprive people and farms from water in the former frontline region. Armenia has been severely polluting transboundary river called Okhtuchay, causing irreversible degradation of ecosystem of the area along the river in Azerbaijan. Regrettably, some foreign companies are also participating in this environmental crime. Armenia illegally exploited natural resources, including gold and other precious metals and minerals of the formerly occupied lands, and exported it to the international markets. Based on solid facts, we have identified companies from different countries illegally exploiting Azerbaijan's natural resources and conducting other illegal activities in the formerly occupied territories. We have already started taking legal actions against those companies. They will be held accountable for illegally exploiting our natural resources in the formerly occupied lands. We have around 4,000 citizens registered as missing persons from the First Karabakh War. Armenia must provide us with information about their fate. We have solid proofs that almost all of them have been tortured and killed and buried in mass graves by Armenian military in violation of international humanitarian law. In April 2021, remains of 12 civilians killed by Armenian war criminals have been identified in liberated Bashlibel village of Kalbajar district in a mass grave. Armenia must bear state responsibility for military aggression and other grave crimes committed against Azerbaijan under international law and Charter of the United Nations. The despotic warlords who came to power in Armenia as a result of coup d'etat and ruled for 20 years, from 1998 to 2018, were completely doomed to failure in achieving their nefarious dreams and goals during the 3-decade-long occupation of Azerbaijan's territories. On the contrary, Armenia has become a failed state, as I had emphasized in my statement at the UN General Assembly in 2017. The country has been weakened to the extent that it cannot even guard its own borders by itself. Azerbaijanophobia, promoted by the government, is on the rise in Armenia. Racist ideology cultivated in Armenian society based on ethnic hatred and demonization is the root cause of ethnic cleansing and unprecedented vandalism in the formerly occupied lands of Azerbaijan by Armenia. Despite the regime change in Armenia, the fascist ideology continues to dominate in the country. Successive Armenian governments have glorified Nazism in the person of Nazi General Garegin Njde, who has been turned into national hero in Armenia. While the progressive world is fighting against the rise of neo-fascism, the then president of Armenia inaugurated the monument of Garegin Njde in capital Yerevan in 2016. Azerbaijan defeated not only Armenian occupying forces, but also Armenian fascism. If we see again any danger to our sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of our people, we will exercise our legitimate right to self-defense without any hesitation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have left the conflict behind, large-scale construction work is carried out in the liberated territories. Azerbaijan is building new cities and towns from the scratch by applying the modern urban planning and utilizing the concepts of smart city and smart village. All this work is being conducted with Azerbaijan's own financial resources. To that end, $1.3 billion have been allocated from the state budget only this year. However, the main challenge is the vast presence of landmines planted by Armenia in the liberated territories. Since the signing of the Capitulation Act by Armenia on 10 November 2020, around 30 Azerbaijani citizens, including 2 journalists, were killed, and around 130 citizens were wounded. Azerbaijan is among the most heavily mined countries in the world. It slows down the reconstruction process in the liberated territories and return of internally displaced persons to their homes. Armenia refuses to release accurate maps of minefields. The accuracy level of the maps for 3 regions which Armenia had to provide is only 25%. The international community must force Armenia to provide us with accurate mine maps of all liberated territories. As the conflict is over, Azerbaijan has already announced its readiness to embark upon the border delimitation and demarcation between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and to start negotiations on peace agreement with Armenia based on mutual recognition of sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other. Such an agreement would turn our region into the region of peace and cooperation. However, we have not yet seen any positive reaction from Armenia regarding our proposal. One of the areas that can serve as cause of peace and cooperation is transportation projects. In this context, the Zangezur corridor connecting mainland Azerbaijan with its inseparable part Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic and Turkey will create new opportunities for our region. Azerbaijan has created a new reality in the Southern Caucasus region, which has to be taken into account by all. Armenia has to make a choice between regional cooperation and illegal and baseless territorial claims against its neighbors. The international community should also play its positive role in this regard and urge Armenia to realize that peace has no alternative. Any acts directly or indirectly supporting revanchism and militarization in Armenia must be ceased. We hope that long-awaited peace, security, and stability will prevail in the Southern Caucasus at last. Azerbaijan will continue its consistent efforts to contribute and to strengthen regional peace and development. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidency Council of the Government of National Unity of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidency Council of the Government of National Unity of the State of Libya, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, it gives me pleasure on behalf of the Libyan people to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 76th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish you all success in your mandate and assure you of my country's readiness to cooperate with you to achieve the objectives of this session. I would also like to thank your predecessor for his efforts as the President of the 75th session. I would also like to commend the efforts of the Secretary General to achieve the purposes and goals of the United Nations. This session is convened in difficult times brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and its dragging human losses and economic hardships. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us to reaffirm the calls of the United Nations and the WHO. That is, the only way to address the pandemic is through solidarity, international cooperation, and coordinated efforts. We reiterate the Secretary General's call for the global ceasefire and halt of armed conflict and providing resources to address the pandemic. Mr. President, in my address before you today, I will focus on the developments in Libya and the related challenges and concerns, particularly with the approaching date of elections in December. Libya is at a critical juncture, a fate-defining moment. We either succeed in the democratic transition by means of fair, free, transparent elections, the results of which are acceptable to all, then move towards a sustained stability and prosperity, or we fail and relapse into division and armed conflict. Against this backdrop and the related concerns, the need for meaningful guarantees to achieve the success aspired by all Libyans to establish a civil democratic state becomes more evident. Despite the achievements made in holding the ceasefire by disabling any attempt to undermine it and resolving any disagreement among the parties, and despite working with the Joint Military Committee to open the road linking eastern Libya with the western side, the issue of taking the foreign mercenaries and forces out of the country remains a real challenge. In this regard, we call on the international community to shoulder its responsibility in supporting the current endeavors to address it, with a view to securing the conducive environment for safe, free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. President, since assuming office, we have been working on many significant issues and making considerable strides to ensure the full implementation of agreed commitments, particularly the roadmap, which is a product of the political dialogue, the outcomes of Berlin Track, and the relevant Security Council resolutions. We, however, are faced with serious challenges and quick-paced developments, which compel us, out of responsibility, to think of more realistic and practical options to avoid an impasse in the political process, which could in turn undermine the looming elections and bring us back to square one. In light of the above, from this rostrum, I announce a call that includes a number of elements and steps that has as its aim maintaining the political process and sparing the country further complex crises. Our call focuses on the meeting of the stakeholders represented by leaders of relevant political and military institutions to facilitate reaching an agreement on effective guarantees to maintain the political process and conducting safe, transparent, fair elections with results acceptable to all. Working on this track requires, in the first place, a spirit of compromise from all, a spirit of responsibility, and placing the interest of the state above all. Mr. President, over the past years, Libya has received several international initiatives and proposals in an attempt to resolve the crisis. None had enjoyed the necessary conditions for success. So, to restore the sense of initiative and to ensure this initiative is Libyan-owned and Libyan-led, Libya will host an international conference in October to launch Support Libya's Stability Initiative. This initiative addresses the political, security, military, and economic tracks based on the previous outcomes on Libya. The initiative aims at ensuring the continuation of international support in a unified, consistent, coherent manner according to a comprehensive national vision. The conference will be attended by relevant national bodies and institutions and regional and international partners. Mr. President, no doubt, national reconciliation is a key element for the success of any political process and achieving durable stability. Therefore, the Presidency Council, since its inception, has made this its utmost priority. It has established the High Commission for National Reconciliation and launched the Comprehensive Reconciliation on September 6. Many steps are being taken to restore trust among Libyans, the first of which has been the exchange of detainees and the release of a number of prisoners who have either served their sentence or proven innocent. We all know that the road to reconciliation is long and arduous. To walk it down till the end, applying transitional justice, truth, openness, acknowledging past wrongdoings, reparations, return of displaced, and identifying the fate of the missing are necessary. Only with these steps can we move towards a successful, genuine, comprehensive national reconciliation. Mr. President, on the economic front, the Libyan Presidential Council is actively and committedly considering the outcomes of the economic track sponsored by the UN support mission in Libya, with the participation of Libyan experts. We believe the outcome recommendations serve as an element of the solution to settle the conflict in Libya. These recommendations range from addressing the current economic bottlenecks to streamlining economic institutions and eventually working on the strategic economic issues like wealth sharing, economic restructuring, and recovery. Mr. President, the UN has as one of its purposes the coordination of international efforts to address challenges, crises, and threats facing the world. My country, being a member of the UN organization, has always been and is still an active participant in these international efforts. Libya has always condemned terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, irrespective of its sources, motives, or justifications. We have always stressed that terrorism is an international phenomenon and should not be linked to any religion or belief. We have suffered one of the most ferocious and barbarous forms of terrorism all over Libya. We sacrificed our youth to free it from terrorism. The whole world, near and far, has witnessed our epic action to uproot ISIS from the pure land of Libya. By doing so, we made great contributions to the global efforts to combating terrorism at the regional and international levels. Mr. President, despite the security and economic challenges facing my country over the past years, we have not forgotten about the protection and promotion of human rights as one of our priorities. We are endeavoring to fulfill our obligations towards our citizens in the first place and our international obligations as possible. Libya is an active member in the Human Rights Council, and we are looking forward to increasing our cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Libya and benefiting from the technical and advisory support programs provided by the Commission. Mr. President, migration has always been a great challenge to the international community. Some specific countries have been directly affected, Libya included, and are still grappling with its implications and the influx of illegal migrants through the country. This has not come without security, economic, and social problems. My country has carried a heavy burden and thus deserves support from the international community. We believe this phenomenon could be tackled only by concerted efforts. Countries of transit should not carry the burden alone. We do stress here our respect for the humanitarian aspect, the provision of protection, and the respect for human rights of this group of migrants. Mr. President, peace in the Middle East will not be achieved as long as acts of aggression against the Palestinian people continue. We do reiterate our firm position in support of the Palestinian people and its right in establishing its independent state with Jerusalem as its capital. Libya will remain a staunch supporter of the Palestinian cause and the struggle of the Palestinian people to attain their aspired goal of establishing an independent state. Mr. President, Libya is one of the most ancient names in history. More than 10,000 years ago, it has been home for the Phoenician, Greek, Roman, Byzantine, and Islamic civilizations. It contributed to human thought. It is the country of silent treasures and fraternal races, Arabs, Berbers, Tuareg, and Tubu. Such a marvelous mosaic, which left its print on the stones of the mountains of Akakos and Al-Uwainat, and on the Mediterranean coast in Kurine and Elliptis Magna, and in our charming oasis of Gurma and Gad in the middle of the desert. In conclusion, to you, the Libyan people, you go down in history as a people who combated, struggled, and fought occupation and colonization. You have proved your ability to surmount challenges and survive crises. You are a people of a strong will, of resolve and determination. We are confident that with you, we will emerge out of this plight stronger and more resilient. With its people, Libya will remain one, united, proud, free, and dignified. And thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidency Council of the Government of National Unity of the State of Libya for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Monaco to introduce the statement from the head of state. Thank you, President. I have the honor to introduce the speech from His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco at the general debate of the 76th session of the General Assembly. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So for the second year in a row now, we are obliged to hold this meeting in unusual circumstances, but the situation will evolve, I hope, to allow us all to meet in New York in person next year. President Abdullah Shahid, allow me to express my congratulations to you on your election to preside over this 76th session of the General Assembly. I'm delighted that through you, the voice of small island developing states is being carried at the highest level. The presidency of hope, which guided your campaign and the positive message, is something that all people need. I'd like to also pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkir, who allowed the General Assembly to do its job in this difficult context. Secretary General, your re-election is a recognition on the part of member states of your leadership and your devotion to the great causes of humanity. Please both be assured of my country's full support. We are currently experiencing a watershed moment. Geopolitical tensions are alive and well, and people are becoming more defiant towards their leaders, and the impact of the pandemic on the implementation of the SDGs is also crystal clear. The post-COVID world that we're working to build must be more resilient and more sustainable. It requires us to rethink our modes of production and consumption. Thanks to a rigorous management of the crisis and substantial support for our people and our businesses, meant that the Principality of Monaco has so far weathered this unprecedented storm. Public action has shown that it's kept its essential role in resolving global challenges. Nevertheless, our response is still fragmented and needs to be improved. A solution can only come through collective and concerted action, the cornerstone of which is multilateralism. Multilateralism isn't an option, it is a necessity. We must choose a balanced form of cooperation, one that accepts discussions, disagreements, mediation, to find joint solutions guided by the principles and ideals of the UN Charter. President, the world of tomorrow will be ever more connected. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven to what extent the technology can prove indispensable. It has modified businesses' strategies as well as consumers' habits, as well as access to some public services such as healthcare or schooling. Thus, the reduction of the digital divide is clearly a priority at a time when 3 billion people do not have access to the internet. Secretary General, your roadmap for digital cooperation highlights the essential challenges that we need to address in this field. 3 years ago, I launched the Extended Monaco programme to build the Monaco of tomorrow, a greener one and better connected one. I didn't expect to be justified in my decision so quickly. Better prepared as it was, the Principality was able to maintain its economic activity, social services, as well as education and culture, even at the peak of the crisis. To achieve this, we adopted a suitable legislative framework, high-performing infrastructure, and a high level of data protection. But cyberspace requires everyone to be vigilant. With the healthcare crisis, cyber attacks against civilian infrastructure have multiplied, undermining the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. Social networks have also been an arena for disinformation campaigns. A subtle balance remains to be found between, on the one hand, disinformation, hate speech, conspiracy theories, and on the other hand, respect for fundamental freedoms. We must also focus on the environmental impact of these new technologies, as they are highly energy intensive. President, measures taken to tackle the epidemic have also weighed heavily on the mental health and well-being of our people. This aspect has probably been underestimated, and it is essential for everyone to be able to go back to a normal life. For a large number of us, personal fulfillment comes from playing sport. As a member of the International Olympic Committee, I would also like to congratulate and thank Japan for organising the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Tokyo. I would also like to commend the leadership of the President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Thomas Bach, and I must echo him when he stated that we are always stronger together. Sporting values and playing sport are of crucial importance for developing human relationships, and this is why sport contributes de facto to achieving the SDGs. President, let's not allow the pandemic to slow down the implementation of the SDGs. My country is resolutely committed to achieving SDG 2, as well as for the decade on nutrition and the decade on family agriculture. The pandemic has shed light on the inequalities that are inherent to agro-food systems. In looking at a summit on food systems and a high-level dialogue on energy, you are giving these issues their rightful place on the political agenda, reconciling the struggle to protect the climate and the needs for 10 billion people in 2050. President, Secretary General, Monaco is continuing its energy transition to achieve the goal that I set on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, i.e. a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 and reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. But this effort needs to be a global one, because neither the commitments of our country nor that of any other country will be able to contain the increase in global temperatures by 1.5% by the end of the century. Thus, I call on all states to demonstrate the highest level of ambition when they are revising their nationally determined contributions in the fight against climate change. And I call that they adopt strong measures during the upcoming COP26 in Glasgow. Post-COVID recovery must be green and sustainable and, dare I say, nature-based. The pandemic has reminded us to what extent the destruction of ecosystems can be costly and dangerous for human beings. Monaco advocates for the implementation of specific measures to protect nature. Here, the COP15 of the CBD provides us with a unique opportunity to adopt an ambitious global framework to preserve biodiversity. President, Secretary General, I would also like to mention the protection of oceans more specifically. From my side, this cause forms part of a long family tradition, because the princes of Monaco have always demonstrated a strong personal commitment to protect the seas and oceans. My great-grandfather, Prince Albert I, dedicated his life to it. In 2022, 100 years after his passing, we're commemorating this visionary prince and his precious contribution to science. The UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development provides us with an opportunity for collective action to fight the degradation of oceans and the threats stemming from human activity. President, putting the most vulnerable at the top of the Sustainable Development Agenda shows that we recognise that fundamental rights apply equally to men as to women. However, 26 years after the Programme of Action of Beijing and the recent Generation Equality Forum, organised by France and Mexico, showed that that women's rights are fragile and even being called into question. In the framework of SDG number 5 on gender equality, Monaco is focusing its international work on the fight against all forms of discrimination against women. I welcome here the election of the Principality to the Board of UN Women, and that it has joined the group of Friends for the Eradication of Violence Against Women and Girls. My country is also continuing its cooperation for healthcare programs, inclusive education, and with economic empowerment of women. Finally, Monaco welcomes the recent appointment of the new advocate for every woman and every child, Ms. Kersti Kaljulaid, President of Estonia, whose noble mission will be to mobilise us around the needs for healthcare needs of women and children. President Secretary General, the crisis that we're currently going through has underscored the importance of science, technology and innovation and led to an acceleration in discoveries and collaborations in science. These feats give us a glimpse of hope for a way out of this crisis. However, 10 years ago we committed to leave no one behind, a promise that we made to build a better and more sustainable world. It is our shared responsibility. Our failure, therefore, would be a common failure with dramatic consequences. The land will survive this climate crisis as it has done so many times in the past. Can we say the same of humanity? We know now certainly that we are approaching a point of no return. For far too long now we've prioritised material and political considerations. Faced with an existential risk, we cannot wait any longer. We need to put multilateralism back at the heart of our action and to use all the tools that we have available to us to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda and to meet the needs of our people and of the planet before our excesses become irreversible. Thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Equatorial Guinea to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it is a distinct honor to introduce His Excellency Obiang Mbasogo, President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, to listen to his pre-recorded statement to this 76th regular session of the General Assembly. Thank you very much. Your Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by congratulating His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid of the Republic of the Maldives on his election as President of the 76th United Nations General Assembly. You can count on the support of Equatorial Guinea. By the same token, I wish to express my gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, from the Republic of Turkey, for his magnificent work. I would also like to pay tribute to the United Nations Secretary General for his work to lead our organization, his re-election to the position, and his efforts in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. I am pleased to participate once again in this important United Nations forum, which every year provides us with the unique opportunity to address and to seek solutions to the major problems and challenges that affect us both individually and collectively. For almost 2 years, humanity has been tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, which has had devastating effects, unprecedented in recent history, and that has affected more than 200 million people and led to the death of almost 5 million. These figures speak for themselves and mean that we must all together seek lasting solutions to this crisis and draw useful conclusions. Time and experience have shown us that common problems are better tackled together. We already have the tools and the know-how to be able to overcome this test and to triumph. With the awareness of the origins of and damage wreaked by the pandemic, we must now focus on how to face the post-COVID situation, or on how to live with the pandemic. The world is at an unknown crossroads, as COVID-19 has affected all areas of our societies, and the severity of the health and humanitarian crisis has taken a toll on our economic, financial, and social structures. As indicated by the theme of this 76th General Assembly, we must build resilience to recover from COVID-19 and to do so in a sustainable way, responding to the needs of the planet with respect to people's rights, and while at the same time breathing new life into the United Nations. In this sense, the international community must examine what happened in depth. It must study its causes, address it, and take action to prevent similar situations recurring in the future, or, at the least, to ensure we are better prepared to be able to mitigate their impact. We must design economic and social recovery programs and ensure that no country is left behind. The benefit of and respect for people's rights must be prioritized in this process. The United Nations must play a leading role in humanity's efforts to recover from the pandemic and from its collateral effects. In this regard, I would like to suggest the possibility of holding a broad-based international conference, a conference to address the causes of the pandemic, its consequences, and how the weakest countries can be helped. And that because the effects of the pandemic have exacerbated many of the endemic problems and challenges already afflicting our countries, such as conflict, extreme poverty, and migration, to name but a few. Indeed, the pandemic has heightened the economic crisis caused by the fall in the price of hydrocarbons on international markets. In the particular case of Equatorial Guinea, we have designed and rolled out policies aimed at diversifying our economy and, at the same time, trying to revitalize other sectors that are not as vulnerable nor as subject to fluctuation as hydrocarbons. These efforts suffered a considerable setback with the accidental explosions that occurred in Bata on the 7th of March this year. These explosions caused more than 100 fatalities, numerous injuries, as well as substantial material damage. And this substantial material damage had a very adverse impact on our country's economy. Indeed, the situation forced us to review our priorities and our economic outlooks. It also imposed a serious financial outlay that was not initially foreseen. In this regard in particular, I wish to highlight the solidarity and the humanitarian spirit that our people showed and can be proud of. This was supported by international aid. I take this opportunity to thank all those countries and international organizations that came to our aid. I'd like to refer in particular to the International Monetary Fund that has just granted us emergency assistance support to mitigate the consequences of the pandemic and of the explosions of the 7th of March. Equatorial Guinea intends to continue making headway in line with the financial program agreed with the International Monetary Fund. Mr. President, security and stability are essential to achieve progress and to make the world a more just and prosperous place. It is therefore very important that the international community join forces to rid the world of conflicts and their root causes. We should be joining forces in the pursuit of solutions that benefit all of humanity. In this context, I take this opportunity to congratulate the governments and the political actors in Libya, Guinea-Bissau, and the Central African Republic for their efforts to restore peace and stability. Equatorial Guinea is a sovereign state that does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, and that expects its national sovereignty to be respected and for there to be no interference in its own internal affairs. Equatorial Guinea promotes international cooperation based on mutual respect, peer-to-peer relationships, and mutual benefits. We believe in the centrality of the United Nations, in the structural way of seeking solutions to the problems that affect us all. In addition, we are staunch defenders of the principles and purposes emanating from the United Nations Charter. Notwithstanding this, the United Nations must be reformed, not only to guarantee its own existence and prove its usefulness, legitimacy, and acceptance, but rather to represent a much more effective instrument for coordination and collaboration to promote and strengthen cooperation with regional organizations, in our case, with the African Union. In this sense, reform of the Security Council remains urgent, and that even though this process faces incomprehensible opposition from those countries that benefit from the current status quo. In light of these conditions, Africa cannot renounce the Esselwini Consensus nor the Sirte Declaration. These reflect Africa's legitimate aspirations and common position. Equatorial Guinea, as a C10 member of the African Union, will continue to defend what it believes to be fair. We note with great concern the dangerous tendency of some countries to impose foreign values on other countries without taking into account their history, culture, traditions, and priorities. Democracy is a good form of governance, but it should not be imposed without taking into account the idiosyncrasy, history, and traditions of peoples. Mutual respect for diversity is the cornerstone of the peaceful coexistence of peoples. In almost all of my speeches to this General Assembly, we appeal and we try to draw attention to the situation of growing instability and insecurity that our Central African sub-region is experiencing. This is a sub-region in which transnational organized crime is threatening us and manifesting as piracy, where the Gulf of Guinea has become an unstable area that threatens the existence of coastal countries and international maritime traffic. This, in turn, exacerbates the economic crises facing our countries. This issue therefore deserves global attention, as was the case in the Gulf of Aden, since here too the interests of the global economy are at stake. An international event to address this situation in depth is very much required. Terrorist and mercenary activity continue to pose a serious challenge to our countries. As in previous years, and with greater persistence this year due to the delicate health situation afflicting the world in general and the Republic of Cuba in particular, Equatorial Guinea is requesting the lifting of the economic, financial, and commercial blockade imposed on this kindred country. A blockade that has wrought enormous damage on the noble Cuban people. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, guaranteeing peace and security on our planet feed into the achievement of our aims for comprehensive development with unity and solidarity, harmony, and the strengthening of our cooperation. And it is in this spirit that I wish our discussions great success. These discussions are aimed at making the world a better place for present and future populations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kiribati to introduce an address by the Head of State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to present to you and this August General Assembly the pre-recorded video statement of the President of the Republic of Kiribati, His Excellency, President Tanis Mamau, in addressing the 76th session of the General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the UN Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, allow me to share warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Kiribati. In the name of the Almighty God, I begin by sharing His peace and blessings. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in congratulating you on your election to the presidency of the 76th session of the United Nations. I wish you every success as you chart a new course for a revitalized United Nations capable of energizing and supporting the efforts of all nations and people, particularly those lagging behind, due to the many challenges that are far beyond their economic power and means. I also join SIDS leaders to congratulate the government of the Republic of the Maldives for inspiring our SIDS family that a small developing member state is as equally qualified as a large developed state to lead and serve this global family. On these notes, I wish to assure you of Kiribati's full support as you discharge your duties for the Assembly and avail my government's commitment for initiatives that seek to transform our shared planet Earth into a wealthier, healthier, and safer home. This is the core of Kiribati's vision for 20 years known as KV20, which is aligned with our agreed 2030 agenda. The theme is a powerful wake-up call to continue to place our trust and faith in this body created 75 years ago with promises of a peaceful and secure home for our peoples and no living and non-living resources. Much focus leading up to the 76 UNGA has been generated on accelerating progress on the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Yet, in the onset of the unprecedented challenges, a renewed focus on achieving the SDGs has been created around recovering and building resilience as reflected in our theme this year. Mr. President, in Kiribati, the concept of resilience is well understood. It has been the foundation of our survival from the times of our ancestors to this very day. To build resilience, my ancestors navigated the vast Pacific Ocean to create a wealthy, healthy, and peaceful home in the 33 beautiful islands that have now become the sovereign Republic of Kiribati. Through challenging times, the people of Kiribati endured and remained resilient, living in peace and in harmony with their environment and our friendly neighbors. Mr. President, some may wonder how the people of Kiribati managed to survive in these remote islands surrounded by a precarious and unforgiving ocean. Like our brothers and sisters across the Pacific and across our SEATS region, the people of Kiribati are people of the ocean. We have lived, thrived, and survived by caring and respecting one another and sustainably managing the bountiful resources of our ocean. Mr. President, building resilience remains a core foundation of my government's vision for 20 years to create a wealthier, healthier, and more peaceful nation for the people of Kiribati. We must nurture our people to create healthy and more peaceful communities and societies. Accordingly, my government has aligned our KB20 with the development frameworks guiding our United Nations, including the 2030 Agenda, the Samo Pathway, and other related agreements in a manner that prioritizes our people. Therefore, as we embark on the 76th session of our General Assembly, I must indulge you, Mr. President, to recall our commitments under our UN Charter to build a safe, peaceful, and secure home for our peoples today and in the future, to recall the hope bestowed upon us as governments, to respond to the needs of our people, and to respect our Mother Earth. Equally important is our commitment to maximize benefits to our people, to uplift our communities and create a wealthier, healthier, and more peaceful United Nations. Mr. President, to ensure that sustainable development in Kiribati is inclusive, transformative, and endures to leave no one behind, my government is working tirelessly to reduce inequalities and mobilize targeted support to marginalized communities. As a party to a number of core human rights treaties, Kiribati continues to commit obligations to report to the Human Rights Council. I was pleased to note that Kiribati's Universal Periodic Review Report was adopted at the 45th session of the Human Rights Council in 2020. We appreciate and commend the very positive, engaging, and mutually enforcing approach adopted by the Universal Periodic Review process that fully respects the sovereignty of a member state under review and encourages it to progress its human rights obligations at its own pace and in harmony with its traditional values and systems that are also based on the dignity and sanctity of human life. Mr. President, mitigating the adverse impact of the pandemic continues to be a challenge for Kiribati due to our reliance on imported goods, including health goods and services, to meet our essential needs. Kiribati recognizes that trade policy needs to be holistic and synergized with our broader development priorities. The government prioritizes the improvement of our digital connectivity, as digital trade holds great potential for inclusive and social economic development. Mr. President, I acknowledge the support received from the United Nations and its agencies and from our development partners during this pandemic, which has been truly instrumental in providing vital necessities in terms of medication, food, and health equipment, to name but a few. I am pleased to inform that Kiribati is on the trajectory to having more than 50% of its population vaccinated. I'm also pleased to share that more than 70% abroad have been safely reunited with their families. But since the discovery and outbreak of the Delta variant, our remaining nationals, especially our seafarers, have been again left stranded. We will continue to work tirelessly to repatriate our stranded nationals, following the protocols and procedures of the countries that our nationals remain, and also in line with our own national protocols. Mr. President, Kiribati is blessed with a vast ocean that provides us with abundant resources to support our economies and sustain our lives, our culture, and our future. Of vital importance is securing the limits of our maritime boundaries against the threat of sea level rise and climate change. Kiribati believes that once the delimitation of our maritime boundary is completed and submitted to the UN Secretary General in accordance with the UN clause, maritime boundaries would remain permanent and shall not be affected by climate change and sea level rise. In recognition of our commitment on biodiversity and sustainable fisheries, Kiribati was appointed the 2019 Commonwealth Blue Charter Champion for Sustainable Coastal Fisheries. As champion, Kiribati will lead efforts promoting collaborative research, workshops and seminars, exchange good and best practices in the practicalities of sustainable coastal fisheries, and showcase success case studies amongst Commonwealth countries. Mr. President, recognizing that Kiribati remains vulnerable to climate change, I wish to highlight that my government is committed to continue to build national resilience and enhance actions aligned with climate resilient sustainable development. Climate change and its current impacts are ongoing and will continue to impact our people, in particular the most vulnerable. Our resilience as a global community is being tested. And moving on from this, we as a global citizens hold the ball to strengthen the resilience of our Mother Earth, subject to the enhanced actions that we take to ensure its sustainability and prosperous future. We need to recommit ourselves to our obligations under the Paris Agreement by putting the needs of our peoples first and remain guided by what is best for our people. Global issues of biodiversity and climate change are closely linked, and we cannot address one without the other. Kiribati is committed to raising ambitions for the post-2020 global biodiversity and climate change targets, and I call upon leaders to join Kiribati to enhance collective efforts on this important global issue. Mr. President, food security is indeed a shared priority across all seats and remains a priority in the Sama pathway as well as the Kiribati Vision for 20 Years Plan. Kiribati remains committed to sustainable development through food security and is very pleased to respond to the call by the UN Secretary General for the convening of a food system summit. The summit dialogue can trigger the creation of robust food systems in country, and on this note, I encourage fellow leaders to support this important summit and join Kiribati and others when the Food System Summit officially convenes. Mr. President, in conclusion, my government looks forward to work with you as we embark on this renewed journey of hope and faith for a wealthier, healthier, and more peaceful future for all our peoples. My government offers its full support to you as you lead our collective efforts to recover, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of our planet, and most importantly, respect the rights of the people of our United Nations. Finally, let me close by sharing with us all our traditional blessings, always of the Maori, Te Roi, or the Tabemo, meaning health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Seychelles to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, it is my distinct honor to present the video statement of His Excellency Mr. Wivo Ramkalawan, the President of the Republic of Seychelles, to the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you on your COVID-19 virus was recorded. The world continues to struggle with the painful impact of this pandemic. The pandemic has claimed millions of lives, depleted economies, and shattered communities, while disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable. The past 2 years have been a stark reminder that the global community has failed to adequately address some of the most pressing issues of our time: effective and equitable access to healthcare, glaring inequalities, climate change and environmental degradation, the arms race, endless conflicts, the plight of refugees, to name but a few. And here we are, the leaders of the world, standing on this platform today to reflect on how to build back better, stronger, and greener. As we enter the second year of the UN Decade of Action, it is imperative that we, as a community of nations, take deliberate, collaborative, and decisive actions to guarantee a future that leaves no one behind. In recalling our commitments to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and related treaties, let us remind ourselves that the most vulnerable people, those living in dire conditions and facing seemingly insurmountable crises, require special attention and help. Indeed, while the pandemic has brought about untold suffering, devastated global health system, severely impacted the world economy, and impoverished entire communities, the crisis at hand presents an opportunity to reinvigorate our collective will to bring about positive changes, with emphasis on equitable, sustainable, and inclusive governance. Our recovery depends on it. Central to global recovery is the availability and distribution of vaccines. Central to the health and well-being of every human being is solidarity. Statements, good intentions, and pledges are woefully inadequate. The facts speak for themselves. Of 554 million doses pledged by the world's richest nations, only 91 million, or 16%, have been delivered. In Africa, less than 3.5% of people across the continent have been vaccinated against COVID-19. The figure is far short of the African CDC's official target of 60% of Africans. It is a disgrace, and it points to a sobering fact. There is a virus far more terrible, far more harrowing than COVID-19. It is the virus of inequality. And while the pandemic rages on and the debate continues unabated, and travel advisories of all shades and hues are being issued, humanity is the first casualty. Especially Africa and many other less developed parts of the world. It is true that no one is safe until we are all safe. COVAX, striving as it is against all odds, can fulfill its mandate only if pledges and commitments made by the richest nations are honored and not used as short-term leverage in one form and another. Mr. President, The world's resilience to this pandemic or to potential future ones goes beyond the health of our people. Our efforts should also tackle economic imbalances and inequalities. In this regard, Seychelles urges the international community to assist the world's most vulnerable economies in enhancing their resilience to future shocks. Seychelles' economy, like that of many other small island developing states, was brought to its knees just a few months after the pandemic hit, as we witnessed the near total collapse of our tourism industry. For us, this meant foregoing some of our hard-earned economic gains in order to implement contingency plans focused on protecting our population. The devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the inadequacies in responding to it, underscore the urgent need for stronger collective measures among member states of the United Nations. It is imperative that we work together to build consensus and cohesion in respect of the plight of those facing threats of an existential nature, most notably the SIDS. Our vulnerabilities are well known, and they need not be expounded on here. What needs to be stressed, however, is that a one-size-fits-all approach to debt relief and concessionary financial flows is certainly not the most appropriate for us. An approach and a strategy which take into account our vulnerabilities and characteristics would bolster our own efforts to weather the present crisis and to strengthen our capabilities to recover and rebound from the economic fallout caused by the pandemic. The application of the Vulnerability Index, therefore, remains for us the only coherent and viable approach and strategy to resolving our current predicament. Most SIDS have achieved middle to high income status through hard work and commitment for the betterment of our peoples, but it appears that we are being penalized for our success, penalized for our achievements and hard work. Are the international financial institutions taking our vulnerabilities into consideration? The review of the criteria to measure development support and access to funding is still being debated incessantly in countless fora with no end in sight. Lack of effective and appropriate global support for SIDS will have systematic consequences on our progress on practically all sustainable development goals. Furthermore, SIDS continue to be disproportionately affected by what can be termed as environmental injustice as a result of climate change. We are the least responsible for it, yet we pay the heaviest tribute. The challenge we face to climate change and our response to it will continue long after we have brought COVID-19 under control. We are morally obligated to those who have lost their lives to the calamitous climate and biodiversity crisis. We are accountable to those who face constant existential threats, and we owe it to the future generations to find lasting solutions to protect this planet. But despite the enormity of the peril that we face, I remain hopeful that together we will find solutions. It requires practical solutions from around the globe that would lead us towards a sustainable, greener world powered by a clean energy economy. However, pledges and commitments are just not enough. They must be respected and honored. In the light of the upcoming COP26, Seychelles calls on the international community, particularly the larger emitters and economies of the G20, to increase their nationally determined contributions to a level that meets, if not surpasses, the requirements of the Intergovernmental panel on climate change. And we pray that this averts the global catastrophe that threatens all of us. Mr. President, the pandemic and worsening climate crisis have added to the other difficult tasks of the United Nations. We must more than ever renew our commitment to multilateralism and reinforce the functions of the United Nations. Let us be guided by the UN Charter as we move together to rebuild a greener world, leaving no one, particularly the most vulnerable, behind. I believe in the founding principles of the United Nations, that multilateralism is key to ensuring prosperity and lasting peace. Let us restore hope and belief in the UN by restoring hope and belief in ourselves and in international solidarity. Let us rebuild trust in one another by bridging the inequality gaps within and between nations, reducing marginalizations, eradicating racism, xenophobia, and all other forms of discrimination, and instilling tolerance among our peoples. Never have we, as a community of nations, been beset with challenges of the present magnitude. But there is hope, hope that we can overcome them. There is hope that we can overcome the challenges that we face through collective action, global solidarity, and with political will. As the leader of one of the smallest nations of the world, I strongly believe in the capacity of our people, especially our youth. I believe, above all, in the capacity of humanity. I believe in our capacity to do good. Together, as the representatives of our planet, we can do what is expected of us. We can do good. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mokgweetsi Mayoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mokgweetsi Mayoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Your Excellency, Ms. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of Lesotho, I extend our most sincere congratulations to you on your election to preside over the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and wish you every success in the discharge of your duties. We are confident that your personal, diplomatic, and leadership qualities will guide us through the session. My delegation assures you of our full support and cooperation. Let me also pay a well-deserved tribute and express our thanks and gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Volkan Bokir. We thank him particularly for his statesmanship, sterling guidance, and effective organization during the difficult times of the 75th session. To Secretary General Antonio Guterres, We are deeply indebted for your continued dynamic leadership and commitment to our organization, and for your relentless efforts in achieving the organization's goals. We particularly commend you for tireless efforts during our arduous time when COVID-19 reared its ugly head and upended our world. We also congratulate you on your re-election for a second term and assure you of our utmost support. The convening of the high-level week of the General Assembly is yet another opportunity for world leaders and policymakers to demonstrate their resolve and political will to further advance the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations through concerted multilateral efforts. It is also an opportune moment for the UN system entities to demonstrate their continued commitments in support of national efforts. Mr. President, allow me to thank you for advancing a very befitting theme for this session of the Assembly, namely, building resilience through hope, to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainability, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations. The United Nations was born 76 years ago when the brutality of war impressed itself on all far beyond human comprehension and tolerance. The organization became a source of hope, founded as it was on the inalienable, interlinked, and mutually interdependent pillars of development, human rights, and security. The resolve to form the United Nations was propelled by a determination to create a world of peace and prosperity. In his address to the United Nations General Assembly on 28 January 2021, the Secretary General described a world in danger and warned of the consequences of failure to work together. He stated that 2020 was a year of death, disaster, and despair. He called for bold action to overcome the devastation in 2020 resulting from the global COVID-19 pandemic. It gives great pleasure to pay a deserving tribute to the Secretary General for galvanizing support and mainstreaming the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic in the work of the United Nations system. His leadership in spearheading and mobilization, in spearheading the mobilization of resources through international partners is commendable. This session of the General Assembly comes at a critical time and momentous conjuncture in human history. Indeed, this is the time when circumstances compel us to reiterate our plea to the international community to adopt an expanded and comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Such a response would complement individual countries on concerted efforts to halt the continuing spread of the pandemic. We recall the COVID-19 Omnibus Resolution entitled Comprehensive and Coordinated Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly last year in September 2020, underscored the need to tackle health inequities and inequalities within and among countries through political commitment, policies, and international cooperation. The World Health Organization recently promulgated an unpleasant warning that unless nations act urgently to slow the spread of the coronavirus, the world could log another 100 million infections in the course of this year. Apart from posing a significant threat to health, the pandemic is also a serious threat to development. It is disrupting the functioning of domestic economies. Global travel, tourism, as well as trade. Locking down our economies is no longer an option many countries can exercise. We must therefore come together as the members of this august body to guarantee simultaneous access to vaccines by all countries. In this respect, my delegation fully supports long-standing and yet to be concluded proposals by South Africa and India for a temporary TRIPS waiver at the World Trade Organization, and call on all members of the United Nations to recognize that progress in vaccinating everyone means protection of all people on earth. My delegation expresses sincere appreciation for all initiatives recently taken through COVAX to address the needs of developing countries, especially in the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. I welcome all the commitments made by President Biden yesterday to donate 500 million doses of vaccines to the rest of the world, and call on others for continued solidarity and timely support. Mr. President, exactly 6 years ago, the UNGA adopted a comprehensive set of universal and transformative sustainable development goals and targets aimed at ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. Now, with nearly 9 years remaining, the prospects of the world reaching these forward-looking goals remain on the distant horizon. What is even more worrisome is the Secretary General's report covering the period ended July this year, which reveals that by the beginning of the pandemic, the world was already off track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and their targets. This situation now has been exacerbated by the devastating impacts of the pandemic on sustainable development, with the most vulnerable countries, particularly the landlocked least developed countries such as Lesotho, being the hardest hit. These countries, which expanded their financial balance sheets on coping with the pandemic in the last 2 years, now require financial stimulus to restart their post-COVID economies and to accelerate progress towards the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. As we are heading towards the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries in Doha, Qatar next year, we only remain hopeful for the consensus adoption of an ambitious new program of action that should properly focus on LDCs, and above all, that will be geared towards ensuring that the severely struggling are not left behind in achieving the SDGs. Again, as we begin the decade of action and trying to build back better, Lesotho remains steadfast in calling on the international community to significantly increase funding for sound health services, increased investment in physical infrastructure, scientific and technological development, research, and agricultural extension services in LDCs. We believe that such bold steps would help us get back on the trajectory of realizing the full implementation of the SDGs in this tight remaining period. Mr. President, with concern over climate change, creating a global coalition to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 2050 should be high on the UN agenda ahead of COP26 in Glasgow later this year. The recently published report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reveals that it is now certain that hot extremes have become more frequent and more intense across most regions of the world, while cold extremes have become less frequent and less severe, thereby confirming that human-induced climate change is the main driver of these aberrations. The report further asserts that some recent hot extremes observed over the past decade would have been extremely unlikely to occur without human influence on the climate system. This suggests this greatest challenge of our time manifests through excessive rainfall, desertification, hurricanes, land degradation, and so forth, thus diminishing our capability to eradicate poverty and improve livelihoods. It is equally important to note that biodiversity losses and ecosystem degradation, just like climate change, are also among the top threats facing humanity today. It is therefore clear that now more than ever, there is need to take urgent and bold global actions to combat climate change and its impacts on humanity. Similarly, the onus is on us as leaders of the world to ensure that our Mother Earth does not lose its biodiversity, as this poses a threat on food security and livelihoods of people across the world. To ensure conformity with the Paris Agreement protocols, over some years now, the Kingdom of Lesotho has joined efforts with the rest of the world to increase climate change resilience and improve the well-being of the Basotho nation. Through mainstreaming climate change into our development programs and implementing concrete measures for adaptation and climate risk reduction, mitigation, and low carbon development to achieve green growth. Furthermore, there are several initiatives and programs implemented by the government of Lesotho to address the impacts of climate change. For example, Lesotho submitted her nationally determined contributions report to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in June 2018, outlining initiatives to be undertaken to reduce greenhouse gases and adapt to climate change. In addition, some of the noteworthy initiatives are the integrated catchment management, improvement of early warning system, formulation of the national adaptation plan, and improving adaptive capacity of vulnerable and food insecure populations in the country. Again, Lesotho intends to unconditionally lower her net greenhouse gas emissions by 10% by 2030, and to further push for an additional 25% greenhouse gas emission reduction, provided that external support, including capacity building, is made available to us to cover the full cost of implementing the adaptation and mitigation actions. Guided by the principle of leaving no one behind, Lesotho continues to call on the international community and other regional and international organizations to support climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts and strengthen resilience, particularly to vulnerable countries, thus bringing attainment of SDGs within a reasonable reach. Mr. President, it is the obligation of all member states to promote and protect the rights of all. We are therefore pleased that this important factor has over the years remained on the agenda of every session of the UNGA. The international human rights instruments provide a clear path and a legal framework for all states to fully advance the status of vulnerable groups in a quest to ending inequalities in our communities. My own country, Lesotho, is a long-standing party to international human rights treaties, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, to mention just a few. It remains a responsibility for all member states to pursue a common goal of ensuring the effectiveness and enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. It is, however, disturbing that in conflict-stricken regions, particularly in armed conflict, civilians still endure inhumane treatment that is in violation of laws and regulations established to protect humankind. Lesotho condemns all forms of attacks on civilian populations and urge parties involved in any form of conflict to cease aggressions and engage in talks genuinely aimed at achieving long-lasting solutions and promoting human rights for all. Mr. President, trafficking in persons continues to be a chronic challenge affecting the globe. Member states are facing challenges on how to translate the international efforts to combating all forms of trafficking in persons into reality. Lesotho fully supports the 2021 political declaration on the implementation of the United Nations Global Plan of Action to Combat Trafficking in Persons, and therefore calls upon all member states and all stakeholders to accelerate implementation of all guiding tools as contained in the outcome document. This year we celebrate 20 years since the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which together with the relevant outcome documents provide an inclusive United Nations framework and solid foundation to fight the scourge against racism and racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Lesotho acknowledges progress achieved in other parts of the world to fight against racism. However, it remains a major concern that the plague persists in all parts of the world and a vast number of human beings continue to be victims to this date. Lesotho therefore urges all member states to collectively promote and protect rights for all and restore dignity of the peoples who have experienced the worst brand of the evils of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Mr. President, revitalization of the United Nations General Assembly merits our attention and should remain high on our agenda, especially at this time that there is dire need for solidarity and unwavering commitment to multilateralism and to the United Nations. Lesotho would therefore like to echo other member states in calling for an inclusive UN system which encompasses equal representation of all regions in all the major organs of this august body. Strengthening of the UN organs, particularly the Security Council and the Economic and Social Council, would also ensure that all the political and socio-economic challenges that humanity is currently facing are tackled collectively in an efficient and effective manner, thus leaving no country behind. Member states of this organization have increasingly yearned for its reform in order to make it more democratic and responsive to the needs of all nations, rich and poor, big and small, strong and weak. We should recall that the last reform of the United Nations was in 1963, some 5 decades ago. We are convinced that this is the opportune time to raise critical issues regarding the reform of this world body to enable it to meet the challenges and the threats of the 21st century. A daunting task indeed. We regrettably note that some member states have relegated to the back burner critical issues of development, giving priority instead to security issues. To move in unison, the international community should strive to advance the global development, human rights, and security agendas simultaneously. Terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction to non-state actors, the existence of nuclear weapons, and armed conflict top the list of global security issues. On this note, we commend the Secretary General for convening the second United Nations high-level conference of heads of counterterrorism agencies of member states in June this year, with the overarching theme of countering and preventing terrorism in the age of transformative technologies, addressing the challenges of the new decade. The conference provided a significant and timely opportunity for participants to consider the practical implementation of relevant aspects of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. The Kingdom of Lesotho considers it the responsibility of the international community, with the United Nations playing the central role, to put in place effective measures aimed at preventing genocide, ethnic cleansing, and the atrocities perpetrated on women and children caught up in armed conflicts. Consequently, my delegation considers the enhanced role of the major organs of the United Nations, particularly the General Assembly, to be of paramount importance. Lesotho is supportive of any effort that will bring about lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East, in conflict areas in Africa, and other parts of the world. In today's globalized world, it is indefensible and incomprehensible that decisions which bind us all are left in the hands of a few members. Reform of the Security Council, which takes into account the aspirations of Africa as espoused in the Ezolweni Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, cannot be postponed any longer. Transparency, inclusivity, and democracy must inform the work of the entire United Nations system. The Ezolweni Consensus provides a progressive implementation of a fair and prudent reform of the Security Council, which is crucial for the African continent's representation in this new multilateral world order. Mr. President, it is in the 21st century that peace, security, and the right to self-determination, respect for all human rights and fundamental freedoms must be guaranteed as the norm rather than the exception. Hence our call for the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people and complete withdrawal from their occupied territories, as well as the independence of the Sahrawi people. We also renew our call for lifting of the unilateral economic embargo against the people of Cuba. These matters must be addressed and resolved urgently, comprehensively, and honestly, without fear or favor and without malice to anybody. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been going on for far too long. It is about time that individual interests gave way to compassion and reason so that the people of Palestine can enjoy their inalienable right to self-determination in our lifetime. The road to lasting peace is paved with pain and hardship. Difficult concessions will have to be made in order to satisfy the desires of both sides. It is our view that the conflict must be ended through negotiations that are based on the respect of sovereign equality and the recognition of the rights and legitimate concerns of all parties involved. The people of Western Sahara yearn for peace, freedom, and the attainment of a right to determine their own destiny. For many years now, efforts by the United Nations to facilitate transition to independence have not yielded any concrete results. It is regrettable that the continued denial of the Sahrawi people's exercise of their inalienable right to self-determination remains unresolved. We look forward to the conclusion of the process in Western Sahara so that the people of that country can freely determine their own future. Over the past 3 decades, the UN General Assembly has consistently voted against unilateral coercive measures through economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba, but to no avail. As a result, the people of Cuba have been subjected to undue suffering, which was further exacerbated by COVID-19. We renew our call for the lifting of this embargo that has had an adverse impact on its economy and brought untold sorrow and agony to the Cuban people. Similarly, unilateral coercive measures continue to be applied on the people of Zimbabwe, despite repeated resolutions against the same by the community of nations. We renew our call for removal of these sanctions. Mr. President, the real test for the United Nations in this century is how far it is prepared to go in addressing all these challenges and how far it will go in turning promises into reality, thus enabling a large majority of the people of the world to fulfill their potential and realize their aspirations. While we appreciate the magnitude of these challenges, we continue to have faith in the United Nations, in the United Nations' capacity to solve global problems, its broad universal support, and its ability to uphold and reaffirm our shared values of peace, equity, social justice, democracy, and human rights. I wish to conclude by pointing out that we often come here to set lofty goals for members of the United Nations, but fail to walk the talk. History will judge us harshly if we continue to defer the aspirations of people across the world in their quest for equality, freedom, peace, and prosperity. Such is the call and challenge staring in the face of the United Nations in the 21st century. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce the video statement of His Excellency Mario Draghi, Prime Minister of Italy. Thank you.
Signor Presidente dell'Assemblea Generale, signor Segretario Generale, illustri delegati, signore e signori. Da qualche tempo...
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In recent years, we have witnessed a progressive weakening of multilateralism, which has guaranteed peace, security, and prosperity since the post-war period. However, we are now facing problems that we cannot solve on our own. I'm referring to the pandemic and to the risk of new and dangerous variants of the virus, climate change and the protection of biodiversity, the economic recovery, and the fight against inequalities and food insecurity, conflict resolution, and the fight against terrorism. These issues are at the heart of today's General Assembly and of our government's agenda. They are also at the core of the Italian presidency of the G20, whose motto is People, Planet, and Prosperity. We need to relaunch multilateralism and make it effective to meet the challenges of our times. More than a year and a half after the beginning of the global health crisis, we can finally look at the future with greater optimism. The vaccination campaign gives us confidence in our ability to return to a new normal. In Italy and in Europe,
nelle scuole e nelle università. Dopo mesi di solitudine, la nostra vita sociale è finalmente ricominciata.
Of loneliness, our social life has finally resumed. However, the pandemic is not over, and even when it will be, we will have to deal with its consequences for a long time. Globally, we face dramatic differences in the distribution of vaccines. In high-income countries, more than 65% of the population has received at least one dose. In the poorest ones, only 2%. These disparities are morally unacceptable. Fewer vaccinations mean more deaths. and as long as the virus continues to circulate freely, it can mutate in dangerous ways and put even the most effective vaccination campaigns at risk. We need to increase the availability of vaccines for poor countries and overcome logistical hurdles to distribute them where they are needed most. Furthermore, we must preserve at the global level the free circulation of vaccines and of the raw materials needed to produce them. Italy gives its full political and financial support to the COVAX facility. We intend to triple our donations from 15 to 45 million doses by the end of 2021. The huge differences in vaccination campaigns risk worsening inequalities between countries. The pandemic has had a negative social and economic effect on everyone, but the consequences for lower-income countries have been particularly severe. Even before the health crisis, these countries had significant economic vulnerabilities, starting with their debt levels. Many of their citizens lived below or just above the poverty line. Advanced economies have been able to use monetary and fiscal policies more robustly to contain the economic shock. They spent 28% of their 2020 gross domestic product to stimulate growth, compared with just 7% and 2% in emerging and low-income economies. Economic divergence risks erasing years of progress in the fight against poverty, making it even more difficult to achieve sustainable development goals. The concerns about food systems have become even more urgent. Extreme weather conditions and supply chain disruptions have contributed to the increase in food prices. In August, the food price index rose by 32% compared to a year earlier. According to the FAO, last year more than 2.3 billion people did not have access to adequate food on a regular basis. Under the Italian presidency, the G20 has adopted a package of economic measures to help the world's most fragile countries overcome the effects of the pandemic and assist them in their development. We supported the decision by the International Monetary Fund to issue new special drawing rights for a total of $650 billion. Of these resources, $33 billion are destined to African countries, and we are working to further increase this share. We have accelerated the refinancing of IDA 20, the World Bank's fund for the poorest countries. The Italian presidency intends to facilitate comprehensive and sustainable debt restructuring in countries with excessive debt levels. Italy has also taken specific action on food security. Together with the FAO, we have created the Food Coalition to combat malnutrition caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have hosted in Rome the pre-summit on food systems. Nevertheless, we must be ready for even more ambitious action to support poorer countries, particularly in Africa. Italy intends to continue to ensure its support for the African continent, which is increasingly central for security and economic growth globally. We must increase investment to enable Africa's youth to participate fully in its social, economic, and political development. The other emergency that we have placed at the core of our G20 presidency agenda is climate change. The latest UN IPCC report shows that without immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, we will fail to limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees above industrial levels. The number of climate-related natural disasters has increased fivefold since the 1960s. Extreme weather events are expected to intensify over the next few decades. Estimates from the World Health Organization show that climate change already causes 150,000 deaths per year, which could become 250,000 between 2030 and 2050. We must act now to protect the planet, our economy, and future generations. As presidency of the G20 and COP26 co-chair, together with the United Kingdom, Italy intends to reach ambitious goals on the 3 pillars of the Paris Agreement: mitigation, adaptation, and finance. Over the next decade, we must reduce as much as possible CO2 emissions produced by fossil fuels and other greenhouse gases, including methane. And we must work to adapt our infrastructure to climate shocks that have become increasingly frequent and violent. Italy strongly supports the leading role of the European Union in the ecological transition, and in particular its commitment to a 55% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2030 and to net zero emissions by 2050. However, the EU currently accounts for only 8% of global emissions, while G20 countries are responsible for 75%. The fight against climate change requires multilateral engagement and pragmatic cooperation among all major global players, both rich and emerging economies. We must act in an effective, coordinated, and simultaneous manner, whilst always respecting national specificities. We intend to reach a global agreement to stop the use of coal as soon as possible, and consistently with this objective, block the financing of new projects of this kind. We want to eliminate subsidies for fossil fuels and promote the use of renewable sources. The environmental transition has significant costs, and it is essential that governments stand ready to help citizens and businesses. But it can also be an engine of economic growth. According to a recent report by the International Renewable Energy Agency, the renewables sector could employ more than 40 million people by 2050. In Italy and in the European Union at large, we have embarked on a path of reforms and investment, Next Generation EU, to make the most of these opportunities. We hope that the Roundtable on Climate, promoted last Monday by Secretary General Guterres and Prime Minister Johnson, will give further impetus to the negotiations that will take us to the G20 summit in Rome and to the COP26 in Glasgow. Next week, 400 young people from all over the world will meet in Milan to present their proposals for the fight against climate change. In recent years, young people have often been agents of change and have pushed us to do more. They will inherit the planet, and it is our duty to listen to them. In the past year, important issues affecting peace and security have resurfaced. The main one is Afghanistan, where we face the risk of a social and civil catastrophe. We must prevent the country from becoming once again a threat for international security. I refer in particular to the presence of groups affiliated with Al-Qaeda and Daesh on Afghan territory. The international community must cooperate effectively, starting with sharing intelligence. Italy has long been involved at the international level in the fight against terrorism. We must combine our security objectives with prevention, protection of human rights, and respect for the rule of law. And we must tackle both the economic and social causes that lead to radicalization and violent extremism. In Afghanistan, we are witnessing the dismantling of the progress made over the last 20 years in the protection of fundamental freedoms, especially for women. All those who have signed the United Nations Charter and who adhere to the founding values of this organization must commit to the resolution of this crisis. The international community must stand united in demanding that all Afghan citizens can live in dignity, peace, and security, that the protection of vulnerable groups is ensured, that women preserve their fundamental rights, first of all, the right to education. Italy has always been committed to promoting the respect of human rights in the world, in particular in the last 3 years with an active presence in the Human Rights Council. The composition of the new Afghan government does not meet the expectations of the international community for a government that is inclusive and representative of the country's diverse ethnic, social, and religious components. The new rulers must prove with their actions, and not only in words, that they are committed to respecting individual freedoms. We must also address the impact of the Afghan crisis on regional stability and security. To address such a complex matter, we need a strategy that is as widely shared as possible. Italy has taken action immediately to encourage the strongest possible coordination among the main global and regional players. As G20 presidency, we have made available the G20 platform, which is broad and inclusive by nature. We have promoted a meeting of ministers of foreign affairs in preparation for the extraordinary summit, which will focus on issues of humanitarian aid, security, and human rights. The humanitarian situation in Afghanistan is certainly the most pressing and shared concern, not least because of the approaching winter season. According to the World Food Programme, 1 in 3 people in the country is exposed to food insecurity. Italy has confidence in the ability of the United Nations to coordinate the international humanitarian response, mobilize resources, and ensure a rapid and coherent intervention. I would like to thank the Secretary General for organizing the pledging conference in Geneva on the 13th of September, where countries pledged some $1.2 billion in humanitarian aid for Afghanistan. The extraordinary G20 summit must give its utmost support to these objectives. There has to be a full, safe, unhindered, and unconditional access for international organizations and humanitarian aid workers. Italy is at the forefront in the response to the humanitarian crisis for the benefit of the most fragile groups in Afghanistan and of those Afghans who have left or will leave the country. We are also ready to intervene in support of neighboring countries affected by refugee outflows. We have decided to use resources previously earmarked for training Afghan security and defense forces for humanitarian purposes. The crisis in Afghanistan, and in particular its rapid deterioration following the withdrawal of resolute support, demands a reflection on the future of international missions. In particular, we must ask ourselves, what are their objectives and what is the best way to pursue them? However, international interventions remain an essential tool in supporting peace and security. Italy reaffirms with conviction its commitment within the United Nations. We are the largest contributor to the Blue Helmets among Western countries and the 7th largest contributor to the budget of UN peacekeeping operations. Italian soldiers are deployed in 5 UN missions in Mali, Western Sahara, Cyprus, at the border between India and Pakistan, and above all in Lebanon, where we are in charge of the UNIFIL mission and deploy one of the largest contingents. We are convinced that the European Union needs to strengthen its role in this field, in line with the ambitions of the European project and in full complementarity with the Transatlantic Alliance. The focus on Afghanistan and Central Asia should not distract us from the instability that continues to affect the wider Mediterranean. In particular, we support multilaterally, bilaterally, and within the European Union, the transition process in Libya for a sustainable and inclusive solution to the crisis. Its aim is to renew the country's national institutional framework without external interference and under the aegis of the UN, as mapped out by the Libyans themselves. The international community must work together with the Libyan institutions and the Libyan people to overcome the current stalemate. Despite this critical juncture, we must ensure that elections scheduled for the 24th of December can take place and the ceasefire is fully implemented. Another aspect of the Libyan crisis is migration. Its correct management requires a joint response from the international community. It must fight effectively against human trafficking, ensure regular international mobility, and protect people's lives. It is essential to have multilateral action based on the principle of a fair sharing of duties and responsibilities. The European Union and its member states must strengthen the dialogue on migration issues with the countries of origin and transit of migrants in order to achieve joint responsibility in the management of flows. These principles inspire the cooperation between the European Union and its African partners, of which Italy has been an early promoter and that we intend to strengthen. I would like to express the Italian government's sincere appreciation for the important work carried out by the United Nations organizations in Libya and more generally in many areas of crisis. In particular, I'm referring to the International Organization for Migration and the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Italy is committed to continuing to work to promote the universal values of peace and development and the protection and promotion of human rights. These are not only at the core of the UN's action, but they are also the basis of the Italian Constitution, the European Union, and the transatlantic bond. The principles that inspired the United Nations Charter and that we recalled in our solemn political declaration adopted on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the organization are still a point of reference today. Within the UN, the Security Council must be able to continue to fulfill its role in safeguarding international peace and security. We support the need for a consensual reform of the Security Council to strengthen regional representation and ensure a fair geographical distribution of seats through an increase in the number of elected members. Our goal is to make the Council more representative, democratic, efficient, transparent, and accountable. The answer to the challenges we face, the pandemic, climate change, and international crises, lies in effective multilateralism based on inclusive and open dialogue. Italy wants to continue to contribute with ideas and resources for the benefit of the entire
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement just made. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jakub Kulhanek, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, we were commemorating the 20th anniversary of the horrendous terrorist attacks against the United States. But this barbaric act of terrorism was not only directed against the US, but also against our shared values. This heinous crime will always serve as a powerful reminder that we must stand united in the fight against terrorism and violent extremism in all their forms. The threat of international terrorism has unfortunately not diminished. Terrorist and violent extremist groups have demonstrated their ability to adjust to the new circumstances even during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our vigilance is therefore needed more than ever. The adoption of Global Counterterrorism Strategy Review last June gives us an opportunity to improve the tools required to effectively address this global scourge. The turbulent situation in Afghanistan poses a major challenge. It is now important to join forces to avert a humanitarian catastrophe, to continue our fight against terrorism and organized crime, and to prevent forced displacement and illegal migration. At the donor conference in Geneva, the Czech Republic pledged to increase its humanitarian support for the people in need in Afghanistan. Our contribution will amount to some $5 million. The UN remains a key actor on the ground in Afghanistan. The Taliban must ensure an unhindered and safe access to the entire territory of the country for all humanitarian and UN staff, including all female staff. The Czech Republic strongly condemns the use of violence and intimidation against protesters, journalists, and human rights defenders. We are particularly concerned by actions of the Taliban directed against women and girls. Another region where the population has been badly tested is the Sahel. Together with our international and African partners, the Czech Republic will continue to take part in joint stabilization activities to bring peace and prosperity to that part of the continent. Because Africa deserves peace, prosperity, and stability. We have been implementing a national program with the annual budget of over $14 million, which supports African countries coping with forced displacement and with irregular migration. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on individuals, societies, and economies. It has also shown us how intertwined global challenges are. It has also highlighted the importance of international cooperation, information sharing, and communication among all actors, as well as compliance with international obligations. The World Health Organization has a special role in strengthening health systems and preparedness for pandemics. It has a unique mandate in the field of global public health. It must be able to work effectively, efficiently, and independently of any political or other influence. The ongoing reform process in the WHO should reflect the recommendations of evaluation bodies and feed into the notion of value for money. We must learn our lessons and act in solidarity to leave no one behind. As part of Team Europe, my country will have donated more than 2 million doses of vaccines by the end of this year, mostly through the COVAX facility. Ladies and gentlemen, we can build back better and greener if we connect our immediate pandemic response with prevention and resilience building. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change constitute the centerpiece of our joint efforts. The nexus of humanitarian development and peace activities has proved quite efficient. Earlier this year, my country has successfully presented its second voluntary national review in the UN. We support our partners in achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda through projects of bilateral and multilateral development cooperation, humanitarian assistance, and transformation policy. As regards the global climate action, the COP26 in Glasgow will be crucial, and our national determined contributions need to be ambitious. We also need all major emitters on board. The impacts of climate change on peace and security are becoming increasingly apparent. A systematic integration of these risks into the UN Security Council's work is necessary. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated negative trends in the protection of human rights worldwide. More than ever, we need to ensure respect for civic participation, the independent media, and civil society. Mr. President, the increasing importance of cyberspace to our everyday lives and our economic resilience cannot be overstated these days. Preserving a globally accessible, free, and secure cyberspace is essential. However, the pandemic has also exposed deep digital divides. We are appalled by the increase of cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, which delivers essential services to our citizens, including hospitals, water treatment facilities, power plants, and even our democratic institutions. Such acts can cause grave suffering to civilians, including the loss of lives. Deliberate spreading of disinformation has a direct impact on health and safety of our citizens and their trust in institutions. Using disinformation as a means of aggression against other states is utterly unacceptable. The geopolitics of technology continues to pose an ever greater challenge to the established norms. We must all work together to ensure that new digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, remain an enabler of human progress, rather than a tool for surveillance, oppression, and control. Ladies and gentlemen, protection and promotion of human rights is one of the pillars of the Czech foreign policy. We support the mandate and the vital work of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We echo the Secretary General's call to action for human rights, and we agree that an adequate funding of the UN human rights pillar from the UN regular budget must be secured. Similarly, striving to improve the rights of women and girls must be at the heart of our response to the pandemic. The Czech Republic fully supports the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and we proceed with the implementation of our second National Action Plan, along with civil society and academia. Furthermore, the Czech Republic firmly supports international criminal justice, and in particular, the International Criminal Court. We would also like to express our support for the start of negotiations on the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Let me underscore one strand of hatred, which I consider as especially despicable: the rising anti-Semitism and the Holocaust denial. The Czech Republic is committed to preventing and combating anti-Semitism both offline and online. In 2022, we will host a follow-up international conference to the Terezin Declaration endorsed by some 47 countries. Our ambition is to achieve progress in rectifying property injustices from the time of Holocaust and to create funds for education, and fighting anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and hatred. Mr. President, the Czech Republic is concerned by the continuous massive repression in Belarus, which has created a climate of fear among the general public. We call for the immediate release of all those unlawfully detained for exercising their rights to freedom of expression or peaceful assembly, including journalists, human rights defenders, and activists. Independent and transparent investigation into all these violations is essential. The Czech Republic is a firm supporter of the rules-based international order, with the UN at its core. Upholding international law and compliance with commitments rooted in the UN Charter. In this context, let me reiterate the unwavering support of the Czech Republic for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine and Georgia within their internationally recognized borders. In addition, we deplore any state-sponsored malign activities committed in Europe in recent years as simply unacceptable, illegal, and in direct violation of everything the UN stands for. The Czech Republic has experienced it firsthand. Turning to Myanmar now, we strongly condemn the military coup in the country. We support the legitimately elected leaders, and we call for respect of the results of the November 2020 parliamentary elections. Mr. President, let me now focus on the situation in the Middle East. Hamas and other terrorist groups in Gaza bear the primary responsibility for the outbreak of violence and the tragic developments in May 2021. Their large-scale rocket attacks targeted Israel's civilians. Let me reiterate that Israel has every right to defend its citizens. The Czech Republic supports any meaningful initiative leading to an end to the cycle of violence and remains firmly committed to the two-state solution. Resuming direct talks between the Israelis and the Palestinians is desirable, as are all confidence-building measures aiming at bringing the two sides to the negotiating table. In the Human Rights Council, the Czech Republic voted against the establishment of an ongoing commission of inquiry with a rather vaguely defined geographical scope. Israel, a democratic country with an independent legal system, has appropriate means to effectively confront and address human rights violations. Iran's continued escalation of nuclear activities far beyond its commitments, coupled with the suspension of the implementation of transparency measures under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, raises serious concerns. All these actions impede the implementation of the IAEA's verification and monitoring mandate. Mr. President, we all are committed to ensuring a safer and more stable world for our citizens and a sustainable, inclusive global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Complex global challenges can only be addressed by effective multilateral governance and rules-based international cooperation. Such an approach, I believe, can also be useful in reducing simmering geopolitical tensions in the Indo-Pacific. We observe this worrying trend with great apprehension. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to tackle the pressing global issues, the international community needs the UN to be fit for purpose. We welcome the Secretary General's recent report, Our Common Agenda. engaging a broad range of stakeholders, including young people, civil society, and think tanks, will provide fresh energy for change. In conclusion, I fully agree with the UN Secretary General that humanity has proven time and time again that it is capable of achieving great things when we put our differences aside and work together for a common purpose. This is the spirit of our United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be back here in New York. It's good to be back in this hall. Flying here to attend the opening of the General Assembly is something that once seemed like a routine undertaking. But this past year has made it something very special again, a sign that things are finally moving in the right direction. And we all know that the pandemic is not yet in our rear-view mirror, that the world is slowly finding its footing, one vaccination at a time. And yet, we already know that some things have fundamentally changed. The virus has brutally exposed our fragility, the fragility of our social fabric, of our health systems, of our economies, and of our lives. The virus destroyed our illusion that human progress is a one-way street. 124 million people went from being poor to needing to fight for the very survival, while millions more don't even know where the next meal will come from. Over 250 million people lost their jobs and are without a paycheck to support their families. In the blink of an eye, we lost decades of hard-earned development gains. And we will lose even more if we cannot ensure that everyone who has access to the vaccine as soon as possible. This is our only exit ticket out of this pandemic. And that is why COVAX is probably one of the most important initiatives of our time. It has so far shipped over 300 million vaccine doses to 142 countries. And as part of Team Europe, Austria is among the lead contributors to COVAX. We were the first country providing our neighborhood, the Western Balkans, with much-needed doses through the EU vaccine sharing mechanism. Austria has donated over 2 million doses bilaterally to our partners from Georgia, Lebanon, Tunisia, Ukraine, and Iran. And as host of the UN headquarters in Vienna, we spared no effort in keeping UN personnel and their families safe, including through vaccination. However, an enormous task still lies ahead of us. We have to massively accelerate the international vaccine distribution. And it's perfectly clear, and we all know it, in this pandemic, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has added fuel to the fire of existing geopolitical tensions. A ring of crises and conflicts spawns the globe. In Yemen and Syria, where many children have known nothing but conflict and deprivation. In Ethiopia and Nagorno-Karabakh, where long-standing fault lines have erupted. Or in Belarus, in Myanmar, or Nicaragua, where some have used the pandemic as a carte blanche to ignore human rights and fundamental freedoms. We have to send to all of them a very clear message. The message that our fight for human rights and our engagement for fundamental freedoms know no lockdown. This fight, this engagement, was never an easy and straightforward task. It is a continuous battle marked by progress, but also by bitter setbacks. How demanding and problematic this struggle can be became clear again in Afghanistan. After 20 years of engagement, it seems that we are now back at square one. It seems that much of the social, political, and economic progress is slipping through our fingers like sand. We are all faced with the same question: what shall we do now? From my perspective, the answer is very clear. We cannot turn our back to the people of Afghanistan. The consequences would be felt immediately, above all, by the millions of women and girls, by the human rights defenders, and by the minorities who face an uncertain future. We have to remain engaged, and we have to offer the urgently needed humanitarian aid. That is why Austria will provide a total of 20 million euro in humanitarian emergency aid to Afghanistan and to the region. But we also have to spell out very clearly our expectations to the new ruling power in Kabul. There can be no blank checks for the Taliban. Fundamental rights and freedoms, in particular for women and girls, are simply non-negotiable. We have to do everything to prevent Afghanistan from turning into a black hole, with the capacity to destabilize the whole region. And we have to drive home the message to the Taliban that the world's eyes are on them. We don't want Afghanistan to turn into an incubator or a safe haven for terrorism and extremism. This requires a coordinated international effort and a coordinated messaging. And I strongly believe that in particular the immediate neighbors and other Muslim countries can and should play a central role in this endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, some gleefully describe Afghanistan as a failure of the so-called West, as a proof of the inevitable decline of our democratic system of governance, as a breakdown of our values. And it is true, Afghanistan holds many bitter lessons. Lessons we need to take to heart. But from my perspective, one thing is crystal clear. We should not fall into defeatism, into self-doubt, into despair. Our answer cannot lie in a cynical inward turning away from our partners and allies. The days of a moral gunboat policy may be over, but the values that the free world fought and stood for in Afghanistan, and for which we stand and fight in so many other places around the world, these values continue to be the right ones. They were the ones, and they are the ones, that give individuals freedom, that give them the capacity to live up to their potential. Rationalism, rule of law, equality, human rights, and liberal democracy. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, it boils down to one question: how we want to live. And as a strong believer in the democratic system, my answer is clear and simple. I want to live in a world, and I want my children and my future grandchildren to grow up in the world where the freedom of expression, the freedom of belief and religion, the freedom of assembly, and the rights of minorities are not just noble sentiments, but an everyday reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has brought home to us the simple truth of how interconnected and interdependent we all are. We have learned the hard way that we cannot overcome a challenge like this one on our own. Despite forcing us into social distancing, this pandemic brought us closer together as a human family. Let us use this lesson to tackle the next crisis that is actually already upon us. Compared to the COVID-19 pandemic, which burst into our lives like an explosion. This one is like a slow-burning, smoldering fire creeping up on us. I'm obviously talking about climate change. Austria will continue to be at the vanguard when it comes to ambitious and bold green recovery and climate action. And there are other tectonic shifts that will fundamentally alter the way we live. New and emergent technologies like artificial intelligence, like quantum computing, are racing ahead, leaving many of us behind. We have to make sure that our human-centric approach applies online and offline. New technologies are no new frontier where human rights do not exist. We need to define clear red lines where we, as humankind, are not willing and not ready to cross. This includes stepping back from creating killing machines, lethal autonomous weapon systems where an algorithm decides in a split second who lives and who dies. Last week, Austria organized a conference to ensure meaningful human control over these weapons. Together with partner countries and civil society, we hope to establish a process leading to a ban of these killer robots. And Austria will continue to be a driving force for disarmament and arms control. We cannot increase our security by increasing our potential to destroy. And most of all, by hanging on to the myth of nuclear deterrence. We need to eliminate these horrendous weapons of mass destruction. Their prohibition is a first step. And we in Austria look forward to hosting the first meeting of state parties to the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons coming March in Vienna. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation state can shoulder today's and tomorrow's challenges on its own. We need neighbors. We need partners. We need strong multilateral institutions. And Austria therefore strongly supports the vision of the Secretary General for UN 2.0. Our multilateral system, conceived in the 20th century, needs to be made fit for the 21st century. Let us not get dragged down by bureaucratic inertia. Let us be bold. Let us be daring. As a medium-sized country, Austria knows the value of a strong United Nations. We know that our own security depends on the rule of law instead of the law of the jungle. And the rule of law will be at the center of our efforts when elected to the Security Council for the term 2027-28. Ladies and gentlemen, when I met with the President of the General Assembly in Vienna recently, he told me that the guiding light for his presidency is hope. And I believe no maxim could be more fitting for our times. It reminded me of something Winston Churchill once said: all the greatest things are simple, and many can be expressed in a single word. So, as we face the challenges ahead, here are some of the words I would wish to guide us in our work: tolerance, trust, solidarity, truth, justice, compassion, humility, and hope. Thank you.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marcelo Ebrard Casaubon, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Distinguished colleagues, please receive the greetings of the President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, and of all Mexicans. Mexico welcomes the fact that our General Assembly has managed to meet despite the fragile health situation, since only through collective and common action will we be able to tackle the formidable challenges that we face. The pandemic has highlighted the need to have a strong and effective multilateral system, and we believe it is unacceptable that the spaces for the most basic solidarity among states should close. Meanwhile, we are facing greater misinformation, denial of scientific evidence, and the xenophobic withdrawal of some entire sectors of our societies. This unprecedented crisis cannot be overcome with unilateral or isolated actions, but rather through renewed cooperation and genuine international solidarity. Mr. President, since the outset, Mexico has noted the need to guarantee equitable and universal access to medicines, vaccines, and other medical items. And we are doing it once again with a sense of urgency. And that because while 33% of the global population in high-income countries has already received at least one dose of the vaccine, only 1.4% of people in low-income countries have had access to a vaccine. So I repeat, 33% in rich countries 33% of the population in rich countries have already received one dose of the vaccine, and 1.4% of people in low-income countries have had access to a vaccine. We need to promote vaccines being considered as global public goods. This means, firstly, recognizing the competency of the World Health Organization as the authority that certifies vaccines. Any existing differentiation or discrimination in the recognition of vaccines jeopardizes socioeconomic recovery and the efficacy of mechanisms such as the COVAX platform. For this reason, Mexico presented a proposal to the G20 so that the whole international community could recognize without any form of condition the vaccines approved by the World Health Organization. It is time to give our full backing to the highest international health authority. Mexico will contribute to the process to reforming the international health system to prevent and address the next pandemics and health emergencies in a timely manner. In line with our capacities and bearing in mind the considerable progress made by the vaccine program that has been implemented nationally by the government of President Manuel López Obrador, Mexico has already donated more than 1 million vaccines to kindred countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, such as Belize, Bolivia, Guatemala, El Salvador, Jamaica, Honduras, and Paraguay. And together with Argentina, we are working to provide and enable the production of vaccines in Latin America, and to be able to provide vaccines to more than 17 countries. Global warming, moreover, is the other great challenge of our time. At the end of 2020, Mexico presented its updated nationally determined contribution, reiterating its support for the Paris Agreement as well as its interest in working in cooperation and collaboration with the international community and all interested parties. Mexico's contribution doesn't only contain mitigation commitments, but also a strong adaptation component. This adaptation component recognizes the country's vulnerability to the impacts of climate change and the urgent need to build resilience to them. For this reason, the Mexican adaptation measures include nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. For example, the Sowing Life or Sembrando Vida program promoted by the Mexican government is one of the largest reforestation programs in the world. To date, we have sown 700 million trees. This not only allows us to address environmental degradation, but it also helps to generate opportunities for decent employment and to restore the social fabric. Mr. President, Mexico congratulates the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, on his appointment for a second term, and we congratulate him on his report, Our Common Agenda. I wish to go on record with regard to Mexico's support for some of the conceptual changes suggested in the report that coincide with the vision that we have on how to revitalize the UN. The reconstruction of our societies that have been affected by all forms of crises over the last 20 years depends on the ability to relaunch solidarity among states. This should be a new social contract founded on the obligations that we have made in favor of human rights. In this context, we support the identification of complementary measures to those traditional indicators of gross domestic product to assess the level of development of nations. Turning now to Security Council reform, Mexico will continue to be a constructive actor to ensure that this body is more representative, democratic, transparent, and efficient. The purported creation of new permanent seats is contrary to the sovereign equality of states and the essential principles of democracy. A reform that increases only non-permanent seats with long-term mandates and with possibilities for immediate re-election is viable and would represent a substantial change to the functioning of the body to which we entrust the maintenance of international peace and security. In light of the frequent paralysis of the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility in certain conflicts, particularly where mass atrocities are committed, Mexico, together with France, has proposed that the right to veto of the 5 permanent members be regulated. More than 100 states support us in this initiative, which we will continue to promote. During its current participation in the Security Council, Mexico has acted in accordance with its foreign policy principles. We have, above all, promoted civilian protection, unhindered humanitarian access, full compliance with international humanitarian law, and the effective participation of women in peace processes. We have sought to reduce human suffering and to put people at the heart of the Security Council's action in situations as diverse as Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, Tigray, and Yemen, just to cite a few. We will continue to call the attention of the international community to the irresponsible arms trade and trafficking, as well as its link with the increase in violence, murders, and the commission of high-impact crimes that affect public security and limit their possibilities for development. We hope that the Council will be able to take measures to ensure that there is stricter control of small arms and light weapons, because these fuel conflicts around the world. In serving as the pro tempore Secretary of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, Mexico has promoted unity and solidarity within our region. 2 years after taking on this considerable responsibility, CELAC has demonstrated its relevance to define joint avenues of action. In addition, it is a platform that gives a greater voice to Latin America and Caribbean in multilateral fora. We are honored to have welcomed more than 30 delegations of heads of state, ministers, and other high-ranking officials from CELAC member countries to our country last week. This demonstrates the robustness of the largest and most important political cooperation and dialogue mechanism in our region. Mexico welcomes the beginning of the negotiation and dialogue process between the government and unitary platform of Venezuela, facilitated by Norway, and whose meetings were held in our country. We believe that it is through dialogue and negotiation that a solution must be found for the Venezuelan people on the future of Venezuela. In the same vein, and in light of the severe economic and health crisis at a global level, it is urgent to bring an end to the economic blockade against Cuba. Instead of unilateral measures, we need to implement solidarity-based measures and measures of mutual support to promote the economic growth and development of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, up to now, the economic and social recovery from the crisis generated by the COVID-19 pandemic has been characterized by inequality. Mexico supports measures to ensure that least developed countries can benefit from multilateral support mechanisms for debt relief, such as the G20's Debt Service Suspension Initiative. However, middle-income countries, we must also point out, also need this type of mechanism. These countries, as is the case of Mexico, represent 75% of the global population, and they are home to 62% of people in situations of poverty. Against this backdrop, we call on international financial institutions, the World Bank, the private sector, and the international banking sector, and all relevant actors in this area to promote measures to prevent our countries incurring unsustainable levels of debt and to manage to direct their scarce resources to the socio-economic recovery from the crisis. Mexico reaffirms its commitment to respect, protection, and promotion of human rights, particularly for groups in situations of vulnerability and those who have historically been discriminated, and that from a gender-based perspective, including economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. My country will continue to combat hate speech, discrimination, xenophobia, racism, and related forms of intolerance, as well as violent extremism in any of its manifestations, including white supremacy. We have committed to the objectives of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees. Migration is not a pernicious phenomenon. On the contrary, all of our societies have benefited at a certain time in their historic development from the contribution of migrants. It falls to all of us to respect and defend the human rights of everybody, regardless of their migratory status. In order to ensure safe, orderly, and regular migratory flows, international cooperation is a crucial element to ensure that origin, transit, and host communities can build their capacities without having to resort to emigration. Mexico is a country with a long-standing tradition of solidarity and support for those needing assistance on humanitarian grounds. Hence, we granted international protection to hundreds of people from Afghanistan who were in situations of extreme vulnerability, to particularly women and girls. Also to more than 18,000 people coming from Chile and Colombia, as well as more than 70,000 people coming from Central America and other countries in the world. The feminist foreign policy adopted by my country in 2020 is in line with our aim to promote a more equitable, fair, and egalitarian society. To that end, we have exchanged good practices on the matter with other countries that already have a similar foreign policy. This led to the creation of the Global Partner Network on Feminist Foreign Policies. The Generation Equality Forum, co-hosted by Mexico and France, with the support of UN Women and in partnership with civil society organizations and young people's groups, was a great and a major moment for the mobilization of all sectors around a series of transformative actions to benefit the full enjoyment of human rights of women and girls. Peace is possible only if women and girls participate actively. Mexico, together with Ireland, co-chairs the group of experts on women, peace and security in the Security Council, and it has promoted the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and human rights-based perspective in the work of that body. Mr. President, Mexico was there at the foundation of the UN 76 years ago, and it remains committed to its principles and to the charter that gave rise to it. It falls to this generation that we comprise to make the adjustments required by the present times and that are demanded by our peoples. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Péter Szijjártó, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Chairman, Excellencies, dear colleagues, good evening to all of you. First of all, let me start with congratulating my friend and colleague Abdullah Shahid to take over the presidency of the General Assembly. I wish him good luck. He is going to lead the organization through tough times, but I would like to assure him about Hungary's support, our support to the office of the President of the General Assembly. Dear colleagues, it's great to meet again personally. It's great that the General Assembly takes place not in a virtual format. This is the essence of diplomacy. We meet each other, we talk to each other, and we do our best in order to overcome our challenges. And these last 1.5 years were full of challenges, troubles, a lot of problems. Now the situation has improved a bit, but we do have to be aware that the crisis has not been yet over. The pandemic has created a very uncertain situation. And I have to commend the fantastic achievement of the research community of the globe, which was able to find the answer within 1.5 years. And the answer to this global challenge is vaccination. Or to put it more directly, vaccination is the only and exclusive answer, because only vaccination can protect us. We have to express our appreciation, gratitude, and respect to all those doctors, researchers, and volunteers who have taken part in those projects at the end of which vaccine has been created. The pandemic is an attack on the entire globe, an attack on all nations and all citizens. And since the attack is global, defense has to be global as well. This means that we have to enable ourselves to be able to give vaccine to everybody. And this is a matter of capacity. In order to be able to complete a successful protection action, we have to make sure that vaccine is going to be produced in the most possible locations of the world. And the most possible vaccine must be produced. Vaccine is a tool to save lives of people. It's not an ideological and not a political question, because saving lives of the people must not be neither ideological nor political issue. That's why we urge the regulators, the international, regional, and national authorities to carry out a purely professional, fact-based procedures when they authorize different types of vaccines. And we urge them to leave political aspects totally and absolutely out of consideration. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, it has also become obvious that the pandemic does not only constitute a healthcare-related crisis, but an economic one as well. The pandemic does unfortunately have serious economic consequences. During the last 1.5 years, 114 people have lost their jobs. The global flow of direct investments has been decreased by 42%. And there was a 5.3% backsliding when it comes to the volume of global trade. All these phenomena ended up in a new order of global economy. Now the most important duty of ours is to save jobs, as many as it is just possible, to replace at least the lost jobs, and to create new ones in the meantime. We have to ensure that people make a living from work and not from social aid. Social aid puts people in a defenseless position. It makes people vulnerable, and it brings states into indebtedness. To the contrary, work brings dignity and predictable future. People who work create value and create economic performance. And here, after 1.5 years of a pandemic, we have to especially think about the families. Families who raise children. Because these families have borne a double burden. The parents had to go to work in order to keep their country running, and they had to look after their kids, whose schools and kindergartens were closed. So in Hungary, we made a decision that in case the growth of our national economy reaches 5.5% at the end of the year, we will pay back the personal income tax to those families who raise children, which they paid in the entire year of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to another consequence of COVID as well. A big part of our life has been pushed to the digital space. Parents who couldn't go to work, they have to work from home. Children took part in digital education. And these two have created a vulnerable and unexperienced group of users of digital space. And this kind of group is a perfect target for cybercrime. That's why we urge to put together a strict international regulation which can protect our children and our families from spreading extremist ideologies on the internet, of sexual propaganda, and of cyberbullying. We do have to be aware that if we are not able to tackle the challenges coming from COVID, then we will have to be faced with even more serious challenges in the future. If we are not able to ensure vaccination for everybody on the spot, if we are not able to tackle the economic challenges, then there will be further massive migratory waves launched. The pandemic and migration together construct a kind of vicious circle. The more serious the healthcare-related and economic-related impacts of the COVID are, the more people will hit the road and the more people will migrate. And the more people are involved in the migratory flows, the more accelerated virus will spread. So nowadays, migration does not only constitute the already well-known cultural, civilizational, or security-related risks, but very serious healthcare risks as well. And this is one of the many reasons why we have to speak about Afghanistan here again. Unfortunately, we do have to admit that there was a big failure of the international community after 20 years in Afghanistan. Once, and when I say once, I mean once later, we do have to analyze what kind of mistakes were committed and what kind of bad decisions were made in this regard. But now the main duty is to mitigate the damage. We have to prevent Afghanistan becoming a safe place for terrorist organizations again. We have to prevent additional migratory flows stemming from Afghanistan. Because such kind of migratory flows will mean a direct security threat on both the neighborhood of Afghanistan and on the entire European continent. We have to strengthen the global fight against terror. And here, United Nations should play an important role. But United Nations will not be able to play an important role as long as the finances of the United Nations Office for Counterterrorism are not part of the regular budget.